This is the motivation.
Coopers Surf Australia since 1969. Visit coopersboardstore.com.au.
I've seen it. Might not believe me, but I have. And I know it's still out there. New Amarok V6 Off-Road.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome down to day 2 of the Australian Open of Surfing, presented by Volkswagen. This is the first stop of the tour, the Bonsoy Coffs Harbour Open, presented by Gage Rose Bruco. My name is Jessie Starling, and I am joined in the booth by my good friend Luke. How are you going today, Luke?
Awesome. It is dreamy out here, and we can see straight away Benny Wilson with a layback ditch, kicking the morning off. Look at this shimmer on the water. It's a magic mid-north coast morning. Here at Park Beach, little easterly swell, pulsing in. I checked it out this morning. There was line after line after line. It looks very, very contestable today. Lots of guys were going to the moon this morning, so I dare say we're in for a huge day of competition, huge day of action.
Yeah, here is the replay of the first wave of the day. This is Benny Wilson. Starts off with a checks turn and just throws everything at that last section. Unfortunately, coming unstuck, but we do have 25-minute heats this morning, so he has plenty of time to get back out the back for plenty of more opportunities.
You have to throw the kitchen sink at it, really. It's only one wave.
Yeah.
So he's doing the right thing. He's going as hard as he can.
That's what you need to do, and there's plenty of opportunity out there today. There's some really fun left rip bowls coming through, and just to the south there is a good right rip bowl bank also. So heat 1 to start the day off in the red, we do have Cooper Davies from the Sunshine Coast. He locked in one of the highest wave scores yesterday. I believe it was a 9.26 in his second round for some pretty textbook backhand surfing.
Yeah. 6 hangers,
yeah.
I think.
And like beautiful hangers at that.
Yeah. Everyone got bigger and bigger and bigger and finished on a huge section. That was pretty impressive.
And then in the white we have Blake Levette, or the Leveteran we like to refer to him as. He looked in a pretty big score yesterday of a 7.2 for some pretty stylish surfing against young Dane Henry. He was giving Dane Henry a run for his money. So we'll see Dane Henry coming up in one of the heats to come. And then we have the 2 Narrabeen boys. We have Jamie Thompson and Benny Wilson out there.
Staying together.
They are staying together, roommates, and believe this is the second heat they've had together this event.
They were in the first heat together, weren't they?
Yeah, they were in the opening round together.
I wonder if there's like a little chip in with priority there. If one of them's got a really good score, sits out the back, maybe call the other one in.
Yeah, they were pretty funny last night, those two. It was like, everyone went to the Hoey Moey just down the road here, a great spot at Coffs Harbour if you're ever in the area. And they were having little rivalries last night, so it was quite funny to watch.
Yeah, that's awesome.
But we see Jamie's locked in a 5.83, so that must have been right at the start before we came to live coverage. Benny Wilson got a 2.5 for that check turn to unfortunately falling. So do you have any picks for the day?
Jamie Tomo is going to be hard to beat. He's really quick on his back end, and he doesn't really need much to lock in a big score. He's going to be tough. Dane Henry was surfing beautifully yesterday. Hinata as well, Azawa. He was surfing beautifully.
I believe Hinata got knocked.
Did he? I saw him this morning.
Round. Yeah.
Oh, no.
He's, I believe, travelled down with Cooper Davies.
Oh, okay.
But no, he was actually ripping this morning. As we see, looks like Blake Levette pulling the trigger on this inside left-hander. So he opens up with a great looking carve and goes straight into an even stronger one. So this is a great opening wave for Blake. And there he goes. That is the progressive surfing we saw from him yesterday. Unfortunately coming unstuck on that end turn, but I had a little chat with him this morning before he paddled out. And I said, okay, Blake, you did two airs on one wave yesterday. So today, to take it to a whole new level, let's see 3.
3.
And he was like, okay. Didn't even question it.
Pretty impressive. Took off where he left off yesterday.
Yeah.
Little cheese whiz there. Pretty much spot on replica of what he did yesterday. He put 2 of his waves together, really. Did 2 beautiful turns and then a little pop rote. Let's get the replay of that now. So you can see he got in behind the wedge. That gives him all his speed. A nice wrap back to the pocket. This turn was the power turn. There we go. Little slash and little cheese whizzer up and over to finish. Solid stuff. Very committed. That was pretty risky, doing a little cheese whiz in that section.
In that section, I was like, wow. So he looked in a 5.27 for that wave. So I think the judges are probably keeping the scale a little bit lower today, knowing that we're going to get some pretty phenomenal surfing from all the competitors in the draw. We do have a light southerly wind coming up at 9. Hence why we have moved to a different location today. So yesterday we were up in the north corner of Park Beach at Macaulay's Headland, where today we are down to the south near the Big 4 Caravan Park, if anyone's ever been down here, and the banks look so fun. So hopefully they're contestable all day.
It always seems surfable here too. It's one of those stretches of beach where it's got a southerly protected corner, a northerly protected corner, open to the south swell, open to the north swell. Probably breaks, I said it yesterday, 361 days a year. 4 days they have off.
Yeah,
where it's
just 4
not
days.
Not surfable.
Christmas, Boxing Day, Easter, and New Year's Day.
There you go. But very, very lucky part of the world. Wave rich. You can see the local guys here, especially part of all those guys that are part of Coffs Harbour board riders, are definitely blessed with the variety of surf they have around here, and they all rip because of it.
Yeah, Britt and I touched on it yesterday. I was lucky enough to be down here for one of the, we'll get back to that in a second. Benny Wilson just up and out on that one. I was lucky enough to be down here and a part of one of the Coffs Harbour board riders junior development trainings. At the end of last year, I was travelling with Surfing New South Wales, and I was taken back by the program they had in place for their juniors. It was pretty breathtaking. I haven't seen a club do anything like that before. And so if you're in the area and you're looking for a board riders club to join, or if you're a board riders trying to look how to take your club to the next level, I would honestly look into Coffs Harbour board riders, because they are doing a lot for their community and for their juniors coming through the ranks.
What did they do?
They host about 3 training sessions a week and have bunch of different coaches. They do tag team drills, individual heat drills, technique drills, just everything and anything to make sure that their juniors can get better and progress. As we see Jamie Thompson lip line float straight into a snap.
That's your favourite way to start a wave, isn't it?
I love
Up and
that.
over.
And then finishes it beautifully.
I just can't see anyone beating him today. He's going so fast, always seems to bash the critical section, and is able to get multiple maneuvers when other people are probably struggling to get speed, because he is so fast. He's electric. Watch this one. Here's the replay. Up and over this first section. That's all his speed down the line. Lets it loose there. Nice little slash in the pocket. This one was just a carve down to stay with the wave, and this turn clicks the end section. Little fin ditch. Throwing spray to the heavens. He is a quick, explosive surfer.
Yeah, he actually has probably one of the strongest backhands in this draw, and even on the QS regional tour. I spoke to him this morning. He's riding the new Utopia model from DHD again. So he rode that with great success yesterday, and he's back on that board again today. He's also had great success on the left-hand point over in Cruy. He won the Pro Junior over there, and quite convincingly at that.
Yeah, I watched that footage. It was pretty impressive.
Yeah, it was next level.
Yeah.
And to watch it in person, I was like, are you kidding?
Yeah, that would have been such a cool comp to be part of. I'm jealous.
Yeah, the Indo leg was really fun. It was...
And did you do Nias as well?
I did.
Awesome.
Yep. Yeah, Nias.
That was pumping.
Yeah. If I had to choose to go back though, I think I'd go back to Cruy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Cruy was really beautiful and the people were so lovely.
Yep.
So I would say Cruy and then go back to Nias after that.
So the waves, here we go. Blake Levette. This one looks like it's going to give him a couple of sections through the insides. That first one was a nice wrap. He's going to kick you out of there, try and hold on to that priority in front of Jamie Thompson. Knows that's probably his biggest rival at the moment, so the more he can hold off Jamie, the better for him.
I was just about to say, Cooper Davies is being a little quiet in this heat, but we didn't get to see. He just locked in a 7.17, so he's gone straight into the lead. We're still looking for Jamie's last wave to lock in, but Cooper has been dropping big scores all event, so hopefully we can get a replay of that wave and see why he deserved that 7.17.
Far out. Cooper, another 7. Feels like he doesn't surf a wave without getting a 7. His backhand is incredible too, actually. This could be a massive showdown all day. Cooper and Jamie just bashing away on their backhand.
Yeah, and we've got some pretty stacked heats coming up. So this is obviously heat 1 of round 3. Apologies. And in heat 2 coming up next, we have Cameron McDougall, who showcased to us yesterday that he has a great air game. Coming up against Dane Henry, who also was, I would like to say, the most progressive surfer out there yesterday.
Yeah, surfing different, that's for sure.
Yeah, and then Dom Thomas. So it's almost a junior heat, that heat.
Yeah.
All the 3 juniors that really stood out yesterday. So they're all coming up against each other. And then in round 3, heat 3, we have Lennox Smith up against Ross Cadden and Joshua Stretton. So 3 very stacked heats.
Yeah, that is crazy. I'm actually excited to watch these guys surf. I was talking about it yesterday afternoon. Dane Henry is a beautiful surfer.
Yeah, I'm not sure if anyone saw the highlight reels this morning, but he had this one wave. He locked in a 7.5 just for 2 turns, and it was Parko and Ethan Ewing, just beautiful rail surfing. And then in previous heats, he showcased us that he can also be a flick Toledo.
Yeah.
Just go to the air.
He's got so much loft and pop and spice to his surfing. He's a very, very exciting young competitor. Can't wait to see him surf. The other one who really, really impresses me, Lennox Smith.
Yeah, he is a real talent down from the South Coast. And he also, I'm not sure if you've seen any of his clips, but he can ride a barrel.
Yeah, I was about to say that. In Waves of Consequence, he is incredible.
Yeah, he it's much like Dane, has a full bag of tricks. He can also go to the air, and then just his traditional rail surfing is pretty impressive as well. I did see recently that he's only just graduated school. So just at the start of his career, I would say.
Yeah, for sure.
And looking like the last wave of Jamie Thompson didn't go into his top 1, so he's still sitting with that 5.97. Cooper Davies is still out in front with that 7.17. Blake Levette with a 5.27, and Benny Wilson still with just that 2.5. So it definitely looks like you have to be a little bit more selective today with the waves that are going to reel off across the bank and the ones that aren't. Cooper has had impeccable wave selection in his last couple of heats, but we're only halfway. There's still plenty of time on the clock, and hopefully we can see another change up.
Is Cooper sitting there with the guys, or is he over on the right?
Cooper is sitting there with Benny and Jamie,
right.
And then I believe Blake Levette is on his
taken off
bank.
some. Oh, there he is. Speak of the devil. Nice little slash to start. A fin blast for his second, and knows he needs a big turn to finish. Dootsy.
Wow.
In the pocket. That was beautiful from Blake Levette. Looking to better a 5.27, looking to try and get a 6.
Honestly, I think that's there. His is the wave replay of the last of Blake Levette. So he comes up, great first turn, and then uses, that was his second turn actually, and uses the momentum to bash that end section. So that was 3 money turns back to back. So I honestly think that could go above Jamie Thompson's 5.97, but we will have to leave that in the hands of the judges.
Yeah, definitely committed, definitely fast, definitely through spray. I'm going to say it got it. Thinking about Jamie's 4-turn backside blast.
That one just came through at a 5.43.
Ooh.
So came in just under the requirement.
Bettered his situation.
Bettered his situation. We had one judge give him a 6, one give him a 5.3, and one give him a 5. So pretty spread out across the judges. Some liked it, some didn't. So I'd be interested to see exactly what the judges are looking for today.
Yeah, that's interesting because Jamie's seemed to me like he just linked a couple of turns where Blake had major manoeuvres. His second and third turns were proper steep sections and he blasted the fins. So interesting. That's why I'm not a judge. I'll just talk about it.
It is a hard job to be a judge.
Yeah, very, very tricky.
But yeah, we'll just sit back here and talk about it.
And have a look at this morning. The shimmer set's approaching. Looks like there's about 10 waves approaching. These guys must be super nervous, like freaking out right now, especially with priority in these sets heading away.
Much like yesterday, though, there was an inside bank and an outside bank, and it looks like all the men in the water are opting for that inside bank, which I think is a great idea. It's definitely been more consistent, and this is Cooper Davies.
Wow. Oh, I wish he got to ride out of that one because that first section was beautiful. Obliterated the first section, just didn't get to ride out. Stay with that one. He's already out in front, though. He knows he needs to better a 7.17. So as soon as he did feel that little boggle, he wasn't going to hang on, kick back out, get back out the back, get priority again, try and look for another bomb.
And that was just a taste of what Cooper Davies is capable of. If you get a chance, go back and watch his replay of his 9-point ride yesterday. Yeah. It was pretty phenomenal surfing.
Psycho.
So we're down to pretty much 9 minutes remaining. And it's kind of at that point in time where you have to decide, okay, do I start turning waves or do I keep sitting and waiting? And it looks like Blake Levette is almost going for the turning waves option, which I honestly think is paying off for him, creating momentum through the heat. Jamie Thompson still sitting to better his 5.97, and Benny Wilson still only sitting with that 2.5. So I feel like Benny will be looking to get the ball rolling. It looks like he's paddling for this one.
He's pulled the trigger.
Oh, this is
Cooper
Davies.
The morning glare. Wow. Full rope, just doesn't hang on. I think looked like he caught his outside rail coming down on that one, but did very, very well to huck it all the way around. Let's see a replay of that. These guys know they only get one score, so why not make it a 9 by hucking and hoping? Just doesn't ride out. Oh, that one's going to eat him away off it.
Yeah, Cooper, as I said yesterday, you didn't have faith in me. I said, no, his forehand's just as good as his backhand, I promise.
Yeah, very, very impressive. I was just doubting it because his backhand is elite.
Yeah, it's pretty next level.
Yeah. So if his forehand is that good, then he is a completely psycho surfer.
So to go back to your picks, your pick for the day is Jamie Thompson.
Jamie, yeah. Ooh, that's a tough one. I actually don't know. What about your pick?
Oh, I feel like looking at the draw, there is definitely some dark horses. The first name that pops out to me is Cooper Davies, only because he's been so consistent throughout the whole event, and that one wave format has really been playing into his favour.
Yep.
However, looking at the draw, I'm like Lennox Smith has really stood out to me, and so has Dane Henry. So
it's a little bit smaller today.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go with Cooper Davies.
Yep.
And if not Cooper, if I had to change, I would say Lennox Smith.
Yeah, very, very solid pick there. He's got a really high heat IQ too. Seems to be on all the best waves. Put it where it needs to be. Very, very well versed. I think it's all the coaching he does down with the IHSF. Pretty lucky to be part of that program. I know they do the surfing schools program down there, which sounds mental. They get full on surf program for kids that are at that state level. Manic Squires is part of it. Shiloh's part of it. They get to go surfing instead of having to do history or geography.
What more could you want?
Yeah, sounds mental.
I wish I had that in school.
Yeah, and they're just so lucky with all the waves they get to surf down there too. It always looks like when they do go surfing, it's pumping. Yeah, epic way to do school.
Well, no matter who wins today, all these men are battling out for that first place prize of $2,000. Second place will get $1,500, which will sit nicely in the bank account. Third with $1,000, and fourth place with $500. So if that's not incentive to get into the final, I don't know what is.
That is crazy. So it's really, to get to the final, it's only 2 more heats.
Yeah, you have to have really 2 more good waves.
Yeah. Wow. 2 more good waves for $500.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd take that.
Or 2,000.
Or 2,000, yeah, at least 500.
I'll take the 2,000. You can keep that 500.
I really need to start shooting for the stars.
Yeah. Oh, we're coming down to the 5-minute mark. So it looks like the boys are opting for a little bit more of that sit and wait option. They are all sitting on that same bank. So looking like that left-hand bank has been the predominant bank for the day.
Yeah, we're on more of an open beach today. So yesterday, in a north corner wedge, you get all the energy reverberating from the rock wall, so you can take off on medium-sized ones. Today it's an open beach. There's long lines making their way in. You need to be on the sets. Otherwise, you're not going to get the power in the wave.
Yep, and the judges are paying critical manoeuvres in the hardest part of the wave, and the sets, provide the hardest parts of the waves, those steepest sections. So that is probably what Cooper Davies did for his 717. And Jamie, Blake and Benny will be looking to do the same in the last 4 minutes of this heat. So this heat has absolutely flown by. And after the men
Yeah, where
today,
did that 20 minutes go?
Yeah, I was like, wow. After the men today, we will be going straight into the women's side of the draw. So we have names like Carly Shanahan, Kyla Whitfield, Ray Campbell, Lehani, Zaric, Rosie Smart.
Speaking of Lehani, so yesterday I was saying on the webcast she's 12.
She's 9.
She's 9 years old.
Yeah. Have you ever seen her?
I've never ever seen anyone under the age of 10 surf like that.
So I've known her since she was about 7.
Yeah.
And at 7 she was surfing that good too.
Wow.
I was like, who surfs that good at 7?
Yeah.
I was not surfing at 7.
9 years old. That is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, and she, you know what? She's got an air game. She charges. She's got a really strong rail game. She comes from Broken Head up in the far north coast, and her family is absolutely beautiful. They are the most supportive parents. She has a younger brother, Atlas, who he's 6 and he surfs so good.
That is a sick name
Atlas.
for a surfer.
Yeah.
Atlas, yeah. Atlas Zaric.
Atlas Zaric.
Wow.
And he has a mohawk to go with it.
Oh, that is epic.
Yeah, they're a really lovely family and
Yeah.
2 very talented
She
kids.
could be really dangerous today because it is a little bit smaller.
Yeah.
She won't need sets to get scores. And it is a bit slower. Yesterday was really punchy and powerful and tricky, like quite confronting sections. Here's playful. She'll be able to skip and glide across sections that other people, fully grown women, won't be able to.
And you know what? She does surf the Lennox beach breaks a fair amount, and Lennox is similar to the conditions today where it has that outside bank and that inside bank. So it's almost playing into her favour as well,
Yeah.
because it's similar to the conditions
Or
that
like a
she
day at
surfs.
home.
Yeah.
Oh,
Wow. Blake.
how good is he?
Le veteran.
Le veteran behaving like Le newbie.
Yeah, seriously.
throwing caution to the wind. That
Yes.
is crazy.
He's
Look at this fin ditch. Whack! You can see he just hucked. There was no real control there. It was just huck and hope. He has done it a million times though. Knows where he needs to be to finish. Rides out with speed. That was a committed manoeuvre. So this will be interesting to see what the judges do
Yeah,
with this.
will they pay that one turn?
Big section.
Big section, great critical manoeuvre.
Heaps of extension.
But is it a 6?
I don't know. That is really, really tough. We want to see that. I think the judges will probably go close because they'll reward one big manoeuvre. We want to see it all day. I don't want to sit here and watch people half turn.
No, me either.
So I'm hoping they pay it. It should be ballpark in the score he needs.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see because we both thought that his last wave was going to come through at the score. So that last wave of Blake came through at a 4.83. So he didn't go into the top 2 or top 1.
He's probably just got that information now. Knows he needs a bigger score. Uh-oh. Heaps of speed down the line here and a backflip. He just did a backflip. I wonder what they're going to give that. Was that completed? Incomplete. Yeah.
And he looks like he's calling that one a day. So only with 30 seconds remaining, it is still Cooper Davies out in front, Jamie Thompson in second, Blake Levette calling it a day, and he'll be coming in at third with 26 seconds remaining. We'll see if Benny Wilson can get a score.
And here we're going to get to watch this exit manoeuvre again. Plenty of board speed down the line. Loads up. And never been done before. A backflip. Exit manoeuvre. Very, very impressive stuff. I'm glad he didn't land on his board. I always get, when I see people do that off the back of a wave, I get so anxious about them landing anywhere near their board. He's wrapping it up though. A couple of good performances. He's got to be happy with how he surfed.
Yeah, he was absolutely ripping the whole event, and we saw Cooper Davies and Jamie Thompson go 1 and 2 in that one.
Benny Wilson just had one of those heats.
Yeah.
Poor guy.
I know.
Couldn't luck into one.
He was in really good rhythm in the free surf this morning. But unfortunately, couldn't luck into one in that heat. So we will be rolling into the second heat, but we have a short ad break for you guys first.
This is the motivation.
Coopers Surf Australia since 1969. Visit coopersboardstore.com.au.
I've seen it. Might not believe me, but I have. and I know it's still out there. New Amarok V6 Off-Road.
And we're back. Round 3, Heat 2 of the Bonsall Coffs Harbour Open, presented by Gage Roads Brewing. And we have a doozy of a heat on our hands here. In the red, Cameron McDougall. In the white, Dane Henry. And in the yellow, Dom Thomas. Now, Dom Thomas was putting up solid numbers all day yesterday. Nothing out of control, but seemed to be on every good wave that came through. I'll get back to that in a second because, Jesse, one of your favourite manoeuvres ever. Little disco float, rock and roll. Oh, wow. Straight into it too. Dane Henry, couple of backside tags and a finish to finish. He's got too much control.
That was really impressive surfing from both of our surfers in the red and white. So that was Cameron McDougall and Dane Henry, as we're going to see a replay of those last 2 waves. So this is Dane Henry. Oh, wow, so he's already had 2 waves. Wow.
He pretty much puts up surfing parts in his heat.
Yeah.
No one surfs like that in heats
he
ever.
He could have a clip from these last 2 days of his surfing.
Filth. Love watching him. Throws caution to the wind. Does it effortlessly with style. I can't help but think Mitty James had a huge part in crafting his stees, because there is definitely some similarities in their forehand, especially the way they coil, like the loading up down the line sort of thing. Looks beautiful.
Yeah, and he kind of free fell out of the sky straight into the flats and made it look so easy and effortless, and that's the bit that annoys me.
So he he actually did cheat a little bit with the slob. I don't know if you know.
I don't know.
Okay, so if you try on airs ever, all right, you get a jet ski and get the opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
This is for you at home as well, kids. Slob grab is your left hand, if you're a natural footer, left hand over your front foot. And what it does is, because you have to bend down to grab the board, it brings the board up to your chest.
Oh.
So then your chest is over your front knee.
And it makes it an easier
to land. So you're
right.
If you slob grab, you're completely over your board.
So if you want to learn how to do airs, slob grab is the one to go for.
Yeah, because not only does it like keep over your board, but it also gets the height for you as well, because you have to bring your board up to your leg.
Okay.
So if you are racing down the line of one of your North Coast setups in the near future,
I will be.
Slob.
I'm gonna go home and try these.
Yeah. And another little cheat: move your foot up.
Move your front foot up.
Yeah.
And you don't really bottom turn that much into airs.
Nah.
It's more of a throw.
Mid face, bottom turn, move your foot up, slob grab, right out. Easy as.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, that's what Dane just did, so it looked pretty easy.
That's my task for this week. And we are on screen there. My name is Jessie, and this is Luke sitting next to me. So we will be chatting your ears off today about the competition out in the water. So it's already been a great heat. We saw Cooper Davies and Jamie Thompson take out the first heat of the morning. So they have progressed into round 4. And now in Heat 2, we have seen some pretty great performances from Cameron McDougall and Dane Henry so far. Dom Thomas still waiting to get his first wave. No, I lied. He's got a 5.33 in there. So Dane Henry locking in a 6.6 for either the forehand air or the backhand surfing.
Yeah, backside slashes. I reckon it was the backside slashes.
Yeah.
The forehand air wasn't monstrous. It was a little credit cardy. He didn't look too stoked with it either. But yeah, the 2 backside hangers were pretty impressive. And here he goes. He's got so much flow and speed and spice. Again, flying down the line.
Wow.
Hucking.
No.
Ooh. Are you calling that complete?
No.
No?
No, I'm not.
Not giving it?
I don't think so. We'll have to see the replay. Dom Thomas went left. He got a great first turn in, but couldn't get up for that second one. So this is Dane. So opening carve into... No, I'm not giving it.
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't give it either.
He needed just like 1 more second.
Yeah.
2 more seconds.
I'll put it in his clip that we're making
Yeah.
after this.
It'll be in his clip for sure.
But we're not calling it complete for the heat's sake. You do need to ride out in control. That's a big part of the criteria. He's already got a 6.6, so we're
Yeah.
going to see him, just like yesterday, in every single heat. Started with a solid 6+, and then goes nuts for the rest of the heat. So we're going to get the next 16 minutes of these guys fired up, attacking sections, and I'm pretty excited for it. Here we have Cameron McDougall now. Beautiful looking left, and slashes a first turn. Bit of board speed down the line. Huge rotor. That one just coming unstuck, and I do think the lefts are going to be easier to do punts on for the rest of the day. They are going to have the wind into them, keep the board to your feet, but we have the morning offshore, and it's proving pretty tricky for the lefts at the moment.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that one. Yeah, he just kind of comes away from his board on that, but nonetheless, that is what we want to see today. We want to see our competitors going for it in every heat, and this is the heat we talked about, the junior heat that we saw coming up in the draw, and actually probably one of the heats I was most excited for. Dane has really stood out to me the last few days, and then Dom Thomas put on a pretty impressive performance yesterday afternoon up against I believe it was Jack Swan and Ross Cadden.
Yeah.
And Cameron McDougall, he actually posted a huge air yesterday.
Oh, yeah, he did the big front side.
Yeah, that was him.
Yep. Was it a
So-
double grab?
No, it was a single grab, but he lifted his back foot off the board.
Oh, cool. And here's Dom Thomas now. You can see these Groms, they are just moving so quick. Must be nice to be able to move that fast across a wave.
Yeah,
Especially when it's this little.
They have a definitely have an advantage today, being the lighter men of the draw, as with their age. They are, I believe, all under the age of 18. Dane Henry from the Far North Coast region.
Is Dom Tomo from Newcastle?
I believe he is.
And he's crazy in big waves too. I've seen
Yeah.
some stuff of him. I think they've got a bit of a secret wave down there that he gets funneled on.
I think they have a few secret waves
Yeah.
down there.
Yep. I think he almost owns the joint by the looks of it, because I haven't seen many waves surf to that caliber, the way he surfs it, and he's only a really young dude. So
And Cameron McDougall, do you know where he's from?
no,
Yeah, me either. But
I've seen his name around.
Yeah, I have seen his name around a lot. I've seen them pop up a bit recently in the QS 1000s. So I'm sure we'll see his name a bit more, hopefully in the next regional series.
Especially if he's throwing caution to the wind.
Yeah,
like
he
that.
is surfing extremely well. So we're pretty much already halfway through this heat. And Dane Henry doing what he does best. He's already locked in a 6.6 for what we think was the left. Dom Thomas with the 5.33. So we didn't get to see that wave, but I'm sure he probably just got a couple backside belts in.
Yeah.
And
Just have a look at this footage on the screen now. It is mesmerising. What a morning in the mid-north coast.
Yeah, and these guys are just having fun out there this morning. I think that is probably what they're doing. Maybe having a bit of banter out there, but they're all just going wave for wave.
And you can see Dom, he obviously had priority there because the other guys didn't even look at it once he started paddling heaps of board speed down the line, and you know he's hucking, you know he's stomping, and he's just not riding out. Very, very in control there from Dom Tomo. You can see right at the end of that punt, he did actually stomp down. Normally, that would help your landing. I think it actually hindered him here because he stomped into the trough of the wave. Let's watch it one more time. You can see just swiveling back to the power source, trying to keep his speed up. Flies down the line and boosts, stomps, and the stomp chucked him down into the trough, which was pretty tumultuous, and unfortunately bumped him off.
Yeah, it's actually really great to see all three competitors out there just throwing everything they have at it. You know, they're just going for it.
Yeah.
And no matter if they fall or not, like Dom's pretty much already back out there.
Yeah.
So I'm sure we'll see a few more airs from him in the remaining of this heat. And then in the next heat coming up, we talked about him previously. We have Lennox Smith in the red. He was a standout yesterday. Such a classy and crisp surfer. Coming up against Ross Cadden, who has that drivey, back-footed, pivoty backhand. And when he connects with the lip, it's really, really beautiful to watch.
Timing's impeccable.
Yep. And then we have in
He's
the
pretty
yellow-
light on his feet too.
Yeah.
Ross. He's like a bigger guy, but
He
really
is.
light on his feet.
He, I believe, is from the Boomerang region.
Ah.
So he gets his fair share of good waves up there. And this is Dom Thomas again. So this is what I was just talking about. We're going to see him go to the air again because these guys are moving so quickly, catching so many waves. This is exactly the type of heat we want to watch.
Yeah.
And the last person in round 3, heat 3, is Josh Stretton. So Josh is from Newcastle, a really strong rail surfer.
Yeah.
And he actually has a pretty big bag of tricks up his sleeve. So that'll be another great heat to watch.
So he's almost one of the most improved surfers over the last 2 years I've seen on the QS series.
Yeah.
Because I remember this comp, so the Australian Open of Surfing 2 years ago, or was it only on last year? Maybe
No,
even this
2
time.
years
2
ago.
years ago, yeah. At Port Macquarie, he had pretty much one turn. He had a frontside finner and a backside finner. They were psycho, like really, really good one turn, but couldn't really draw a nice line between them or keep his speed or his flow. He's obviously gone away, worked on his style, worked on the flow, and he has the craziest reach in his bottom turn now. He is a big guy.
Yeah, he is.
So he's got
He's
all
a
of
solid bloke
yeah,
too.
all of this extension that he is capable of, but he also stays super low and super coiled through those flat spots so that he can explode when he needs to. He has really done a fantastic job of improving.
And you know what? He hasn't been scared to experiment with his equipment. He's moved around on a few board companies and he got on some sharp eyes for a while and that really helped his surfing, but only took it so far. So he's recently signed with Chile. And it's been really good to see him on some spicy looking boards under his feet, to be honest.
Aptly named Chili.
Chili,
Yeah,
spicy.
with the spice.
I
Yeah,
didn't
that
even
was very
think
good.
of that.
Brilliant. Absolutely
Thanks.
brilliant.
Wow. Go me.
Yeah.
So that's another great heat coming up.
Yep.
So
This one's been a doozy so far
Yeah.
too. Dane Henry just solid as ever, locking in a 6-6 for 2 backside hangers and throwing caution to the wind from then. Cameron McDougall, we've seen him go to the air a couple of times to no avail, and Dom Thomas with a 5.33. Struggling to remember what he did get that 5.33 for.
we didn't see it.
Oh, okay.
However, I am curious because we did think that Dane's 6.6 was for that 2-turn or 3-turn left he got. But we saw Cameron McDougall open up on one of the lefts and get about 3 turns in and only locked in a 4.17. So I'm wondering if that 6.6 came through for his air.
Was a slob.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a cheat. Yeah. I told you the trick.
Yeah, yeah. They could have liked it though.
Yeah. True. Maybe the judges don't know.
Yeah. I'm sure they're well
Yeah.
equipped across every manoeuvre.
Definitely. I actually saw one of the judges out surfing Macaulay's yesterday afternoon, tearing it apart. One of
Kai?
the old boys. No, not Kai.
Oh,
One of the old boys, just super, super unassuming. And I'll get back to that in a second. Dom Thomas flying down the line. Nice wrap to snap combo and then another little
slob.
slob. Yeah. I don't know if it was a slob. That might have been Indy. We'll have to see the replay there. And was that
That was
Dane afterwards?
Dane. Yep,
Yeah,
just coming
couple
on
backside
stock.
blasts.
Yep. Here we go is the wave replay of Dom Thomas. So he opened up with just a carving maneuver back to the pocket and just so he could get into this power source.
Yeah, so that was the Indy.
So what does Indy mean?
Indy is back arm in between the legs. It's like just your normal
So a
grab.
slob is in front of your front foot and an Indy is in the middle of your legs.
Yeah, slob's front arm, front foot.
Front arm, front foot.
Yep. Indy's back arm in between your legs.
What
Yeah.
about back arm at the back?
Tail grab.
Tail grab.
Yeah, and they're very, very hard to do. Like, I don't think Matt Miola is the only one who's really done a successful tail grab rotor from memory because they look insanely hard to do. And Kaloe can do them as well on his backhand. But that's I think they're the only two I've ever seen. And they also have the stale fish, which is back arm on the back side of your rail.
Really?
Yeah, on your heels.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm learning so much today.
Yeah. That's $50.
Oh, yeah, another 50.
Again, yeah.
Got it. And here we have Dane Henry up and riding again. So,
Oh,
wow.
That was psycho.
Wow.
He is an absolutely incredible. So that's the only way to put it. He has every single trick in the book, style for days, and he's pretty much put up a Lost Atlas clip right now. He's the lead surfer in my favourite surf films from all the 2000s.
He has pretty much put on a show this entire heat. That was really impressive surfing. Is that better than the slob?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, all day. That was a really committed manoeuvre. Up and over the section, he got a little bit more air on that one and hucked to the flats. You can see his landing was pretty
Yeah, it was
committed.
in a really steep section.
Yeah. So no transition where he landed, just flat on the deck, pretty much like landing on concrete. But obviously he's well versed in landing there.
So it looks like Dom and Dane opting for these inside right-handers. We're going to see Dom. Wow.
Whoa, that one was easily the best air of the whole heat, but he didn't ride out. Huge punt, super inverted, lofty as they come. Just couldn't stick. You could see the backwash might have affected the landing zone there. Clearing for takeoff. Check, am I right to go? Yep. Blast.
Wow.
And yeah, the backwash put a wobble through it. Obviously, the explosion as well made it pretty hard for him to land, but he definitely has some spice and flair, Dom Tomo.
Yeah, these young Dane and Dom both opting for those right-handers to try and take to the sky. Cameron McDougall being a little bit more selective, potentially still sitting on that left bank. He is a goofy footer. So if he is looking to go for the air, he does have a great front side air on him. So maybe he's escaping away from the pack. And as we see, it looked like someone had just come unstuck on the inside there. Maybe.
Might have been Cameron.
Yeah. Cameron, or I think Cameron's out the back, so I think that might have been Dane.
Yep.
So these.
I dare say he probably went to the air.
Yeah, these young.
Are we going to play the
Roms,
guessing game again? What do you reckon he did?
I think maybe he went left
Oh, yep.
and maybe did a backside air.
There you go. And he's come unstuck.
What do you think?
I like your pick. I'm thinking maybe a two-banger, like a real quick little snap under the lip for speed, and then he tried to ditch the fins over the second section.
Well, it doesn't really matter what he did on that last wave because his wave before with that critical frontside air came through at a 7.5.
Yeah, easily the best wave of the heat.
For one manoeuvre. So that is just showing that the judges are looking for critical progressive surfing, and Dane is ticking all the boxes this morning.
Yeah, the full rotation, stomping in the flats, that is World Tour pedigree. That's something you would expect Felipe to do, our world champion.
Yeah.
Similar size, similar speed down the line, similar rotation, landed with speed. If there was another section, he probably could have bashed it.
You know
He
what?
landed so easily.
With all of these guys being still young and at the start of their career, the fact that they all surf this good and are so committed to launching and like doing that progressive surfing in a heat, I think is really dangerous for all the other competitors.
Yeah.
They're only just at the start of their career and they have that much confidence in themselves. They're like, yeah, you know what? I'm just going to absolutely go for it. So I think in the next few years, we'll probably see their names a lot more in the higher rounds, the quarterfinals, semi-finals, finals.
Definitely.
So, yeah, it's great to see. And looks like these two are having a bit of a chin wag. Or maybe a creased board.
That Dom Tomo, maybe that blast in the backwash. You know, he tried to land in the
Yeah.
backwash before. Maybe that buckled his board a little bit. These guys probably riding super light equipment, team light, really thin glassing, so they can get that spice and loft in the lip. However, it does jeopardise some of the strength in the board at the same time.
So we are down to 2.5 minutes. Only one wave counts in this event. So Cameron McDougall, don't count him out just yet. He needs a 5.74, which is well within his range. If he gets the right opportunity, he will be able to get that score so easily. I
Yeah.
would like to see him tap into what the other two competitors in his heat are doing more. They're kind of just going for it and swinging on anything, creating as much opportunity for themselves as they can, where Cameron's probably opted for the sit and wait strategy.
Looks like there is a bit of a set
Yeah,
coming too. They've
so-
all started moving the line up, and you can see the glistening lines rolling in. It is a magic morning here at Park Beach. Oh, you're going to get to see Cameron McDougall pull the trigger, hopefully go huge. Look at this, sort of doubling up on the inside here. Wow.
This is a sick wave for our surfer in white. This is Dane Henry. No.
What about the pop and the loft he got on that air? It looked like someone was pulling strings above him. Like, it looked like a puppet.
The suspense. I'm like, land it. Land it.
I can't watch the whip he gets out of this takeoff. I cannot believe the loft and pop he got. One little pump down the line, sent him soaring. Absolutely phenomenal, Dane Henry. I am blown away by his ability to oh, that's the only way I can put it. I am blown away by his ability.
Dane might have a little fangirl. And we are into that Mad Mex minute. So we are down to the final minute. We did just see some sets come through. Dane capitalising on that opportunity. Hopefully we get to see at least one more wave from each of our surfers just to create a bit of an exciting finish to this heat. Nonetheless, I do think Dane is sitting pretty and comfortable with only 30 seconds to go with that 7.5.
Yep, 30 seconds. Dane's solid.
Yeah.
We're going to have to see, if he's going to get knocked out, we're going to have to see two pretty crazy rotors in this last 20 seconds. There is a lump approaching. Cameron probably has priority. He's been sitting out there a while. Looks like it might eventuate for him. He's going to pull the trigger, has no other choice. Is that Cameron?
Yeah, that was Dom just going up and over. And this heat is coming to a close with only 3 seconds remaining. So really progressive and impressive surfing from the 3 juniors in that heat. That was a great heat to watch. We will be back with more action for round 3, heat 3, just after this break.
This is the motivation.
Surf Australia since 1969. Visit coopersboardstore.com.au.
I've seen it. Might not believe me, but I have. And I know it's still out there. New Amarok V6 Off-Road.
Welcome back to all the live action of the Bonsoi Coffs Harbour Open, presented by Gage Roads. The first stop of the 2022 Australian Opener Surfing Tour, presented by Volkswagen. My name is Britt Nicol. Joined in the booth with Jessie Starling.
Hey, Britt, how you going?
I'm pretty well, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, fabulous, thanks. I'm excited for this heat. We've had 2 jam-packed heats already today. So we saw Cooper Davies and Jamie Thompson take 1 and 2 in round 3, heat 1. And then we just saw the 2 young guns, Dane Henry and Dom Thomas, take out round 3, heat 2. And yeah, I'm excited for this one. Lennox Smith is actually one of my picks for the win today. So he's already locked in a 4.83.
Off to a quick start, that 4.83 for the Surfer in red. We also have Ross Cadden in the white and Josh Stretton in the yellow. So another great matchup for Open Men's round 3, heat number 3. These are 25-minute heats. Highest single wave will move surfers on through into the next round. So this is not like your typical surfing event where there's normally a 2-wave total. Mixing things up, just the one single wave. Surfers allowed to catch multiple waves. However, only one will score.
This is a good-looking inside bowl for our surfer in yellow, Joshua Stretton. Getting that one first carving manoeuvre in and not leaking up through the inside. So he opts out of that one, just getting the ball rolling. I'm sure he's looking to create rhythm out there today. And Ross Cadden not pulling the trigger just yet, but there is still plenty of time remaining. We saw some great action from all 3 of the men in the water yesterday, so I think we've got a great heat on our hands.
Yeah, we certainly do. Pristine conditions here at Park Beach in Coffs Harbour, so we've changed location. There we are on screen. My name's Britt. There's Jessie.
Hello.
Thank you for everyone tuning in. We're happy to be here and bringing you all the live action. But yeah, beautiful day here, Jess.
Yeah, stunning. Yesterday was a pretty amazing day. We did have one little rain squall come through. But today it's not the case. We have great waves and great weather out there for us. So I'm quite excited to sit in the sun in between heats. So it should be good. Waves are firing again. Coffs Harbour is one of the most consistent waves probably on the East Coast. They have so much variety of surf around here. So we're very lucky to be here today.
We are. There's so many options along this Coffs coast. There's so many little nooks and crannies. There's heaps of headlands. I just feel like you can find a pocket to surf no matter where you are up and down this coastline. Yep. And we've been blessed here. We were at Macaulay's yesterday. We're up in the northern corner and the waves were pumping, but we've changed location this morning. This is the better option. Nice clean face. The swell seems to have stuck around, which is always refreshing.
Yeah, you don't really want small waves, especially on the finals day, and especially when you have juniors in the draw like Dane, Henry and Dom Thomas. I think a couple of the more senior competitors would probably be a little bit nervous to have those 2 hot on their heels coming into round 4, which will be coming up after the women's round 2, which is next. But we still have to get through round 3, heat 3. Do you have a pick to win this heat?
Or Lennox Smith, I think.
He has been such a standout.
He is. He's such a standout. He's one of our New South Wales juniors that's come through our system with the development, and there's a few in this event actually, but it's just one of those things where Lennox, he's so consistent. He's so strong. We watched him yesterday, and if he can bring the form that he had yesterday into today, I think he's going to be hard to beat.
We were touching on it as well. Josh Stretton is probably, in Luke and my opinion, one of the most improved surfers in the last 2 years. You can tell he works really hard, and he's found flow and progressive surfing in his repertoire, and it's been really great to see. He's had a bit of an equipment change. He was on the Sharp Eyes and now jumped on Team Chile. So it's been good to see him on some good-looking boards. And this is the surfer from Boomerang, I believe, Ross Cadden. So he is a really pivoty, back-footed surfer. And when he connects, he has beautiful timing. And it's pretty much jaw-dropping if he connects on his backhand. It's like, wow.
It is going to be an exciting matchup between these 3 surfers. Josh Stretton, he's originally from that Anna Bay, kind of Port Stephens area. He's now residing up towards the Gold Coast. But he's a really good stand-up paddleboarder as well. I'm not sure if you're aware of that, Jessie.
No, I didn't know this.
All-round athlete.
Wow. I mean, that's what you have to be these days. He is actually traveling with his beautiful girlfriend, Jess, and she's down here being his number 1 support, and I'm sure his family is watching back at home. And speak of the devil, he is looking at this wave. He clearly had priority over Lennox on that one, and he's opting for the left-handers today. Nothing substantial to... And there we go. There is a backhand floater into a backhand carve. He'll be looking to finish this one off, and he'll be getting back out there for another wave. So only the one wave still locked in for Lennox Smith. We are waiting for scores to drop from Ross and Josh, but let's see the wave replay of this one, Britt.
Kind of a flat wave to begin with, but he's racing down the line. You can see this section that he hoping that it was going to stand up. Kind of just tapped that one there and sets him up for this one here. Not sure it's going to be better than the 4.83 of Lennox, but it will get Josh on the board and just get those feet in the wax, find that momentum. Still 17 minutes remaining. So there it is, a 3.9 for the surfer in yellow. He is in second place. Ross Cadden in the white, he's also locked in a 3.4. The only small scores locked in so far. And we did previously touch on the fact that it is the highest single wave that will move surfers through. No two-wave total, just the one. So here we go. Current heat leader up and riding. Just a quick up and out from Lennox Smith.
Yeah, it's looking like the waves are getting... and making you be a little bit more selective. Those lefts, some of them shouldering out, like we saw the last one of Lennox and one of Josh not too long ago. Only the one turn for Lennox. So I feel like you want to look for those ones that maybe the bigger sets for the day, they roll through and they hit that bank a little bit better. Yes, they are steeper and you do have to be a little bit quicker, but that is what the judges are looking for. Committed surfing in the most critical part of the wave. And you only need one score. So it really means you can give it your all on any waves that you get. But seeing as it is a beach break today, I feel like you have to be on the sets.
I 100% agree with you on that, Jesse. It's one of those things, it can be a bit tricky with the one-wave format. I was talking about it yesterday with the pressure kind of being eliminated, that you don't have to look for the second wave, you don't have to look up for your backup. But then there's that pressure of like, okay, I've just got to lock in one good wave, but if someone gets a, say, a high 8.5, I'm going to have to do better than that, and I've only got one wave to do it. So is that pressure that comes into it as well? Yeah,
it's not a two-wave total, and there was scenarios yesterday where if it was a two-wave total, the situation would have been so much different. You know, if two waves were taken into play, we would have seen different people in the draw today. So this is all the surfers who gave it their all and capitalised on that one wave total. And it's funny, when I went back and looked at the scores, it's almost a little bit of a wig out to look and see only one wave scores. I'm like, oh, that's a low total. Like 2 5s, and I'm like, oh, never mind, that's one score. As we see, this is our surfer in yellow, Josh, hucking the fins and riding out of that one. So that was a pretty great wave from our surfer in yellow. He'll be feeling pretty good about that one, creating a little bit of momentum for him.
He made it look so easy. We have the Volkswagen Wave replay, really setting himself up for this section. Great rotation, great compression, and just straight up and out of there. I feel like he could probably do those in his sleep, Jesse.
Yeah, you know what? He has a really great finishing turn. He's got a backside fin blast and a frontside fin blast, one like that, and then one on a more media section that he has down pat. And like I touched on before, that's what he had about 2 years ago, and now I feel like he's built on that in between, which has really made him into a more free-flowing and consistent surfer. So hopefully we can see him showcase some of that today. Right now we are down to about just under 14 minutes remaining. Still Lennox Smith sitting out in front of that 483. So no one really running away with this heat so far. And this is the surfer in white, Ross, only getting that one wave score. So I feel like conditions getting a little bit trickier. Still look fun, but definitely having to be a little bit more selective. And this is the wave replay from white. So yeah, just that one turn. I don't think that'll go into his score line, but we'll have to wait and see.
I'm interested as to where the judges will go with Josh's one turn there, or one move.
Well, there we go, 5.33 for that last wave of Josh. So they really liked that one, that progressive surfing. However, they also are paying really critical traditional surfing. We saw Cooper Davies yesterday lock in that 9-point ride for just really technically perfect backhand surfing. And he was patient with the waves, as we see Lennox Smith taking to the air and so cleanly riding out of that one. So we'll have to see if the judges prefer that over Josh's. What would you say?
And well, we have the Volkswagen Wave replay. Let's break it down that little bit further. Racing down the line, he can spot the section. I feel like, personally, I liked Josh's better. It was just a bit cleaner.
It was pretty impressive though.
But Lennox's was kind of more, seemed like it was in more of a critical section.
Yeah, he's obviously been watching Dane and Dom and seen that it paid off for them. Dane locking in a 7.5 for just one aerial manoeuvre. Probably a bit more critical than that last one of Lennox, but I feel like he's taking a leaf out of their book and he's probably just going to take to the sky for the rest of this heat. But I agree, I do think I preferred Josh's that little bit more, but we'll have to wait and see. It is the judge's decision at the end of the day, and that is a hard job to do. I just like to talk about it.
And here we go. Ross Cadden scratching into this one, flying down the line. What's he got for us? Well, I feel like they've all been watching each other, thinking, if you're going to do it, I'm going to try go but one better. We'll wait for those scores to be locked in for both white and red. White obviously not riding out of that one, so probably no wave of subsequence there, but we'll wait for surfer in red, Lennox Smith. See where the judges go with that one. We were just talking about it. Personally, I feel like Josh's was maybe that little bit cleaner and potentially a little bit more inverted, whereas Lennox seemed to project forward and out a bit further. But we'll wait and see.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that one goes into his top one wave. He's looking at another one here, so he is staying busy and opting out of that one. I stand corrected. But we are almost down to that 10-minute mark. So this is where the surfers in the lineup will have to decide, okay, do I sit and wait to better my score or do I keep turning? And I think on days like today, creating opportunity is the best thing you can do for yourself.
Create your own opportunities. If you're not on the good waves, you cannot expect to get those good scores.
Yes.
You can be the best surfer in the world, but if you're not positioning yourself well in the lineup, you're really just leaving the door wide open for other competitors.
And can we take a moment to appreciate that beautiful ocean scenery we have going there? It is such a gorgeous day down here at Park Beach, and I feel pretty lucky to be here. I'm really excited to go and get in the sun and watch some surfing front on.
It is a stunning day out there. The rain has cleared. There's not much wind, as you can notice on the wave on the ocean right now. Really clean, glassy, pristine conditions. Sun is shining. It's warm. We couldn't ask for much more right now for an event. And there it is, a 6.5. So judges liked the critical section and the effort there from Lennox Smith. So surfer in red moving into first place. Josh Stretton in the yellow now in second, the 5.33. Ross Cadden in the white, a 3.4. So there you go. Judges deeming Lennox just that little bit higher than Josh's.
Yeah, they preferred it. I feel like going back on that, maybe it was in that little bit more of a critical section. Both very beautiful turns. And but at the end of the day, the judges know what they like and know what they want to see, so they are deeming Lennox Smith's just that little bit better than Josh's. So now that leaves Ross Cadden looking for a 5.34 to be able to get through this heat.
With just under 9 minutes on the clock, I'm sure there will be another opportunity roll on through for the surfer in white to try and better that 5.33 of Josh Stretton's and move on through to the next round. This is, of course, the Open Men's Round 3, Heat number 3. Coming up next, we have the Open Women's Division. This is the first stop of the 2022 Australian Opener Surfing Tour, presented by Volkswagen. We are in the beautiful Coffs Harbour region, and we are happy to bring you all the live action on screen. Here we go. Lennox Smith up and riding on his backhand. Great first turn. Looking for the second. A lot more aggressive through that second and third turn there, Jessie.
Yeah, that was really beautiful surfing from our surfer in red, Lennox Smith. He is fired up out there today, and I really liked that wave. I'm not sure where the judges will go with it, but I love traditional backhand surfing, and here is where he starts to get the ball rolling. He gets really aggressive with that one, and then again, and then finds a fourth turn in there. So we haven't seen a 4-turn left since Jamie Thompson this morning, and he only locked in a high 5 for a similar wave to that. So I'm not too sure whether that will better his 6.5. I personally liked it. However, I probably wouldn't give it a 6.5. Close. Same ballpark.
Could be borderline. Time will tell. Just over 7 minutes on the clock. And back to how this event works. Traditionally, a surfer's heat total is made up of 2 waves. But this year, the Australian Open of Surfing sees just 1 wave making up a surfer's final heat placing. This scoring format has been introduced to encourage progressiveness and radical surfing from all competitors, and well, we've been witnessing that here this morning and yesterday, so it's certainly showing with that format. And this tour includes 2 two-day qualifying events and a single-day grand final. Each tour stop showcases the incredible talent of Australian athletes on the quest to stay competitive in their off-season. This is, of course, the first qualifying event, followed by the Sunshine Coast from the 1st and 2nd of October, and then the big grand final to be held at Bondi Beach on the 15th of October. The prize pool for the entire tour is $50,000, Jessie.
Yeah, we are very lucky to be able to have a run of events like this that Surfing Australia and the team have put on for us competitors. Keeps the momentum going into that 2023 season, and to have the opportunity to win such big prize money is really epic, and it'll definitely help out for the 2023 regional series.
It will. And what would it mean to you, Jess, going from this event? Obviously you've already been eliminated, but moving on through to the Sunshine Coast next week and then potentially qualifying for that grand final in Bondi? What would it mean to you to be able to take a win there, the $10,000?
Yeah, you know what, it would mean the world, and I think it takes a lot of pressure off coming into next year, because surfing, as much as we love it, it can be a very expensive sport. And I know pretty much all the athletes in it work 2 jobs. I know I work 2 jobs to try and fund myself for the regional series, but we'll get back to that in a second. Here is our surfer in white, Ross Cadden, just with a check turn, and then he goes back to the power source to really belt into that final section. So Ross Cadden showing us what he's made of. He didn't need a big score. He only needed a 5.34. So it's whether or not the judges will pay that money turn at the end. Josh Stretton coming unstuck on his wave, but he'll be looking to better that score to make that situation just that little bit harder for Ross Cadden.
So just under 5 minutes remaining. It is Lennox Smith in the red with a 6.5. Josh Stretton in the yellow in second with a 5.33. And there it is, Ross Cadden in the white, a 5.17. So just falls short of the requirement. He's looking for a 5.34 to move up into second place and progress through to the next round. If you were him, Jessie, how would you reset paddling back out?
I would take a deep breath and take a moment and be like, you know what, I need 1 wave in 4 minutes, which is so doable, especially for a surfer at his caliber. He knows that he needs to go big, and he did that on his last wave. I feel like if he had have got 1 extra even critical turn, he probably would have got that score. He was only looking for a 5.34, so came in just short. So if I was Ross, I wouldn't be changing too much, and I'd be backing myself and having the confidence in myself that I can get that score. I think it's all headspace.
It certainly is. A bit of mindset, strategy coming into play. I feel as though that is a massive factor in competitive surfing. It's one thing to go out and catch waves, but just being able to strategize and put yourself up against those competitors and really just separate yourself. I feel like Ross Cadden is paddle back out. He's on screen there. He's choosing to sit away from his competitors, knowing that they would have first and second priority.
Yeah, that's a really smart play from Ross. You don't want to be with the pack and then they pretty much take advantage of you. He has last pick of waves, and now he would have second with Lennox Smith up and riding on this inside right rip bowl. So waves looking super fun down here at Park Beach today. I'm going to go out and say that is not going to improve Lennox's scoreline, but he's just trying to stay busy and hopefully get above a 6.5 as we have the wave replay of the last of Lennox. Just keeping surfer in the yellow Josh off that wave. Maybe a bit of a tactical play.
I was interested when Lennox took off on this wave, knowing that it kind of just faded out into nothing. I was interested to see that takeoff zone just to see whether one of the competitors was interested in it. And, because we kind of looked at it and realised that Lennox wasn't going to improve on his situation. I feel like he would have known that as well.
Yeah, it was definitely more of a tactical play from him. And we saw Josh just finishing off a wave then. Here is the replay of the last of Josh. So we'll see if he can get any damage done on this wave. So he races through that first section, throws to the sky, and then rides out of the whitewash. So that was a pretty impressive wave. And I'm going to say on par with Lennox's. That he got the 6.5 for recently. So another critical maneuver in a really nasty part of the wave, and he lands in the flats and rides out clean. He almost disappears behind the foam and then rides out. So very interesting times. Only one minute remaining, just over almost a minute and a half. So we'll have to see if Ross, he'd be sitting with first priority now, so we'll have to see if Ross can get one last opportunity.
Personally, I feel like Josh's was the best one we've seen yet.
Yeah, I agree. It was a bit more aggressive and it just had more oomph to it. And there we go. It comes through to 6.93, so almost a 7-point ride for our surfer in yellow. So Josh would be feeling pretty good about himself right now. This means that our surfer in white, Ross Cadden, is looking for a 6.51, and Lennox, here he goes, trying to make the situation a little bit harder for Ross, but that wave not offering him anything. So with only a minute remaining and Ross out the back by himself, he definitely has an opportunity to still make this heat. But, we are into that Mad Max minute, so time is ticking away. This heat has absolutely flown by. Here he goes. And just coming unstuck on that one. So only 40 seconds remaining. He will have to kick pretty hard to get out the back again for one last opportunity. And down to that final 30 seconds. Josh locking in the highest wave score. That's 6.93. So you dare say he's pretty sweet to move through this heat with Ross still stuck on the inside. And 18 seconds remaining. I'm not sure whether we'll see him get another opportunity, but don't count him out just yet. He knows what he has to do. And here's Josh looking at another opportunity with 5 seconds on the clock. A little left rip bowl, but it's not going to give him too much. And that heat has run away from us. So Joshua Stratton taking that one out in front of our surfer in red, Lennox Smith. Bowing out, unfortunately, is Ross Cadden, but nonetheless, we'll see him again in the jerseys soon. We'll be back with you guys right after this break.
I've seen it. Might not believe me, but I have. And I know it's still out there. New Amarok V6 Off-Road.
Coopers Surf Australia, taking you from the street to the surf for over 50 years. Carrying Australia's largest range from all your favourite surf, skate and fashion brands. With over 1,000 boards in stock and shipping Australia-wide daily. Visit us online or drop into one of our stores. coopersurf.com.au.
Welcome back to the live action of the Bonsoi Coffs Harbour Open presented by Gage Roads. The first stop of the 2022 Australian Open Surfing Tour presented by Volkswagen. We are now into the Open Women's Round 2, Heat number 1. In the water, we have Carly Shanahan in the red, Ray Campbell in the white, Sasha Baker in the yellow. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Luke Bonsfield. How you going, Luke?
Good, thanks, Britt. I just got to go check out what's going on up there. Fun looking banks. There's like this, you can't really see it here, but the left has a right off it as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah, breaks pretty far out, so there is the opportunity to get a couple like sections out the back and a double up section. There's also a right to the south that you can't see on screen and a right to the north. So plenty of options for these competitors. You can see it's just a stunning morning here, mid-north coast.
It is beautiful. The waves are pumping. The sun is shining. We are in the shelter, in the shade, in the truck.
Yeah.
It's nice to get outside once we step out and get some fresh air.
It's beautiful.
But yeah, we couldn't ask for much more here at Coffs Harbour. We are at Park Beach. We've changed locations. We were at Macaulay's yesterday up the northern end of the little headland nook there. And yeah, decided to change locations this morning. We've still got a fair bit of swell hanging around, so waves are consistent.
Yep.
Plenty of opportunity out there for these competitors.
Yeah, a little bit of a different game plan today because yesterday you could go any wave really. We had the warble off the rocks, so it was giving those waves heaps of power and push in a north corner wedge. Today it's a little bit more of an open beach, so you can see the lines stacking up from way out, just on cue pretty much. Lines to the horizon. Then you need the sets today.
You certainly do. A little bit different from yesterday.
Yeah.
There's just kind of that middle bank, little shorey on the inside, and it was a predominant left, whereas today with the beachy, plenty of options. How do you readjust? Do you think?
I think you just go from, like, it is only that one wave format, but you just go from thinking you can take off on anything to sitting and waiting for the bombs. Post up out the back, drop anchor. That you can see him from so far out with the shimmer on the water as well. It's really, really obvious which waves are going to be good. Seems to be the second or third one in the set. Sets are pretty consistent. We'll probably see 5 or 6 sets throughout this 25-minute heat. So plenty of opportunity for the girls. But yeah, I would just drop anchor, wait for a bomb, belt it.
Build that foundation, build that house. So Sasha Baker, well, she started with a 5.17. She's off to an early lead. Carly Shanahan in the red, a 4.83. And Ray Campbell up and riding, opening her campaign here this morning. Bust the fins and just unable to ride out of that one. Just going a little too hard for that section. But with just over 20 minutes on the clock, still plenty of time remaining, she'll make her way back out there and look for one of those good ones.
Yeah, you can see like plenty of punch in the swell still. It pretty much funnels straight in from the northeast down this south end of Park Beach. So waves having heaps of push for how little they are. We're going to be greeted with nice winds for the majority of the morning too. Very, very contestable. We've already seen some crazy surfing go down. I wasn't in the booth. I was on the beach to see Lennox Smith huck that row to the flats. What did he end up scoring for that?
He got a 6.5, and then Josh Stretton went out there and did very similar, but a little bit better. Got a 6.93.
Oh, wow.
So he answered straight back.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. I thought it was the other way around. I thought Lennox got the better of that exchange.
Josh did get one at the start,
okay.
And then Lennox got one, and then Josh got another one.
All right, I must have missed Josh's one.
A bit more critical.
Yeah. There you go. That's why I'm not a judge.
That's why we're in the booth.
Yeah.
They're out there
We just
doing their
talk
job.
about it, yeah. Don't actually have to make any tough decisions. Just get to watch all of this exciting surfing. How lucky. And it has been super exciting the last couple of days. The Australian Open of Surfing Coffs Harbour. Presented by Bonsoi and Gauge Roads Brewing Co. They were unreal yesterday afternoon. A couple of Gauge Roads.
Which one did you have?
Single fin. Yeah, just their, I think that's their go-to. Seems to be everywhere, that yellow label. They were unreal.
Single fin at Summer Ale.
Yeah, what a name.
Just sounds refreshing, right? Take me into the summer with one of those.
Yeah.
Give it to me in winter and it feels like summer.
It's always summer in the mid-north coast, apparently.
We are pretty blessed.
Yeah.
Beautiful part of the world.
Seem to have like all these little nooks and crannies seem to have their own weather systems. Like you're not affected by the huge southerly systems that come up from the south on the coast. I know the Central Coast, like it's quite obvious. We just get huge weather patterns, and if a southerly comes through, it goes everywhere. But I've noticed, like driving up the coast after years and years, you can be driving up on a howling southerly, drive into one of these mid-north coast points, and it's sunny and offshore. Driving through this torrential rain, most awful day you've ever seen, and then it's like you drive through trees and sun shining and there's spray coming off the back of waves. It's just every single little nook and cranny seems to have its own weather system. I think it's all the mountains that sit off the coast, sort of move the clouds in a weird way. But yeah, they do. Have you noticed that?
I have noticed that. There's that little pot of gold at the end of the rainbow.
What's going on there?
So many options.
Yeah, almost makes you want to relocate.
Yeah, would you?
Yeah. I always thought about it. Maybe Yamba. A couple of schools in Yamba, so I could teach there. Surfer Point. I'd be a pretty happy man. Although it's pretty far away from my family, but the point's pretty awesome. I'd be pretty stoked. 16 minutes on the clock. And the situation does remain the same. Sasha Baker in first, 5.17. Carly Shanahan in second. And Ray Campbell throwing the kitchen sink at that one for a 1.23. I think in the girls' draw, Lehani's going to be really tricky to beat.
You know how I was talking about her yesterday? I'm like, I think she's about 11. She's actually 9.
I know. But
9-year-old.
I know. I cannot believe that. That is absolutely mind-boggling that a 9-year-old can surf that good.
So mature in her approach. Well, she'll be coming up shortly. But at the moment, we have the women's round 2, heat number 1 in the water. Sasha Baker having a look at this one, scratching on in. She's already locked in a 5.17. She's looking to better that. Great first turn. She's searching for that end section. What's she got for us? Wow. Taps it there. Putting those two turns together and answering straight back. Ray Campbell.
Solid from Sasha. Couple of nice slashes in the pocket, and Raya just keeping that board speed up. Little fin ditch, but that wave not giving her another section to finish, so Sasha getting the better of that exchange. We're going to see the replay now. Her first turn was really nice. A little bit of downtime between that and the second one, but she kept her board speed up, looked pretty stylish throughout the whole thing. Here we go, straight off the bottom. Slashing the lip, gets her fins up and over that coping there, and she's flying down the line, keeping her board nice and on top of the water. Finishes with a little bash in the pocket. I wonder how that'll go compared to her 5.17. Raya Campbell out the back. You can see that first section really not offering anything. Second one was a nicer little stab, but that wave going a little bit fat too, unfortunately, for Raya. So we are going to wait to see what happened with Sasha's last one, if that does better her position or not. I don't think we got to see her 5.17 from the start of the heat. So that will be interesting. Carly Shanahan, that's a name I've seen everywhere. She rips.
She is originally from this Coffs Coast region.
Cool.
I think she's actually relocated now to Victoria.
All right. In search of in search of cold weather and long period point breaks.
It's definitely freezing down there.
Yeah.
We had a few crew go down last week. They had like a Bells camp.
Yeah, I saw that.
They were in hoodies, they were in booties, they were in full-length steamers.
A couple of these surfers are there.
Freezing.
Lennox Smith was down there. Is that correct?
I know Dane Henry was. There was a few of them.
Yep. So these guys, all good mates, have found themselves in the finals of round 4. And Ray Campbell, nice little fin ditch over the coping to finish. That was a better turn. Finally getting some opportunity there. Going to see the replay of it now. So takes off. As you can see, it's a little bit fat, so she's going to swerve back to the power source. Little high line goes off the bottom and doots the fins over the coping. Nice way to finish, and that's probably pretty similar to Sasha's wave. It's going to lock in about similar score to hers, I think. Second turn was probably a little bit more progressive, a little bit more powerful. But yeah, I dare say it'll be in similar sort of pedigree.
Just over 13 minutes remaining. Wait for those scores to roll on through. That's why we've got a little break in the action. Big thanks to Volkswagen being our series partner for this tour. Volkswagen Commercial Vehicles is proud to sponsor the Coffs Harbour Open. If you're wanting to find the perfect vehicle for your next surf trip, be sure to visit the Volkswagen team at Jeff King Volkswagen or head to the website volkswagen.com.au. Got plenty of options. They've got the Amarok.
Yeah.
If you're looking to go, 4Bing and get out and toughen up.
Yep.
Or they've also got I feel like if you want to go for the road trip and go camping and all that kind of stuff, they've got the new Crafter camper van as well as the California Beach and the Caddy California.
They are sick, those camper vans. And Sasha Baker up and riding. Ooh, threw caution to the wind there. Tried to go the reverse. Blowtail reverse on the end section. That's a move that I think women could adapt really easy. We saw Steph Gilmore in her last heat against Carissa Moore. Saw her ditch the fins, blow out the reverse to solidify the win. I think young girls watching need to start practicing blowtail reverses on foamy sections. That would be a real point of difference if you can lock that maneuver in. Because you don't have to have all that much speed. It's more of a weight transition. You can just blow out the fins, make what would normally be a little foam bash quite a scoring maneuver. And Sasha Baker showing us that she's got it in her repertoire there, which is pretty cool, going for Baroque.
I like that she went for it. She had that intention. And, scores are in for a couple of those waves. A 5.73, so Sasha Baker in the yellow did improve on her lead. Carly Shanahan still in second place with that 4.83. Raya Campbell in the white, a 3.77.
And I think the 3.77 was her first left. So that little stab.
Yep.
She had the quick little cut back to a stab in the pocket. I dare say that we're yet to see her backhand two-turner. So that should come in closer to Sasha's 5.73, I think, from memory. What do you think?
Wait and see. I feel like the left-hander from Raya, she had that kind of nice cut back, but then the second section, I feel like maybe she just surfed too far out on the face and then got away from that pocket.
Yep.
That was probably what let her down on that wave. As well as the wave, it kind of flattened out.
Yeah.
So that last one that she got, that you're not sure whether the score or not came through, it did have a bit of a steeper section for her. Plus, she was on her backhand, so she did get a little bit more critical.
Yeah. And here's Raya again. Another opportunity. Not liking that one. Probably sitting a little bit too far in to take off on that one. That's a huge, huge part of surfing, isn't it? Your positioning, giving yourself the best opportunity before the wave's even broken. I was listening to Phil McNamara, his podcast. He had a chat with the Lipped boys. No, sorry. The Ball and All boys from Lennox. That was a great chat. If you have an opportunity, go and listen to that one because he drops some absolute pearls of wisdom. He was speaking about what he can do for surfers, and he thinks of it in the way, what is the first thing they're doing wrong? And he said majority of people aren't giving themselves the best opportunity before they even take off on the wave. So the first thing you can do to put yourself in the best position to take off on a wave and do a big turn is where you paddle for it. And that is a huge part of this. It was more poignant yesterday. You really need to be good with your positioning yesterday. Today it's a little bit easier with the big open beach. You can sort of see the rips and nooks and crannies, and you can see Ray Campbell. She had to take off under that one, so not getting a speed early, but having a nice first section and destroying the second one. But you can see there she had to take off under. She wasn't in control of the wave. If she was out another metre or so, gets in early, gets a little wiggle in to get a board speed up, that first turn becomes really, really critical. So yeah, slashing turn for the first one, heaps of board speed down the line, and do it to the second one. That was filth, that second turn. Really, really controlled centered surfing. But yeah, not giving herself the best opportunity because she's just in that little bit further, from my opinion. What do you think?
I agree. It was a bit of a smaller wave too, that one.
Yeah.
I think, 100% on the money. The fact that if you're not putting yourself in the right position to begin with, you're really not providing yourself the opportunity. I think I mentioned it earlier with Jessie. You can be the best surfer in the world, but if you're not in the lineup and dominating the peak and not positioning yourself so you're on those good waves, you're really just leaving the door open for those competitors who might not be as talented as such, but they're onto the positioning, they're on the good waves, they're allowing themselves to have that opportunity.
And you can see Sasha again. That was a pretty steep little takeoff. She'd be able to keep control. Nice slash in the pocket. Sorry, I said Sasha. I think that's Raya.
Oh,
backhand's pretty tidy.
She's got the score that she needed. She did manage to lock in a 5.03, so she's gone into second place. We have the Volkswagen Wave replay. A little bit of a bobble on the takeoff, and again for that first turn, she managed to hold that composure and just up and out at the end there. Didn't see much opportunity. I don't think that's going to go into her scoreline. The Ray Campbell in the white, a 5.03 in second place. Sasha Baker in the yellow in first place with a 5.73. And Carly Shanahan in the red, a 4.83. She's going to be needing a 5.04 to move on into second and move on into the next round at this point in time with just under 7 minutes on the clock. And for anyone that's just tuning in and wondering why the scoreline looks like that, well, traditionally a surfers heat is made up of 2 waves. However, this year's Australian Open of Surfing sees just 1 wave make up a surfer's final heat placing. So it's just their highest single wave score for their heat. They're allowed to catch multiple waves. However, their highest single wave will count towards their scoreline. No backup required.
And I was of the understanding that probably would take the pressure off, but it does sort of add a little bit. There is a pressure dynamic there where you need a big score. You can, like normal heats, you can surf safe and get 5s and 6s and get through majority heats. You don't have that opportunity here. You have to really go for it. We've seen the boys in the first 3 heats throw everything at huge sections and are coming away with some rewards, some big scores being thrown down for single turn maneuvers. Girls in this heat have been attacking every section they get. We've seen Ray Campbell throw caution in the wind. We've seen Sasha Baker try a blowtail reverse. And that's the beauty of this format. We get to see these guys pushing themselves as hard as possible to try and lock in big numbers. And here's Ray Campbell now having a little look. That wave not giving her what she wanted, so she's going to stay out there. Hold on to that priority she was holding on to. I think Carly Shanahan was probably in first priority. She's been a while since we've seen her on a wave. And yeah, I'd be dropping anchor waiting for a bomb today because it's really, really obvious which waves are good, and they're the biggest sets. And here we go, Lehani getting ready to paddle out, and is that Rosie Smart behind her?
It sure is.
What a combo of Groms coming through the ranks. These two are psycho good. Lehani at 9 years old did a 6 point. So this is what's blowing my mind. She's 9 years old. These judges we have on the beach are the QS judges. So she's getting a 6.5 for 1 turn from a QS judge at 9 years old. That is absolutely mind-blowing. Lost for words. Really, really impressive stuff. I can't wait to watch her surf, especially in this littler stuff. So yesterday she was sort of holding on because it was big and like meaty sections. Today she's going to be overpowering these sections, and I can't wait to see what she does when she can be in control. Rosie Smart also put up the highest number of the whole day yesterday, or second highest number of the whole day with a 9.53, pretty much on the buzzer. 2 big frontside blowtails, one after the other. After the first one, you didn't think she was getting another one, but she sunk into a bottom turn, somehow got 3 meters of reach out of a bottom turn and exploded again in the lip. Crazy surfing from her, so this next heat is stacked. I am going to go out on a limb and say winner of this next heat wins the comp today. 3 minutes 35 on the clock. And situation does remain the same. I think Carly's out there with priority. And you can see sets approaching. This is where that positioning really comes into play. You want to be on the best part of the bank when these waves do come through. Look at this section going begging out the back. Wow. That was a huge section. I wonder if it's going to reform for these girls on the inside here. There is a bit of a hole in between the outside and the inside bank. And we can see that right standing up. Not quite. And here's Sasha Baker on the left. She was flying down the line trying to get some opportunity. Didn't give it to her then. And it looks like the girls in this next heat might be going on the south bank right. With the tide going low, it did look like that south right was going to turn on. There's a bit of sand sitting a bit further out than this left, so that would be interesting. It does have a nicer bowl on the right, I think, because of the east swell pushing into it. So all the sections are bending back at you. Can't wait for this next heat.
It is going to be a firecracker. Do we know who the third surfer is? I don't have a heat draw for the women's in front of me.
Neither do I.
It's going to be stacked regardless.
Crazy.
I'm trying to remember from yesterday because I know that last heat of the day was a pretty stacked one. I think it was Sasha in that heat yesterday afternoon. Not 100%
Is
sure.
it Layla Rich?
Oh, it might be Kyla.
Kyla.
Actually, it'd be Kyla Whitfield.
Cool.
She was in the first heat yesterday morning.
Yep.
So to be, Open Women's round 2 heat number 1 is in the water. Coming up next, Open Women's round number 2, heat number 2.
And
Lehani
moving through the
Zaric,
day.
Rosie Smart and Kyla Whitfield.
Moving through the day, we got heaps of exciting action coming up. That's yesterday's draw. But we have round 4 of the boys. Then I think we go to man on man. Round 4, then man on man. And there's even surf-offs for third because of the prize money. Very, very exciting stuff. Ray Campbell, 1 minute on the clock. Knows she needs a score. Looking to better a 5.03. Huge section and destroys that oncoming little bit of foam. What a dreamy little section. How much do your eyes light up when you see that little bit of foam coming your way when you fly down the line?
It's so refreshing. Here we go. We've got the Volkswagen Wave replay. Bit of a slow start, but she carves back into the pocket. She remains with that power source there. And again, hoping that she's going to get this stand up here. And she does. Lays everything into it. So that was a strong, committed turn there from the surfer in white. Ray Campbell, she was sitting in second place. Will she overtake first or will she remain in second? There's 20 seconds on the clock, so we're well and truly into that Mad Max minute.
Mad Max. I could really, really do with a nachos today with the liquid cheese.
I would
That stuff
love a
is
chicken
unreal.
burrito.
Yummo. And Raya putting up a 5.87 for that last one, taking that heat out. So that's all she wrote for round 2, heat 1. We'll be back with round 2, heat 2 after this break.
This is the motivation.
not believe me, but I have. And I know it's still out there. New Amarok V6 Off-Road.
Coopers Surf Australia since 1969. Visit coopersboardstore.com.au.
And we're back with stop 1 of the 2022 Australian Open of Surfing, presented by Volkswagen Tour. This is the Bonsai Coffs Harbour Open, presented by Gage Roads, Brewing Co. And we are round 2, heat 2 of the women's. And we have a stacked heat for this one. So we've got Lehani.
Yep, the Pocket Rocket.
Pocket Rocket, 9 years old. We were saying she was 12 yesterday because of how crazy good, and still blown away by her talent. But 9 is just unbelievable.
Here she goes. Speak of the devil. This is young Lehani Zaric. So just getting one backhand maneuver off of that one. She is a young talent from the Broken Head region. And she is down here with her family, supporting her the whole way.
So she's up against Rosie Smart, who posted the highest score from the women's draw yesterday. 9.53, pretty much on the buzzer of her heat, and then got to sit out the back and pick off the rest of the good waves all heat, which was pretty awesome to see. And Kyla Whitfield, this is a doozy of a heat, this one.
Yeah, so Rosie Smart from the actual Coffs Harbour region. So she is from around here. This is her local bank. She is actually quite the dark horse. She absolutely rips. Really strong backhand, really strong forehand. This is her on the screen right now. Just tagging away on this little inside runner. She'll be looking to finish that one off and does so nicely. And then Kyla Whitfield, she is a hometown friend. So she is from Narrabeen and she is a strong goofy footer as well. So I think we might have seen her split the peak with Rosie and go right on that wave. So we'll see if we can get a replay of that. But yeah, a really stacked heat.
A goofy footer from Narrabeen. That is the dream.
Isn't it just? Yeah.
Wow.
She just keeps getting better and better too. She just keeps improving. And this is the replay of young Rosie Smart. So Rosie, about 18 years old. And she finished that one off nicely. And Kyla, almost 19. So, and then young Lehani, 9.
Wow.
There's about a 10-year difference in between.
Wow, that is really, really crazy. So I was saying yesterday, Lehani did one turn and got a 6.5.
Yeah.
She's 9 years old.
Yep.
These are the same judges that judge QSs.
Yes.
That is unheard of.
Yeah, so she could get a 6.5 and a QS, really.
Yeah.
If you look at it that way.
That is just mind-blowing, the talent that she has. She's a North Coast girl.
Yeah, so she's from Broken Head. She does surf at Lennox Head a fair bit.
Up and riding now. Beautiful, stylish carve down. And she's got a section to work with here. Ditches the fins over the top. Couldn't hang on. She had to do one of those mid-face bottom turns to get up in the lip. That didn't give her enough speed to lip line, unfortunately, getting unstuck on that one.
And you know what? She's just a frother. Like, she actually just froths on surfing.
Yeah.
I don't think she really cares whether she wins or loses. She just froths on surfing.
Wow.
And she just surfs all day, every day.
That's the attitude.
Their family actually live on the beach at Broken Head.
Oh.
I've been lucky enough to spend a little bit of time with them. Such a beautiful family.
Yep.
But yeah, Lehani, she just keeps getting better and better. She's finding more flow in her surfing, which I think is where she needed to improve. And honestly, like, it's kind of upsetting how quick she's getting better. It's kind of scary.
It sounds pretty harsh, doesn't it? Like a 9-year-old needs to improve on her flow. Like most 9-year-olds.
I know, but she's done that. Like she's so good.
Wow. This is a prodigious talent we're witnessing. Super, super grateful to get to even call a heat with her
Yeah.
surfing in it. And I dare say we'll be seeing millions of heats with her.
Yeah, she's such a talent, and yeah, one that Australia should be pretty grateful to have in their corner coming through the ranks. But yeah, her parents try not to put too much pressure on her. I've spoken to them about it, and they said they really don't care whether she competes or not. She just does it because she loves it, and if she wants to do a comp, she asks to do it, and they'll support her no matter what. So I think it's really nice to have supportive parents, and there we see Kyla just getting one quick carve in on the forehand. But yeah, so Lehani, they want her to just enjoy it, and they're pretty much on the journey with her, and the ball's in her court whether she wants to compete or not, which I think is great.
Yeah, that is unreal. If I was Kyla's got a bit of a point of difference here because she is a bit bigger and has a bit more power. If I was Kyla, I'd be going out the back and trying to sort one of those big sections out.
I couldn't agree more. Kyla is a very strong girl. She's probably the tallest girl on the QS and in this event.
Yep.
She towers over me. But she is so talented, and she uses her length and her strength to her advantage. And at home, she's so amazing to watch when Northie lefts come on good. Her forehand is,
Because the Northie lefts are sort of like a long bowl, aren't they? You get to sort of high line and bottom turnaround sections, and
they make you want to cry happy tears when we get a good nor'east swell, and the alley, it's just you paddle out through the alley right, and then straight onto just dreamy 6 foot lefts.
Wow.
The last time I surfed it really good was back in 2020. And
I know when.
Right before the CT started. It was like a week before the CT at Narrabeen started, and I was surfing with all of my heroes, and it was the best I've ever surfed Narrabeen in my life.
Wow.
I think True and I surfed for 8 hours that day, and my dad, bless his soul, stood on the beach and filmed all day.
No way.
All day. Didn't even go out and surf. And
Go, Dad.
Surfing with Sage Erickson, Connor O'Leary, Steph O'Leary, Nikki Van Dyke.
Wow.
Tatiana. I was like fangirling so hard. And you know what makes it better when like they actually know your name?
Oh, that's cool.
Sally paddled up. She's like, "Hey, Jessie," and I was like, "What? You know who I am?"
That is unreal.
I did start crying.
That is really, really cool. And I guess getting to surf your home break with your heroes is magic.
That was, I think, a turning point for a lot of us girls at Narrabeen. Like, we always all knew that, we could surf, but it was more the backing yourself into it, and to have the pros come to our own break and surf with them every day, and for them to encourage us as well. That was a massive turning point for all of us. I know my sister and I, Kyla, a few of the younger girls coming up, Ruby True, Mia Rodriguez. That was kind of the turning point where we were like, you know what, let's do this, and let's rip in and have a go. And it was because of that event and all the pros being like, do it. Don't not do it. Just go out there and have fun and enjoy it, because you're only going to get this chance once.
What's the biggest thing you noticed about their surfing in real life? What is...
You know what it is? You know what I think separates a QS surfer from a CT surfer is the flow in between turns.
Yeah.
So instead of having that double pump bottom turn to get speed back into that next one, they almost do less on the wave but do less better.
Yeah, it's effortless speed. It's
just everything connects and flows perfectly.
Yeah.
And so I think that is what to aim for.
Yeah.
But
if you do get to see those guys in real life, it is crazy how fast they go seemingly with no effort.
And they have, like, waves just come to them. I was so confused. I was like...
I don't know if that's the case. I think they must be tapped into something that the rest of us aren't tapped into. Yeah.
What did you buy? And where can I buy some of that?
I was just sitting there. Why does it come straight to you? I've paddled 20 metres deeper, and all of a sudden there's wild ones coming. Yeah, it seems to happen to those guys all the time. I have a heartbreaking story about a hero surfing at home.
Okay, here we go.
I was surfing my local river mouth.
Yep.
And it was really, really fun. It was just me and a couple of groms I coach. Mm-hmm. I snapped my board. Mm-hmm. So I had to go in, but the groms just followed me in. And we saw this group of guys checking it from the car park. And then as we're walking back, obviously now that I think about it, they saw the groms and were like, "Oh, I don't really want to be here for the groms." Yeah. Walked back. And they got ready and I just walked home. Any other place like that I couldn't walk home, I would have run into him and got to watch him out my home break. But because I could just walk home, I didn't see him. So I've walked home, get a call. Dane Reynolds is out.
No, stop it.
Yeah. So I've dropped everything, run back up to go watch him. He was coming in.
No.
Yeah. I watched him hop off a wave, finish his wave, lie on his belly and paddle in.
Heartbreak Avenue right there.
I know. And it still eats at me to this day. Hopefully one day
we'll get there. We'll get there.
I had a really good surf out, one of the premier North Coast points with him one year. And that's something I'll never ever forget, is seeing him light up that joint. Wow. Kyla, speaking of lighting up.
Yeah.
Kyla Whitfield blasting. And Lehani behind her. Back to action now. Nice searing cutty, but that wave getting a little bit bumpy for her, and Finn's coming unstuck.
A little bit too much foam on the face for Lehani on that one, but we still have 12 and a half minutes remaining, so she will be able to get back out and get another crack at that. But Kyla definitely been surfing those alley rights recently, because that backhand turn sent spray to the sky. Here is the wave replay of the last of Kyla. So she just waits for this section and clicks off the top perfectly, and that's what we were talking about. She is one of the taller and stronger girls, so she's listened to us and and gone and found herself a wave with a little bit more consequence and capitalized on that. So I think we'll see. Yep, there it is. A 5.6 come through for the last of Kyla.
Yeah.
So she'll be pretty happy with that one.
One turn of the heat so far, and it looks like she might get another opportunity. Look at this section gone begging. Wow. Oh, that bit of foam was so dreamy.
I know. I was sitting out there, and most of the competitors are sitting to the north a little bit more. And right out the front of where I was sitting was this perfect left rip bowl. And I was just sitting there going, are you serious?
Is there a repercharge or something? Can I surf in?
Can we please, can we add me back in?
Yeah. That'd be nice. Maybe a commentator's heat expression session later.
That would be nice.
Yeah, in between the semis and finals. We could probably try and swing that somehow.
Yeah, we'll get the boys in the truck as well out in the heat.
Yeah.
Yep. We just got the nod of approval. Amazing. I'll send the message out.
You can see Kyla's trying to get the situation update there. Those guys on the beach will get that to us shortly. 11 minutes on the clock, and we're pretty much sitting pretty similar to how we have been all heat. Kyla has just bettered her score with a 5.6 in the lead. Rosie in second with a 5.57, super close. Lehani yet to really connect with one. She's had one big turn for a 3.5. On her backhand, we've seen her backhand can be quite destructive. What would you be saying to Lehani if she had an earpiece in and you could tell her something? What would you be saying?
If I could say something to Lehani right now, I would tell her to stop and breathe, and then just be a little bit more patient.
Yep.
And find yourself a wave of consequence, because that's what really paid off for her yesterday. She was patient and she found herself what was the best wave of the heat. I was actually looking at that wave going, this is such a good wave.
And she had priority.
I was like, please pull back.
Yeah, surely she's not going. She's only 9.
Yeah, she's not going this wave. Look at the bowl on it. She's not going. And then she went and then got a 6.5.
Ah, yeah.
I was like,
one of the biggest turns of the whole
Devo.
day.
And I had pulled the trigger on the first wave and then did a run around and paddled straight back out. And that wave came through and I was like, yeah, we're on. And then I look on my inside and I was like, what is she doing there? But no, she was ripping yesterday.
She has really, really impressive heat management as well for such a young girl. Like, she, unfortunately for you yesterday, she was like holding you guys off the bombs for the rest of the heat after the 6.5.
Yeah, she was in really good rhythm with the ocean yesterday.
Pulling the trigger on all the sets. She wasn't.
Every time I turn around, I was like, oh, I should have waited. But sometimes you have those heats, you know, and it's all about the process.
Rosie
learning.
Smart?
Yes.
Yeah, nice little fin blow. She's going to get a second one. I thought she was going an up and over there, but she actually committed to the section pretty hard. Did manage to get around it anyway, and another little lip bash to finish. So, thinking back to her first wave, it was the steering carve down on a tiny little left. So she steering carve down, snap, and bash. Mm-hmm. This one
is better.
Yeah. 2 pretty critical turns and an end bash. and Kyler up out the back, as we suggested. She's going to get a second section here. Didn't quite connect with that one. Again, tried to do that mid-face bottom turn because of the time she had. Wasn't able to really connect with it. So here's Rosie. This first turn's money. Nice lip connection there. Second one, I thought she was going to go soft, but doesn't hold back. Bashes that one and stays with it. Super light on her feet. Is able to get a little tail slide over the foam to finish. Really, really exciting stuff. She is a weapon.
I think what word you used just then really describes Rosie. She doesn't hold back, and there it is, a 6.67 for that last one, and we see Young. Holy crap.
Are you serious? That was so committed.
That was
absolutely mental. For trying to find a better word, I'm just blown away by the speed and commitment Lehani showed here. So super fun little. I
didn't think this wave was going anywhere at the start, and then she just goes bang,
Bash.
blast the fins. She's 9.
Yeah.
Can we just all stop for a second and realise that she's 9?
Yeah, that is crazy. You could see, like, after little
Look
bash.
how little she is. Her board's not even in the 5.0s yet. It's still in the 4s. It's like 4.11.
And just look at the grom froth. That is unreal. Using the rip to paddle out. We spoke about that. Don't do that. It's dangerous paddling out in rips. Especially for a 9-year-old. Yeah, something about the way she bashed it and then stayed over her front foot, released the fins, stayed weightlessness, and rode out with speed. That was really, really impressive. I wonder how that'll compare to her 3.5. It's probably a little bit better. It still is that one turn.
I think it is it's a lot better than her, personally, than her 3.5. I'm not sure if it'll top Rosie's 6.67, but I reckon the judges will like that one turn. She did get a 6.5 for one turn yesterday on her backhand.
Yep.
Which I'm shocked right now. Sorry for the silence that we had. We were just...
Yeah, absolutely lost for words with how crazy that end jam was.
And the start of the wave didn't look like it had much to it.
No, not at all.
And she made something out of nothing.
Here's a Volkswagen replay. We're going to get another look at it. So
at the start, it's deep water at the start.
Yeah, no one else is even catching that wave.
And
deep bottom turn, daughts the fins over the lip, nice connection, and then all the weight onto a front foot, tail releases, seems weightless for a little second, rides out with speed. Gonna wait to see what the judges do with it. So it's one of those things, she is a little bit smaller, doesn't have as much weight to throw around. So
if I'm
you're
I'm
still
lost for
blown
words.
away, yeah.
That was mental.
Yeah.
That was wow. That was one of the most committed turns I've seen from the girls all day. That was wow.
Are you calling it's going to go up in that 6 range?
I don't think it'll go as high as 6.6. I reckon she'll get into the 5 range.
Wow.
But a score hasn't been dropped yet.
Yeah. Judges are probably really, really deliberating on this one. There's probably a bit of a discussion back and forth going down because of exactly what we've brought up. She's a little bit smaller, doesn't have as much weight to throw around. It was a smaller wave, but at the same time, she was flying, fully committed to the section and got her fins up and over the section. Beautiful timing on the connection. Still waiting on it to drop in.
The word I'd like to use for that was silly. That was silly. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, very, very impressive from Lehani.
Yeah, lost.
She's
Lost.
probably out there wondering what's going on. Still yet to have that score drop. You can see Kyla's calling for the info now. Another set out the back, so there's definitely heaps of opportunity out there. I'd love the opportunity to have a chat to some of them and maybe say, you might want to get out the back next heat because there are some
There's
bombs.
some bombs coming through out the back. But I wonder if they really link up properly or whether if you're just going to hop to the inside, are you better off just sitting on the inside? I haven't watched out the back too much. So no score come through for Lehani just yet.
Well, we've seen them throw huge points at one manoeuvre.
Well, yesterday, 6.5.
Yeah. So there's not really any risk in going out the back and getting a bomb.
No.
You can do one big
Yeah.
turn out there. You can see some of these little foamy sections are so fun looking.
Yeah. Yeah, wow. 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Still no scores locked in for the last of Lehani, so the judges really taking their time on that one. We do have Rosie Smart out in the lead. She is holding on to that 667 for that committed front side surfing she got on that inside left rip bowl. And then Kyla Whitfield, a 5.6 for one turn. So if I was Kyla, I'd be thinking, well, if I got a 5.6 for one turn, imagine what I can do if I can get 2 turns like that in. And we know that the judges love committed surfing in critical sections, so she ticked all the boxes on that one. And with 3 minutes, I'm sure all of these ladies will be looking for another opportunity. And Lehani just absolutely jaw-dropped.
Yeah. Well, this heat's really lived up to expectation. We were expecting to have our minds blown this morning, and they've all done exactly that. Some beautiful surfing. Rosie Smart has a really, really crazy way of staying in the pocket.
She's got a really old school style too. Like she's very much a traditional surfer, and I really appreciate traditional surfing.
Yeah.
And lucky enough to spend a little bit of time with her. We're both on the same team with Roxy, and she's just the smiling assassin. You meet her and she's so lovely and just sticks to herself, and just the smiling assassin. And then she gets in the water and she just belts the lip. And I'm like,
wow.
You were what?
I saw you just apologise to 3 people
Yeah.
for getting in their way on the
Yeah,
walkway.
pretty
Why are
much.
you doing that to lips? Take it easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really cool.
She's got like an alter ego.
That is unreal. That's more important, isn't it, being kind on land?
That's it, hey.
Yeah, very, very important to rip in the water.
Yeah.
More so to
Kind
be
on
kind
land.
on land. That's what we're here for.
And in the water too.
Yeah, true. Except for in a heat.
Yeah, no.
No.
Ruthless
you can
in
be
a heat?
ruthless
Yeah.
in a heat.
I reckon that's actually the best part about competing.
Yeah.
Is you can be that. It's the only time you can really be ruthless. We might have seen a little bit of a mistake from Lehani there, potentially paddling for that inside wave that didn't really do much and losing priority. This would mean that Kyla would have priority over her, and
You
it
can
looks
see-
like Kyla's sticking to her like glue.
Yeah. Don't get anywhere growing. I'm sitting
Yeah.
right on you.
We probably have the tallest and the smallest girl battling
yeah,
it
right
out
next to
right
each
now
other, yeah.
for a wave, and Lehani just looking for another opportunity. So I think the judges deeming that one belt not going into her top one wave.
We're in the Mad Max minute now, and Lehani with a quick paddle has created some distance between herself and Kyla now. Swung under priority. She's got an opportunity here. So little a wave, but it looks like it's going down the line, and ditches the fins again. Another very, very impressive end turn.
Silly.
Yeah.
So that wave that we were blown away by only came in as a 2.1.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, so I reckon the
I was
judges...
calling 5.5s.
Yeah. I reckon the judges might have seen it was a smaller wave, smaller section. She is a little bit, obviously, smaller than the other competitors, so it doesn't have weight to throw around. Yeah, that one just coming into 2.5, and that score will be pretty similar. Counting this one down now, last couple of seconds of this heat, so that's all she wrote. Unfortunately, Lehani bowing out, but making their way through Rosie Smart and Kyla Whitfield. Awesome surfing. We'll be back with the round 4 of the men's after this ad break.
This is the motivation.
Coopers Surf Australia since 1969. Visit coopersboardstore.com.au.
I've seen it. Might not believe me, but I have. And I know it's still out there. New Amarok V6 Off-Road.
We are back to the live action here for the Bonsai Coffs Harbour Open presented by Gage Roads. The first stop of the 2022 Australian Open Surfing Tour presented by Volkswagen. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Jesse Starling.
Hey, Britt, how you going?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Good, thanks. Oh, goodness.
It's been a morning, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. And just to make it even better, I'm really excited for this heat. We have Cooper Davies in the red, Dom Thomas in the white, and Lennox Smith in the yellow. So it is going to be a great heat. Cooper already locking away a big score for the start of this heat. I believe he's already got a 6 in his lineup, which he does so well of locking in a score so early. So this is young Dom Thomas getting a bit of a fin throw in at the start there, and he'll be looking to finish this one off in a hard section and just gets bumped off that wave. And Cooper again behind him. A flurry of waves to start this heat off.
This is the Open Men's Round 4, heat number 1.
Wow.
These are 25-minute heats. Highest single wave will move surfers on through into the next round. We have Cooper Davies in the red, Dom Thomas in the white, Lennox Smith in the yellow, and what a matchup between these three. A 6.33 for Cooper Davies in the red. So early start, early lead. Still plenty of time on the clock. Exciting day here for day number 2 of the Bonsai Coffs Harbour Open presented by Gage Roads. This is finals day. This event is our first qualifying event of the 2022 Australian Open Surfing Tour presented by Volkswagen. This event will be followed by Sunshine Coast, 1st to 2nd of October. That is the second qualifying event, and surfers will be looking to qualify for the grand final to be held at the famous Bondi Beach on the 15th of October. Plenty on the line. And these events provide Australia's elite male and female surfers the opportunity to win a share of $50,000 worth of money in the prize pool and really gain momentum going into 2023. That's a lot of money, Jesse.
Yeah. Yep. It is a lot of money. A lot of money that I would like. No.
It would look good in my bank account,
yeah,
wouldn't it?
I wouldn't complain if I saw that kind of money in my bank account. But we'll get there. No, it is such a great opportunity to be in events like this, and especially to have that one-wave format. It's exciting, and it brings for new style of surfing and heat surfing really for all of us competitors who are so used to that two-wave competition style. And here is Cooper Davies finishing off very strong on what was a good-looking ride from our surfer in red. He has been one of the standouts the entire event. I believe he hasn't dropped a heat so far. So he won his first round heat, he won his second round heat, and he won his third round heat. So he'll be looking to back that up again for round 4 today.
He is definitely going to have to put on a show because the surfers up against him, Dom Thomas, Lennox Smith, they have been in fine form throughout this event so far. These surfers have already surfed once this morning. We did have round 3 opening up our Sunday morning here at Coffs Harbour. Now into round 4. Heat number 1 of the open men's. We have changed location. Yesterday we were at Macaulay's. It's up the northern end of the beach in the corner there. This morning we are now at Park Beach in Coffs Harbour. You can see on screen it is a beautiful day here. Nice and sunny, nice and warm. The waves are nice. Really clean on the face too, Jessie.
Yeah, there is plenty of opportunity out there. I was kind of frothing when I was sitting out there. I was like, wow, these waves look so fun. I really want to be out there right now. The sun is shining. There's no wind. And here is Lennox Smith displaying his surfing on the fun conditions we have out there. Wow, really powerful back-footed surfing from Lennox Smith, similar to Cooper Davies' last wave. Pretty much the exact same. And then there's Dom Thomas throwing himself at that section.
Right in front of the competitor in the yellow, almost landing straight on top of him.
Yeah, and these guys, I think we might have a bit of a paddle battle on our hands for those two heading back out, which is, I find so entertaining to watch. Dom with the kick, and I think getting the jump on Lennox.
So interesting. I feel like Lennox was kind of just cruising for a second then when he could have really been putting in the hard yards.
Yeah, definitely. And as you can see by the scores right now, it is a super close heat. So priority does matter when it comes, especially with the one wave scoring system, you know, to have priority over the other two competitors to get that best wave, because that's what you need to be on to have the best scores. It really means something. So I'm glad those boys are really going at it as we see Cooper finishing off yet another great ride. So that's 3 pretty solid rides back to back for Cooper Davies.
There wasn't much on offer at the beginning of that wave, but he really made up for it on that end section, just throwing everything at it, knowing that he had to go big. He would have been sitting at the back by himself while the other two competitors were paddling out. We have the Volkswagen wave replay on screen. You can just see here, straight past those competitors, a bit flat through this first section, just carving back into the pocket, waiting for it to stand up. He really just capitalises there on that section, throwing everything into it, drifting the tail.
That was really, really great surfing from Cooper. And he's had such high completion rates on the end of his turns in this heat, but in the event alone. But we saw with Lennox Smith's last wave, he jumped into the lead with a 6.8 for those 2 solid forehand turns. So Cooper will be looking to get the jump on him again. Do you think his last wave will go higher than a 6.8?
I don't. I think it'll fall short. I just feel like there wasn't enough at the beginning of that wave. There was nothing critical. It was kind of just a setup for that last section.
Yeah, it was only that one real major manoeuvre at the end of that wave, which is pretty much what we've seen all morning, except Lennox was able to get a full roundhouse cut back in before he absolutely blasted that end section. So I'm sure with 15 minutes remaining, we'll see plenty of more waves caught from the competitors in the heat. But I was speaking about who my picks were with Luke in one of the early rounds of today, and my top 2 picks are both in this heat, Lennox Smith and Cooper Davies. I feel like they've both been on fire this event, and here is one of them, Lennox, straight up into the lip, carving back to the pocket, and he'll be looking to finish this one out strong. And he's kind of just found himself a bit of a flat inside section, so I'm not sure if that will take his 6.8 any higher, but still nonetheless a great wave from Lennox.
Keeps that momentum moving, keeps the ball moving. He's going to be in 3rd priority now, so it'll be interesting to watch where he paddles out. I feel like with just over 14 minutes remaining, he'll just make his way back onto that main peak. He's got the lead, he's got that 6.8, so there's going to be a tight heat between these 3 competitors. Just over a point separating all 3.
Yeah, it's one of the closer heat scores we've seen for the day. Dom Thomas, even though he is sitting in 3rd with only that 5.33, he doesn't need much to jump into 2nd or even 1st, and all 3 of these surfers are more than capable of going higher than that 6.8. But as I touched on before, that's when priority really comes into play. With the one wave total, it is so important to be on those best waves, because that is when you're going to solidify your spot to qualifying for the next round. and I believe Dom will be sitting out there with priority right now. So he's in a good position. And Lennox just getting that last wave. He'll probably be in third, and it looks like he's sitting away from the pack, which is a smart move from Lennox.
This is the Open Men's Round 4, Heat number 1. It is Lennox Smith in the lead with that 6.8. Cooper Davies in second in the red, 6.33. Dom Thomas in the white in third. Surfer in white, he'd be chasing a 6.34 to move into second place. Jesse just briefly touched on it then, but if you're just tuning in and wondering what the format for this event is and why there's only one score locked in, it is not like your traditional surfing event that normally has a two-wave format. This is a single highest wave will go into the surfer's scoreline. They can catch multiple waves, take off on however many they want, but at the end of the heat, it will be their highest single wave score that will put them in a position wanting to move through into the semi-finals. The Open Men's. This is, of course, finals day. The Bonsoi Coffs Harbour Open presented by Gage Roads. Our first stop of the 2022 Australian Opener Surfing Tour presented by Volkswagen. Extremely lucky to be here in Coffs. Beautiful day, beautiful part of the world here in New South Wales.
Yeah, there's actually lots to do in Coffs Harbour and around the Coffs Harbour Council. One of my favourite things to do in Coffs Harbour is actually the Big Banana Fun Park. I have been a massive fan of that since I was a little girl. It is probably one of Australia's biggest icons. They have, it's Australia's big thing, really, and they have toboggan rides, laser tags, mini golf, ice skating, and water slides. But most importantly, make sure you have time to take a selfie with the famous Australian icon, or get someone to take a photo with you also.
You can get a choc-coated banana there too. Absolutely delicious.
Yeah, I haven't had one yet.
You're going to have to do that on your way home.
I actually will. I am a massive fan of the toboggan slides. Have done that before. We'll be doing that again. It was more than fun. But yeah, Coffs Harbour is one of my favourite regions in the world. There's just waves everywhere. There's so many protected corners for all types of conditions. So I don't think you'd get a day without waves down here.
We have the Volkswagen Wave replay on the screen. Calves around that first section. That is Cooper Davies, the man in the red. Puts it up there, manages to ride out of it. He's chasing that next section, but just can't quite get in front of it. We will wait for those scores to be locked in. He was looking to improve on a 6.33 or better, a 6.8 to take the lead. There is just under 10.5 minutes remaining in this heat.
Yeah, in the next heat, we have another stacked heat coming up. So this is round 4, so we only have 2 3-man heats in this round before we go into the semi-finals and the progressing rounds after that. So coming up next in round 4, heat 2, in the red, we have Joshua Stretton, the massive man from Newcastle. And then we have in the white, young Dane Henry, who has been, in my opinion, probably the most progressive surfer in this entire event. He has a full bag of tricks. And then in the yellow, the man from Narrabeen, Jamie Thompson, with a lethal backhand. So I dare say he'll be sticking to those lefts out there, as we see young Dom Thomas trying to ride out of that last manoeuvre. I personally don't think it was a clean completion, but we'll leave that in the hands with the judges.
Just couldn't quite ride out of the foam there. Lennox Smith, current heat leader, up and riding, cracks that last section. Rides out of that one strong. He's already got a 6.8. He's looking to replace that and make things a little trickier for second and third. The man in the yellow taking the lead at the moment. However, 9 minutes on the clock. Still plenty of time remaining for both Cooper Davies and Dom Thomas to lock in some excellent scoring waves. We've been blessed with the conditions here. Nice glassy, clean face. Swells managed to stick around. And the rain has cleared. Nice sunny day here in Coffs.
Yeah, we have lefts and rights suitable for each and every one of our surfers today. You can't complain that there's a lack of waves, because there definitely isn't today. And I'm actually quite interested to see that with the changing in tide, whether surfers will opt to surf in the back bank or whether they'll stay on the inside, because yesterday we saw our competitors all day stick to that inside bank, even though there was an outside bank. But I think both today are just as consistent with the location change we've had. So yeah, maybe we'll see more people tap into that outer bank to try and get those longer waves all the way through.
And that's the thing too, we were at a different location yesterday, so we were able to see what was happening on that outside bank, whereas today, because we weren't here yesterday, we actually don't know how that bank's going to handle the change in tide, so we won't know until it's happening. And neither will competitors, because chances are they're probably free surfing further up the beach yesterday. And there it is, a 7.1 last of yellow. Lennox Smith, he does extend his lead with just over 7.5 minutes remaining. It is the surfer in yellow in first place. Cooper Davies in the red, still in second place. If he can replace that 6.33 with a higher score, he will make things harder for the surfer in white, Dom Thomas, sitting in third.
Yeah, after this we will be going into the men's round 2, as I touched on earlier, but we have a short day today. So after the men's quarterfinal, we will be going into the Open Women's semi-final, which should be a great matchup. And then following that will be the men's semi-final, and then we actually have a surf-off for third and fourth to make it as even and equally an easy playing field for everyone. So it gives our the surfers who do get knocked out in the semi-finals an opportunity to get a hand on the more money, whether you get third or fourth. So we have one of those heats for both the men and women, and then we'll go round out the day with the Open Women and Men finals, and we'll crown a winner who will be taking home $2,000 in the pocket.
And that is a difference in itself. Obviously we've got the different format with the single wave, but then the surf-off, surfers aren't used to that. They normally just get an equal third or an equal fifth, whereas this, they actually have to surf off for that third place.
Yeah, and I think that is really exciting as well, because I have a feeling those heats are going to be really great to watch, because, you know, everyone wants the bigger prize, and I feel like the surfers who will be in the surf-off will be absolutely going for it and pushing the limits and really trying to get themselves in that third spot.
They will be looking to qualify for the grand final to be held mid-October at Bondi Beach. This is our first event of that qualifying kind of run of events. We have 2 of those, so this is the first. It'll be followed by the Sunshine Coast on the 1st and 2nd of October, and then surfers will then qualify for the grand final event at Bondi. So if they can manage to get a third, or even better, take the win, and then do well at Sunshine Coast, they put themselves in a pretty good position to qualify for Bondi. Got an amazing leg of events here. Amazing opportunity for these surfers to remain competitive in their off-seasons and really just try and keep that momentum going into 2023, and also take home some decent prize money, which, you know, might help with their QS campaigns next year.
I definitely think it will help with the QS campaigns, whether you win one of these events and get 2,000 in your pocket, or you get fourth and you get 500, or you win the major event and you get 10,000 in your pocket. No matter what, I think that money can be contributed to your 2023 season. And yeah, really grateful to be able to have these events put on for our surfers. And yeah, next weekend at the Sunny Coast should be a really great event. I'm heading up there myself. I've actually never been to the Sunny Coast, so this is a first time for me, and I'm really excited actually. Hopefully we get good waves and it's going to be warm.
It is a beautiful location. I opted out of that one, so I won't be around, but it will be a nice spot, I'm sure. I'm pretty sure that event's at Coolum. Great part of the world. Plenty to do on the Sunshine Coast as well, but at the moment we are in the Coffs Harbour region, and if you are here on site in this region, be sure to check out Cooper's Surf Australia. They are the oldest independently running surf retailer in the country. They started way back in 1969, well and truly well before my time and yours, Jessie. They have just 7 stores alone here on the Coffs Coast. The Jetty Board Store with over 600 boards. Takes to the air, what's he got for us? And just can't stick it. That was the man in the white, Dom Thomas. He'll make his way back out with just over 3.5 minutes. And for those of you tuning in to our live broadcast, not necessarily in the Coffs region, you can still check out Cooper's Surf Australia by heading to their website, coopersurf.com.au. Grab some goodies online, have it delivered to your doorstep.
Yeah, and to have 7 stores in one region is pretty phenomenal. I actually don't know too many other brands that would have that. So yeah, Cooper's Surf kind of paving the way for all surf brands in Australia. I've been lucky enough to be to one of the biggest stores before, and they have everything you need, whether you're a surfer or not. Definitely go and check out one of those stores. They've got you covered. So with just under 3 minutes remaining, it is Lennox Smith, the man in the yellow, still sitting on top, and he's looking like he's on a really good right-hander right now. So he opens up with a strong carve. He'll be looking to finish with a wow. He'll be looking to finish with a wow, and that is what he did. Great wave from the man in yellow. He has a 7.1, so he knew he had to go big to try and improve on his scoreline. So I think if I were Cooper Davies and Dom Thomas, I would be closing my eyes if I was watching that wave. It just looked like it had good shape to it from the start. And there we go. So he started off with that strong carve, and you could see him looking down the line from here and launches to the sky, lands in the flats, and rides out clean.
I love the maturity in his approach then. He did the first carve. He could see that it was going to stand up further down the line. Instead of racing too early, he actually stalled on his back foot and just kind of waited for that section to present itself before racing.
I think maturity is the perfect word for that. You see all the CT surfers and those more veteran surfers in the competition scene, they are more patient with their waves. As we see Cooper Davies bashing that end section, he'll be looking to improve on what is now an 8.0 to get into the lead. So last of Lennox Smith locking in at an 8-point ride, so he'd be pretty happy with himself with a minute 20 to go. So things are really heating up in the men's round 4 heat 1.
And that was an excellent wave there for Lennox Smith. He was rewarded with that 8. Open men's round 4 heat number 1. Cooper Davies in second, Dom Thomas in third. You can see them. Bit of urgency in their paddle on screen as we hit the Mad Mex minute. Great to have Mad Mex on board as one of our official AOS webcast partners. They are stoked to be offering the overall winners of each event with free Mad Mex burritos for 12 months. Yeah, you heard that. Free Mad Mex for a year, Jessie.
Oh, yes, please. I am a huge Mad Mex fan, so if that is not incentive to go and win one of these events, I don't know what is, other than the $50,000 prize pool and a year's worth of Mad Mex burritos. That is definitely a reason to do these events.
Mad Mex for brekkie, lunch and dinner.
Yeah, seriously.
Turn into a burrito by the end of the 12 months.
All day, every day. And Dom Thomas trying to get himself a score in the dying seconds of this heat. Unfortunately, I think we will see Dom Thomas bow out of this event, but we will definitely see him again soon. He's been one to watch. Lennox Smith with just a victory lap. So it was Lennox Smith taking this one out in front of Cooper Davies and Dom Thomas. We'll be back for the second heat of the round just after this short ad break.
I've seen it. Might not believe me, but I have. And I know it's still out there. New Amarok V6 Off-Road.
This is the motivation.
Coopers Surf Australia, taking you from the street to the surf for over 50 years. Carrying Australia's largest range from all your favourite surf, skate and fashion brands. With over 1,000 boards in stock and shipping Australia-wide daily. Visit us online or drop into one of our stores. coopersurf.com.au.
Welcome back to all the live action here for the Bonsoi Coffs Harbour Open presented by Gage Roads. The first stop of the 2022 Australian Opener Surfing Tour presented by Volkswagen. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Luke Bonfield.
Yep, and I'm puffing and panting because I had to run from the beach after watching all the live action. I actually was so excited and frothing to watch the surfing, I forgot I was working. The hooter went, I went, oh, I'm on this next heat in the booth. Had to make the trek back along the walkway. Here I am, I made it. And just in time to see Dane Henry go to the air.
There's no doubt about the fact that he will certainly take to the air in this one. He's known for it. He's up against Jamie Thompson and Joshua Stretton, so I just feel like these three competitors are going to push each other from level to level, particularly coming off that first heat, round 4 heat number 1, watching Lennox Smith lock in that excellent 8, Cooper Davies in 2nd, Dom Thomas in 3rd. These guys would have watched that heat and it would have fired them up.
Yeah, for sure. How's Lennox started like pretty much straight away with a 7.5 on that left. That left was dreamy. You know what? I've said it before. It broke from all the way out the back. He could have done 4 turns before he took off on it and got a 7.5. If he surfed it from out the back, he would have got a 15.
But the scale only goes to 10.
Yeah, so I think the boys, they are sitting on this little, they know better than we do, to be honest. But it does look like there is an out the back bomb every now and then that links all the way through. The other thing that they can spot really easy because of the big open beach and the nice groomed Nori swell is the sections coming their way. They are just telecasting from the moment they take off. I'm going to the air. I'm going to be helicopter boy.
Their eyes would have lit up this morning when they rocked up down the beach. Seeing that sunrise, beautiful conditions, and yeah, like you just mentioned, the wind. It's perfect for it.
Oh, it's dream. It looks like a playground out there. Like buttery little lips, enough curve in the wave to get your speed, and a really soft, easy landing majority of the time. There is a bit of a shallower section down further to the north that some of them have been landing on, but for the majority they're getting to do boosts onto a nice fluffy pillow, and it is a lovely thing to have in a 25-minute heat, is these fluffy lips onto fluffy pillows.
Sounds dreamy.
Yeah. 20 minutes on the clock. No scores of consequence locked in as of yet. I said earlier, Jamie Tomo will probably be pretty hard to beat. But after watching that last heat, I think Lennox might be too classy. He seems to have a knack for finding a wave straight away. And I didn't realise he had that repertoire in the air either. Give him a big section and he's got 50,000 manoeuvres he can throw at it. Yeah, I'm pretty frothing to keep watching him surf all afternoon.
I feel like all these guys would have competed against each other a fair bit, and they've probably maybe not necessarily done a bit of travelling together, but I feel like they might have come through similar development systems at certain stages of their career. They're all pretty young still.
Yeah.
These three in particular, all New South Wales.
Yep.
And I just feel like they all surf at such a high level that it's really going to take those point of differences to progress these surfers into that next round, and they're just going to continue to push each other, which is really exciting for us. It's really exciting for those tuning into the broadcast. it makes for an entertaining finals day.
Yeah, it's sick. I can't believe I can get paid to do this.
You're just spectating and loving
Crazy,
it.
yeah. Get to talk about my favourite thing on the planet, watch my favourite thing on the planet. And then in my breaks, I get to go and watch it in real life. It is an epic day here at Coffs Harbour Park Beach for the Australian Open of Surfing Stop 1, sponsored by Bonsoy and Gage Roads. There's a Bonsoy 10 out the front, I've spotted, doing coffees. Wonder if there's a Gage Roads tent can set up sometime soon. It's 12 o'clock somewhere.
Somewhere
Surely.
in the world it is 12 o'clock. Somewhere it's also 5 o'clock. So
Yeah, true.
get one of those single fin summer ales.
Yep. There's also, looks like, pizza oven out the front. Pretty epic little setup we've got here. So if you are in the Coffs region, make your way down, not only for the fantastic surfing, but a little sideshow we've got going with our sponsors. Very, very lucky to have them on board. They are supporting grassroots Australian surfing, giving these guys a platform to level up to the QS next year. Pretty much a springboard for them. Put them on the webcast, put them in a high pressure situation, tell them they only need one wave. That's all you need, one wave, pretty much one section at the moment. And
Here we
Dane
go.
Henry flying down the line, you know what he's doing. Huge hanger and opting for the turns on this one, making a fool out of me because I thought he was going to the air straight up, but opted to click a couple of forehand snaps off down the line, speed, power, flow. I think he's just trying to lock in a solid score before he starts ramping up. He's done that every single heat so far. So, little swerve in the lip, heaps of board speed off the bottom. That turn is money, and the second one was quick, really vicious. I like to call them the Joel Vaughan turn. A little bit biased because Joel's from my board riders club.
Of course you are.
Yeah.
No bias.
Shout out to North Shelley. But I think Joel Vaughan, that last turn where he's able to be weightless and ditch his fins over the coping, almost like a board slide in skating. I think Joel Vaughan is second to none in the world at that turn. I've seen him lip line some crazy sections. Only other person I can think does it with that success is Kanoa. Has that same turn where it really, on the sections, you shouldn't have a committed maneuver because they're too fast. These guys somehow are able to bust the fins over the lip, and we might see him get that opportunity now. Wow, tail ditch to start. He's going to swerve this one through the inside to get a finish. Solid stuff from Dane Henry. Now, he's done that exactly what we thought he was going to do. Put a solid score up, 5-5 for those couple bashes. And now he's going to go to the air.
We have the Volkswagen wave replay on the screen. You can see his intentions here. Straight up and over that lip. There wasn't much else on offer on that wave. Dane Henry had a great read on that one. And I love the commitment from him. You don't see many surfers opting for an air on the first section.
Yeah.
Although it was the only real section on that wave. You don't see many that have that commitment and have that confidence to back their ability in the fact that they can do it on the first section and then keep surfing.
Right out with speed, make it a functional maneuver. That's like almost a point of difference with CT surfers is they can use those massive maneuvers as a functional first turn. We can see that Dane Henry is up in that upper echelon of surfers worldwide who can start a wave with a major. Aerial maneuver, fin blow, tail blast, and continue down the line. Here we have Josh Stretton. Beautiful coil and extension through that first one. Second one got a bit boggy. Didn't really like that one. And he's out of there, unfortunately for Josh. Little fins might have slipped on that second one. First one, he almost went a little bit soft at it, I think, so they didn't have enough speed for the second one. But he has improved out of sight. Was I talking to you about it before, or Jesse? Yeah, he is really, really impressing me this weekend.
He's always been an impressive surfer. He's a really good human too.
Yeah.
But yeah, Josh Stretton, just seeing him develop over the years as well, and just seeing where he is now, he's really fine-tuned the in-between moments.
Yeah.
He's always had those majors, but the in-between, he's really cleaned that up. And he just seems to flow. As much as he caught rail on that second turn, then probably maybe a little bit too much of a lean.
Yeah.
He's
beautiful to watch.
Normally, it's just so effortless. It's so easy to watch.
This section out the back. That is crazy. So you can still see there are sets pulsing through still. We weren't even supposed to have this much swell for today. We're being pretty lucky this weekend. Swell all weekend. Light winds, dreamy little setups at the north and south corner of Park Beach. Couldn't ask for anything more.
The rain has disappeared. The sun is shining. The surfers are in fine form for finals day here for the Bonsoi Coffs Harbour Open presented by Gauge Roads. This is, of course, our first stop of the Australian Opener Surfing Tour presented by Volkswagen. The tour includes two-day qualifying events and a single-day grand final. Each tour stop showcasing the incredible talent of Australian athletes on the quest to stay competitive in their off-season, or what would normally be their off-season, preparing for 2023. The tour includes this event here at Coffs Harbour, followed by the Sunshine Coast, the first and second. That will be the second qualifying event. And the grand final to be held at the famous Bondi Beach on the 15th of October. Plenty on the line here. $50,000 prize pool for the entire tour.
It's huge. $2,000 today, given away to the men's and women's winner. 500 for fourth, which is...
If you win Bondi, 10 grand.
Oh, that's mental.
It's a lot of money.
Yeah, it's a good incentive for these guys who already made the quarters to head up to Noosa. Oh, where is it? Sunshine Coast, sorry. Up at Coolum there.
Here we go. Dane Henry keeping busy. Up and riding, flying down the line. Carves into the pocket. Great style here for the surfer in white as he sticks with this one. What's he got on this inside section? He's spotted something, puts it up there. Can he stick it? Just unfortunately not able to ride out of it. He knows he has to go big.
Yep. Already got his 5.5. Now it's time to go big. And showing that he's not scared to throw the kitchen sink at sections. That one was pretty hard sort of boost section on the end because the bottom dropped out of it. You can see that's where he got all his speed from as well. So this first one, beautiful carve. He like held the rail way longer than I thought he would. Second one was just to stay in the power source, and this third one, heaps of board speed now. You can see it drops down a little step. That's what made it really tricky for him to hit. Didn't really give him enough pushback for how slow he was going. Almost need a little bit more pop in the lip, I think, there. But 10 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. He's still in the lead, so he's sitting pretty, strutting out the back. Nice first turn. Second was an up and over, and the third turn, wow. See the hang off the bottom?
Even just the drift as he came out of it.
That was beautiful. Drifty. Tokyo drift out there for Josh Stretton. It's something about the coil. If we get a replay of it, we'll be able to watch how long he hangs off the bottom on his third bottom turn. Here we go. So first turn is a beautiful little up and over to get his speed down the line. Second turn, sorry, the first turn was a click. Second turn was an up and over. Third turn hanging off the bottom. Allows him to then get up in the lip and extend over the lip, releasing the fins, all his weight on the front foot, committed, rides out with speed. Really solid stuff, locking in a 4.57.
Bit of a quiet heat here from Jamie Thompson in the yellow. He's on screen waiting patiently. Just under 10 minutes remaining. These are 25-minute heats. Not your traditional event where there would normally be a two-wave total. We've mixed it up here. It is a single wave format. So highest single wave will go into their scoreline. And that is what they are fighting for to move on into the next round.
If you are Jamie's coach, what are you telling him?
He's waited this long. He's going to have first priority. I would be waiting for the next set to come through and pull the trigger.
Going right or left?
I feel like the rights have got a bit of a steeper section on them. I'd be electing for the right.
Yep.
At this point in time.
For Jamie, I like his backhand better. I'd tell
Coming
him to go.
From Narrabeen?
Yeah, I'd tell him to go left. He seems to be able to always bash it critically. I'd tell him to go left. Josh Stretton, I'm telling him he's a big body. I'm telling him to sit way out the back wait for the biggest wave of the day to come through and do his biggest turn possible. That's his point of difference. And Dane Henry, I'm telling him to pull the trigger on every single section he sees and put on an air clinic for us.
I feel like he does that anyway.
Yeah, he doesn't need to be told that.
All these guys are well and truly capable of locking in those excellent scores. They're still quite young, but they have been around for a while now. Almost veterans at such a young age.
Yeah, they just have such high heat IQs. And it's one of the awesome things about Surfing New South Wales, Surfing Australia, is that they get so much opportunity. Jamie Thompson up and riding, so after waiting for ages, pulls the trigger, using priority to smash that first section, sliding the tail out on the second, and finishing really, really strongly. That was the biggest wave we've seen of this heat. 3 huge manoeuvres. That first turn was money.
That was that right-hander I was talking about.
Yeah. He might need to come and have a chat to you before the next heat if he makes it through this one. Let's have a look at this first turn. Now, he got to take off behind the section. Look at all the speed he gets into it. First bowl, standing up beautifully. Little Larry, explosion, extension through the lip. Second one was a carve to fin drift. And third, nice end bash. Very, very quick. Very, very explosive. And you can see not quite as nice in between turns as Josh. A little bit quicker.
6.5, there it is. Jamie Thompson in the yellow goes straight into first place with just over 7 minutes remaining. Dane Henry in the white now in second with a 5.5. Joshua Stretton in the red in third place. If he can get a score higher than Dane, so 5.51 is the requirement from Joshua Stretton to move on into second place. And Dane Henry, he's looking to replace that 5.5. Either get something better than a 6.5 and go to the lead, or chip away at that second place and make things a little more tricky for Joshua Stretton in the red. I feel as though Dane Henry, he's going to be aiming high. He's going to be looking for first place. He's not going to feel like he's comfortable in second.
Not at all.
And he's more than capable of locking in higher than a 6.5.
Yeah, especially with Josh out there and his ability to do huge manoeuvres. He would be freaking being and only holding on to a 5.5. He's pretty much posted 7.5s every heat all weekend, Dane Henry. So definitely not in his comfort zone yet. I'm surprised he didn't post a 7.5 within the first 30 seconds of this heat, because a lot of the time we're chiming in after the ad break and he's already locked in a 7.5. We're sitting there going, what happened? Waiting for the Volkswagen replay to pop up. But yeah, we'll see how he goes. I think he's got priority. He's been sitting out the back for a while now. He knows he needs a big section.
Whether you're at home, you have family around, or just the comfort of knowing that everything you need is there. So I definitely think being able to compete at home anywhere is just the best. And we'll see Sasha at her home break next weekend up in Coolum on the sunny coast. So that was a great wave from our surfer in white, Sasha Baker, tagging that wave multiple times. And Rosie Smart's last wave coming in at a 4.4, so just shy of the mark that she had to meet of the 4.78. And we'll see, I'm pretty sure Rosie took off on the right on the other side of this wave, but we'll get a replay of Sasha Baker's. So she carves back to the power source. Like we said on Rosie's wave, it's a bit slow in the takeoff. So she carves back again, and this is where she starts to really rip in. Another hook in the pocket, and then finishes off nicely with an up and over the foam lip line. And here we go, Rosie belts that end section, so a strong second turn and a carving maneuver to start off with. Both for me pretty on par. I think Rosie will probably come out on top for those two, but then again, it's easier said than done.
Much easier said than done. Easy to sit here and watch the screen and talk about it and maybe tell them what they should and shouldn't have done, but it's a different story when you're down the beach and you're paddling out, you're putting that rashie on, you've got the pressure of time, pressure of catching those waves, and well, at the moment, there's only 2 surfers in the water, so that is an advantage. But in saying that, only one of you will move through. A 4-person heat or a 3-person heat, you've got that advantage of top 2 move through. When there's 2 people in the water, it is only one. They're looking for a spot in the final. These are 25-minute heats. And if you're just tuning in and wondering why there's only one score in the scoreline, this event does work differently. It is not your traditional surfing event with a two-wave format. It is a single highest wave score that'll go into their scoreline, and that is what they're aiming for. They can take off on multiple waves, but at the end of the heat, it will be their top score that'll move them through or see them eliminated from the competition.
Yeah, it's the first time we've really seen a format like this in a while, really, ever in my surfing career. My sister, True, competed in an event up at Burleigh Heads last weekend, and they had a one-wave competition as well. It's actually really interesting to watch and to compete in, and I do like it. I am a fan of both single and double wave counting, but yeah, it's fun to have a little bit of difference in an event and not to have so much repetition as we see Rosie on what looks like a good-looking right-hander, but she just doesn't like the look of that one. So a quick up and out for Rosie, leaving Sasha out the back with priority, but we do have a couple of great men's heats coming up after the second semi-final of the women. So after this one wraps up in about 10 minutes. So in semi-final number 1, we have the juniors battling it out against each other. We have Lennox Smith coming up against Dane Henry. So I think that is going to be a super exciting heat to watch. And then we have the not even older boys, but the older boys than the juniors. We have Jamie Thompson and Cooper Davies coming up against each other. So both heats are stacked, and I would say they have been the 4 most informed surfers in the men's draw. So I'm not surprised to see those 4 names in the semi-finals coming up next.
I agree with you on that one, Jessie, and it's interesting. Like, you could look at the first semi-final and go, oh, that's the final. But then you look at the second semi-final and you can think the same thing. So for those surfers of that caliber to be in semi-finals, like, they're not even into that main final yet.
Yeah, I mean, you look at either one of those semis and there's not an easy semi. So I think the men coming up in the semis definitely have their work cut out for them. Each and every one of them will get to surf another heat. As we see Sasha Baker up and riding. So she's trying to better Rosie 6.27. So she'll need a 6.28. I'm not sure that wave will do it for her, but with 8.5 minutes on the clock, she still has plenty of time. We can see that southerly puff has come up a little bit, and which will make the conditions a little bit trickier, but nothing too horrible for the rest of the day. So we have about 6 heats remaining for the rest of the day. On less. No, 6 heats remaining for the rest of the day. So it's been an epic 2 days of action. I feel lucky to be able to have commentated and competed in both, and I'm really looking forward to event number 2 at the Sunshine Coast next weekend.
Hopefully the waves are pumping up there too, Jessie.
Yeah, I'm excited. I've never been there, never surfed there.
So leading into next week, you've never surfed the location, you've never been to the location. How do you prepare yourself for that leading into an event?
For me, I will do my normal training routine that I do leading into every event, which is worked for me. But going to a new place where I haven't surfed that wave before, I think it's exciting, and I think it's an opportunity for you to go into an event and practice confidence and feeling good into yourself. And I just keep thinking, well, the Sunny Coast has produced some of Australia's best QS surfers right now, with Sasha Baker being one of them, Sophie McCulloch, Cooper Davies, Noah Stocker, Alistair Reginato. The list goes on. So the waves can't be that bad, seeing as they have produced so many really talented surfers. So I'm just going in with an open mind and an excited mind too.
Changes in equipment at all?
No, I have my magic boards, and I'm pretty set on those ones. I actually have a board dedicated to a friend that I lost recently, and it just has spark that I've never felt in a board before. So I feel I like to take that board everywhere with me, and it's a reliable board for me. So I feel like I'm taking her with me when I go to comps.
That is nice. That is a sentimental piece there. Feel like you've got that little bit of extra energy with you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. I've had more success in my career in the short time I've had that board than I have in my entire
Wow.
competitive career. So, yeah, that board is definitely coming with me.
Take it everywhere. Wrap it up. Put it on ice.
Yeah, it only gets surfed during competitions now.
It's a special one.
It is. It is. I got it remade, but it's not quite the same.
I feel like, yeah, it's a hard one to replicate a surfboard. Like, you can... Shapers do it well.
Yeah.
But I feel like you get a favourite, you get on it, and then you're like, okay, I love this board. I'm going to put it aside. I want you to replicate it for me. And then sometimes you get it and you're like, it's just a little bit different. There's something different about it. It feels the same. I've got the same fins in it, done everything else, but it just, there's a little tweak in it that I'm not 100% sure of. It's really hard to replicate.
I am lucky to have a bit of a fun and good relationship with my shaper, Darren, and he says that. He says it's hard to replicate a board. It is really, it's no two boards are exactly the same. He said, but all you have to do is do your best, and you know that not every board is going to be perfect, but that's the joy of the craftsmanship of shaping boards, is because you do get to, just test out all these different things, and each board we tweak slightly, but this one I wanted it remade the same, but I think because that board's for her, it just has that little bit of extra spark on it.
Yeah, I think that might be the big difference there. It's been dedicated. It's definitely that special board. On screen there, two major players in this event. Rowan on the right, Zane on the left. This event would not be happening without these two guys here, along with the rest of the event crew. The Surfing New South Wales doing an amazing job. There we go. Look at their members t-shirt just there. Head to surfingnewsouthwales.com.au and grab yourself one. Membership. Get a t-shirt. But in the water, we have Rosie Smart. She is a New South Wales competitor. 6.27 in first place at the moment with just over 4 minutes remaining. Got that hometown advantage, local advantage over Sasha Baker at this stage in time. Surfer in white, a 4.77 in her scoreline. There is time on the clock. These waves are consistent. The opportunity will present itself. Who will take the win and move on into the final?
Going back on that Surfing New South Wales point we brought up before, it is so worth signing up to be a part of the Surfing New South Wales community. They have great initiatives that they pump out every year. The team at Surfing New South Wales works tirelessly to make sure that we're creating a better community and a safer playground in the water. So thank you to everyone who puts time into Surfers Rescue, which is a 24/7 and a free surfboard rescue and CPR course for recreational surfers in New South Wales. It's an award-winning course that teaches critical rescue techniques that can assist in emergency situations and ultimately save a life with the tools you already have, which is your surfboard, which I think now with the surfing community growing so much, it is so important to know and have confidence in yourself that if you had to help someone, you know how to do it. And to have the opportunity to go to a place like Surfers Rescue 24/7, and it's a free rescue course, I really think you're silly if you don't take advantage of the course. And another initiative that Surfing New South Wales run, which one I am quite passionate about, is the Her Wave program. We'll get back to that in just a second. Rosie Smart bashing it off the lip for a first turn, carving back to the power source, and then finishing strong. I dare say that is the best wave of the heat, and I think that's going to come through as a big score. Here is the wave replay of the last of Rosie's. She comes from behind the section and gets right up into the pocket for that first turn, carves back to the section, back to the power source, and times that last section perfectly in the pocket for a vertical hit. So I believe that one will better her 6.27. But back on Her Wave. Her Wave is a statewide female platform and strategy developed by Surfing New South Wales. Her Wave aims to empower all females through surfing and is committed to supporting gender equality, making surfing more inclusive and accessible to women and girls of all ages, abilities in New South Wales, and works to build a more joyful experience for everyone. So I am a big Her Wave ambassador. I love the initiative, and I feel lucky to be a part of Surfing New South Wales, a state that is doing so much for females in the water.
Perfect mention while we have females in the water as we approach that Mad Mex minute. There it is. We are into it. Rosie Smart still in first place at that 6.93. Sasha Baker on screen there waiting patiently for a wave. She's going to need a 6.94 at the bare minimum to take the win from Rosie Smart. You can see people there just having a nice swim. It is the perfect day for it here at Coffs Harbour. We are at Park Beach, so if you are around this region, be sure to come down and have a look at the event. Grab yourself a coffee from the My Mate's Place caravan, the bonsai milk. There's also sparkling coconut waters from Bonsai.
They're good.
There's no added sugar or nasties. They're absolutely delicious. Keep you hydrated here on your Sunday. And up and riding. Last ditch effort here from Sasha Baker. Unfortunately not looking like the wave that she wanted, as this one rounds out. There's one last hit there, unable to ride out of it. And there it is. Rosie Smart in the red taking the win over Sasha Baker in the white for the Open Women's semi-final heat number 2. Stay tuned. We'll be bringing you all the live action after this short commercial break.
This is the motivation.
Coopers Surf Australia since 1969. Visit coopersboardstore.com.au.
I've seen it. Might not believe me, but I have. And I know it's still out there. New Amarok V6 Off-Road.
Welcome back to all the live action of the Bonsai Coffs Harbour Open, presented by Gage Roads. The first stop of the 2022 Australian Open Surfing Tour, presented by Volkswagen. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Luke Bonfield. We're now into the Open Men's semi-final, heat number 1, and what a matchup. Lennox Smith in the red, Dane Henry in the white. 25 minutes. Who will take the win and move on through to the main final?
Yep, been telecasting this matchup all weekend. I've been really excited to see these two in the same heat because they do a similar style of surfing. They've both been putting big numbers straight up on the board in the first 5 minutes and then letting loose. We saw earlier
Caught me mid-yawn
Lennox Smith. Saw earlier Lennox Smith post an 8-5 right at the end of a heat, but he already had like 3 scores upwards of a 7. Really, really unbelievable surfer. And Dane has been explosive. We have, like, pretty much every time he's taken on from a wave, he's done something exciting. One of the best carved down, blowtail, fin release turns I've ever seen in anything. It was unbelievable. It was Dane Reynolds / Parko / Ethan Ewing. Had everything in it. Lennox Smith I've been riding now. Nice slash in the pocket. Another quick little in and out. So he's already had a 1.23. Nice little slash. Not going to be in his top 1 wave, sorry, at the end of this heat. Got me. It took me all weekend to get done up with the change in the format. And Lennox, another little slash. It is only 1 wave that counts.
Correct. So traditional surfing normally has a 2-wave total for events. The Australian Open, a surfing tour, mixing things up. 1 wave will make up a surfer's final heat placing. So the highest single wave at the end of the heat will determine whether or not they move through on into the next round. And the next round being the final. These are 25-minute heats. So no 2-wave total. You can take off in as many as they want, but at the end of it, it will be their highest wave. And these 2 surfers in particular have been locking in those high scores this entire event so far. Dane Henry up and riding on his forehand.
First slash was nice, little carve down, and now he's sticking with this one. Heaps of board speed down the line. Knows he needs to throw caution to the wind because Lennox will stomps it on the flats. That was pretty similar to Idolo North Narrabeen 2020, stomping in the flats. We'll see what the judges do because it was a really tricky landing. A couple of slashes to start. First turn was really nice, and you can see he's just wiggling his way rail to rail, building the board speed, hucks to the flat, stomps really cleanly. But the wave, it's just on dry sand, and the wave caught up to him. He was in complete control of his board. Landed going forwards in front of the whitewash, and when the whitewash caught up to him, he wasn't on it. So, a bit of a tricky one for the judges. I'm not jealous of their position.
At all. Lennox Smith answering back. The man in the red carves around into the pocket right in front of his fellow competitor. He's sticking with it. He's waiting for this inside section to stand up. And just, unfortunately, not much else on offer on that wave. Still plenty of time remaining, just under 19 minutes. Lennox Smith in the red. He'll make his way back out, reset, and these 2 competitors will go wave for wave.
Pretty brave of Dane to throw a rotor on that section. He'd already done a couple of wiggles. Like, he was probably looking at a 5-5 if he just finished it. Would have put a bit of pressure on Lennox then to try and better a score. But he wasn't happy with a 5-5. He just went absolutely bonkers on the inside section trying to put a massive number up and really, really make things hard for Lennox. Very, very committed. Very brave surfing. I wonder if the judges will pay it. What are your thoughts?
No safe surfing.
No safe surfing.
A 5-5, I feel like it wouldn't get you into the final when you're up against a competitor like Lennox Smith.
Yeah.
And these 2 in itself. Well, there we go. On screen, Jamie Tomo. He will be in semi-final. Heat number 2.
I saw him when he was walking down. He actually had no idea about the prize money or anything.
Just here to compete.
Yeah. I just filled him in. I said, mate, you're in the money. He's like, what? I said, you made the semi-final. You're in the money already. He's like, oh, no way. He's already talking about ways to spend it.
Of course he is.
Yeah. He was really excited. Had a pep in his step after the conversation. I was trying to tell him to go sit out the back.
It will be interesting, actually, over the next coming heaps. We're into semi-final heat number 1 of the Open Men's, as to whether or not the surfers will opt to be on that back bank. Yesterday, we were at Macaulay's up the northern end of the corner, and there was a back bank, but it just wasn't as consistent. And it hit that flat section through the middle, and it was the inside bank that really stood up for competitors. It was a predominant left, whereas today we've got a bit more of a beachy.
Mixed
a few
bag.
more options, left, right, whichever way you want to go. But that back bank has started to break a little bit more.
On the low tide.
on that low. You can see conditions changing throughout the day on screen here.
Yeah, started off high tide, dreamy, glassy conditions. We've had the wind swing south, and look how clean the waves still are in a southerly, this little south end of Park Beach. Pretty lucky to have a zone like that for today's comp. Even luckier that we've still got this 3-foot easterly pulse. I can't believe this swell's hung around all weekend. And it's an easterly in October. Are we in October yet? Easterly in September.
Not quite in October.
Quite.
Almost. This year has just gone so quick.
Yeah. Pretty rare to have an easterly nor'east swell this time of year. Normally that's a summer thing.
Here we go, Surfer having a look. Dane Henry utilising priority on that one by the looks of it. He's locked in a 4.5. Lennox Smith, well, he threw his hands in the air. He didn't look too happy. At the end of the day, wasn't really much on offer on that section. It was more of a closeout.
Yeah, for Lennox.
Might have sold him into it.
For Lennox, it was a section. He was like deeper, had an entry, little chip shot, and we've seen him do pretty big punts off one pump. So he probably would have had a big section. Dane was wider, had to take off late, didn't get to the section in time. So definitely a blocking manoeuvre. Wonder if that will pay dividends in the end of the heat. These man-on-mans are pretty tricky, especially considering it is one wave. I think priority will play a huge deal in these heats now. It's really interesting. I've got absolutely nothing to back up my claim there, actually, because I've never really seen a man-on-man heat in this one-wave format. But yeah, it's almost like a little science experiment. We get to see how it goes.
They really will go blow for blow because there's no backup. There's no like, oh, I'll get a mid-range 5 and I'll get a 7. It's like, no, you have to get the highest single wave of the heat to move on through.
Yeah, whatever your mate does, you have to do better.
100% you do.
Yeah. Pretty much just like surfing your local beachy with your mate at home.
These two would have surfed together a fair bit, I'd imagine, with the juniors.
Oh, for sure.
Look at them. So competitive.
Splitting the peak. Lennox, a beautiful carve down. And that not giving him another opportunity. We'll catch up with what Dane did on the left. He was kicking out at a similar time. I wonder if they're going to have a little bit of a paddle battle here for priority. Bit of a funny one. Priority in the water. I've never surfed a heat with priority. Our board riders do a gentleman's rule. So you just know who's got the next wave. Dane, you can see one quick slash, and that's all she wrote for that wave. I reckon there was probably another section from, judging by the takeoff. Looked like he had a section straight on takeoff before that. So, quick two-turner there, I dare say, for Dane Henry. He's got himself on the inside of this little wedge. Ooh, if that one didn't crumble, it looked like it was going to go way down the line. It looked like it was one of those south ones moving super north. It's always pretty exciting if you can get yourself in behind the wedge. That is one of the funnest things you can do in surfing. It's like anticipation as to what's coming your way. These two, by far, not by far, but really, really high talents in coming up in Australian surfing. Dane's blowing me away this comp because I thought he was always just like a run-of-the-mill face surfer. I didn't realise he had that above the lip stuff. I've seen him in all the board riders battles.
Go to his socials, you'll certainly see that he goes way above the lip.
Oh, really?
He's known for it.
There you go. So here he is now. He's going to get the opportunity to show us what he's got. Whack. Too easy. Showing he's done that a million times before. Wow, very, very impressive from Dane. So a couple of turns and a rotor. That's going to probably better his situation. Oh, wow. Over a little double up. Big, deep bottom turn and a fin drift to start. Slashes back in the pocket there. And little bonus section did so well to project over that lip. Wow. Very, very impressive. Yeah, I saw Dane at all the board riders battles, and obviously that's a little bit of a different pressure cooker. So I've just seen him click some really beautiful flowing power turns together. Haven't seen him load and explode like he's been on these last couple of days. He's been really, really exciting to watch.
He does a lot of work with the Surfing Australia crew up at the HPC there. A lot of tramp work too with Chloe.
Oh, cool.
And really tapping into those resources that he pretty much has on his doorstep. He lives around that Fingal, Kingscliff area. Surfing Australia just down the road at Casuarina.
Wow.
He definitely puts in the hard yards, as does Lennox Smith further down the south coast.
Yep. So Lennox is part of that.
Sports high school.
Yeah.
Illawarra?
Surfing, yep. That is unreal.
Jeff Latimer has a lot to do with that.
Yeah, Jeff. I met Jeff at one of the points not too long ago, actually last year. He's a legend, that guy. He's probably watching now. I know he's a huge surf fan. Hey, Jeff, shout out to you, buddy. Dane, nice tag in the pocket there, flying down the line, searing slash and an end bash. So Dane locked in a 6.83 for the 2 turns and the rotor. Very solid. Now Lennox knows he's up against it. Wow, solid surfing there from Lennox. Not the same explosiveness that we saw from Dane. Didn't get to see the start of that one, so we'll get the replay for you guys now. The Volkswagen replay of red. And you can see these double ups are the ones now. They're just sneaking into them. Heaps of speed for this first section. Wow. Critical first turn. Wrapping second turn. Little slash back to the pocket. Heaps of speed. And nice lip line end bash. Managed to stay a little bit weightless there. Dane was up as well at a similar time. Just one little click in the pocket. Swerving his way all the way down the line. Nice little slash mid-turn. There is a clip of Bruce Irons talking about all the surfing greats having a nothing turn. And what he meant by it is like an in-betweener where Andy had his carve down, Kelly has his wrap back, and what we just saw there from Dane Henry was that nothing turn. He had pretty much no section to work with, was able to wrap his board all the way through the pocket and blow the fins, making it a scoring manoeuvre. It's going to serve him well moving through his surfing career.
Certainly creating something from nothing. With just over 9 minutes on the clock, it is still Dane Henry in the lead in the white. Lennox Smith in the red in second place. Very close totals there on screen. Lennox just waving his hand in the air. He's trying to get the attention of the beach announcer to read out his scores and potentially the time. The surfers in the water really rely on the beach announcer for their scores. They might wear a watch. They can get their own time updates. They can look back to the beach and see the priority discs to see where they're sitting with priority. But the one thing that they can't determine, or they can get a rough gauge, an approximate that, suggest what they might have got on their waves, but they don't have the exact scores unless the beach announcer calls it out.
Do we have a ruling with Apple Watches in heats?
Not 100% sure. I would assume there would have to be.
Yeah.
There would have to be because it's form of cheating, right?
Yeah, definitely.
I'm pretty sure there is a ruling.
Yeah.
With professional competitive surfing.
Yeah. Because that would be a really unfair advantage, having someone telling you where to sit, what wave to go. No, this one's no good, this next one's better. That'd be nice, have someone in your ear or on your wrist.
I feel like so much happens in the water, though, that it'd actually get distracting.
Yeah. Yep.
You'd focus more on that than you would sitting and trying to focus on what you're doing with the sets.
Yeah.
You can be trying to read your watch and then miss a wave that comes through.
That would be devastating.
These surfers relying on their ability. On screen there, Cooper Davies, top seed of the event. He will come up against Jamie Thompson in the next heat, semi-final heat number 2 of the Open Men's Division. The Bonsoi Coffs Harbour Open presented by Gage Roads. The first stop of the 2022 Australian Opener Surfing Tour presented by Volkswagen. Here we go.
A little bit of action in the lineup now. So Dane using priority there. Nice first jam. Heaps of speed down the line. This one must have something. Nope. Doesn't like the end of that, and he kicks out. A little bit of a blocking maneuver again. Only one wave counting. So these blocking little tactics are going to play a huge role in these next couple of heats. Being the man-on-man. Wow, I didn't even think of that. And these guys have used it brilliantly. Lennox up and riding as well. just surfing through our screen. Now, he knows he needs a big score. He went a little bit safe on the last one, and lip line's a really steep section coming unstuck. I was surprised Lennox held back on that 597, that last turn. He already had 2 nice clicks. I thought for sure he was going to the air or hucking fins to the beach, blasting tail, but he just rode out, probably thinking that he'd done enough to get himself a 7. And I think the judges, they want to see people pushing the limits.
They want to see that extra flair. They want to see that progressiveness in the surfer's attack. And here we go, Dane Henry. Well, he's ready to attack. Look at the speed on him. Puts it up there and it just gets a little hung up on the top of the section. He's got a little bit of urgency here in his paddle. Can he beat Lennox Smith back out and gain priority? Just over 5.5 minutes remaining. There's Lennox on screen there. Conditions starting to change throughout the day.
I wonder now if Dane will be the power surfer in ABB for Kingy.
Kingscliff board riders. I'm sure they're tuning in.
Yep, for sure. He has stepped it up a notch.
They've got a really strong club.
Yeah, they do. They do make the finals most years. And for some reason, the poor guys, it pumps every time. It pumps at home every time the board riders battles on, they miss it.
I was just about to say, like, what do you mean the poor guys, it pumps? I'm like, isn't that a good thing?
No, it's always huge at Newey. Like
and pumping back at home.
And pumping at home. Like pumping where you guys are from.
It's normally the way, right?
Yeah.
It's always good where we're not.
Yeah.
There we go. 2 surfers on screen. Dane Henry on the right in the white. Lennox Smith in the red on the left. Both of them looking back to the beach. Probably just checking in to see where they sit with the priority discs. Confirming who will get right of way when the next set rolls on through. 4.5 minutes on the clock. Dane Henry in the lead with that 6.83. If you can improve on that, it will make things harder for Lennox Smith in the red. On screen in the red there, that is Jamie Thompson, ready to take on battle with Cooper Davies.
Yeah, with a bit of incentive now that he knows about the cash being handed out. Very, very grateful for our sponsors, Bonsai, Gauge Roads and Mad Mex. Obviously, Volkswagen jumping in there too, putting up this cash to give these guys the platform to get their young surfing crews going. Unreal platform for all of Australian junior surfing. We've seen some standout performances, breakthrough performances, especially Lehani. 9-year-old Lehani blowing fins out, getting a 6.5 for one turn yesterday. That was pretty impressive. As we see Lennox with a quick in and out. Dane with a quick in and out. So those scores won't drop if you are watching at home. Judges have informed us that if they do surf a wave that, because it is only one wave locking, if they do surf a wave that isn't going to affect the situation, they'll just let it go because they want their attention to be on the lineup rather than trying to write down a 0.37 on their sheet. So 2 minutes, 53 seconds on the clock. Dane Henry sitting in the driver's seat, putting the pressure on, asking for some info, trying to load up Lennox with that pressure. Must be nice hearing the beach announcer call out, "You're in the lead. Red, you need a 6.84. I would be freaking out if I was Dane though. Lennox completely capable of posting huge numbers as we've seen all weekend. Probably more excellent scores than anyone else. Not the highest waves of the whole event, but I'd say he has had the majority of 7.5 to 8.5s out of everyone else here in this comp. Obviously only one wave counting, but he's probably surfed a few excellent heats if you're going to count 2 waves. 150 on the clock. I don't see... I can't remember who's got priority. I'm guessing, by the way, Lennox is trying to make some distance between the two, that Dane has priority. And Lennox has created some distance between himself and Dane. 1 minute 20 seconds on the clock, and he's found himself a wedge down the beach. Huge section. What's he got? Massive punt. Stomps in the flats. Rides out cleanly. Clutch from Lennox Smith. That was mental. 1 minute on the clock. Lennox may have just posted the rotor of the event.
We are into the Mad Max minute. We have the Volkswagen wave replay on screen. You almost look at his here and it looks like a left.
Yeah.
But he spotted the right. He had the read. He knew that he needed something big, and just watch his attack on this section.
Oh, it's a big steep section, and he just hucks his fins to the beach, stomps flat on what we call the flat part of the water just before the wave breaking, compresses, holds that real low power stance until the whitewash catches up with him, rides out with control. Judges are going to love it. We're sitting tight waiting on a score. So they've got a wave to compare it to. The 683 of Danes, with a couple of turns and the rotor, not on a big section like Lennox's, but he had the turns before it. It will go really close, and it's just locked in an 8.5. So Lennox, heartbreakingly for Dane Henry, has moved on through to the final. We'll be back with semi-final number 2 after this break.
This is the motivation.
Coopers Surf Australia since 1969. Visit coopersboardstore.com.au.
I've seen it. Might not believe me, but I have. And I know it's still out there. New Amarok V6 Off-Road.
We're back, finals day. The 2022 Australian Open of Surfing, presented by Volkswagen. first stop of the tour, the Bonsoy Coffs Harbour Open, presented by Gage Roads Brewing Co. And we have just witnessed absolute wizardry from Lennox Smith from semi-final 1. I'll talk you through that in a little bit, Jesse, because what I noticed from our webcast is probably a little bit different from what you saw on the beach. I'd love to get your take on it too. In the heat at the moment, 2 big hitters, Jamie Thompson and Cooper Davies. So Lennox Smith needs, there's 1 minute to go. He's under priority. Needs a 6.83. What I saw him do, he looked like he darted completely south, then made some space between himself and Dane to the north, chipped into this little left that went right, and lines up this section, explodes, hucks the fins straight to the beach, stomps on the flats, compresses, spins, rides out for an 8-5.
Yeah, talk about impressive.
Clutch.
We were watching it down the beach, and pretty much the beach just
Erupted.
Yeah, seriously. Everyone, we were just like, what just happened? We were all watching it, and I was sitting down with the Narrabeen boys, and we were like, air, go for an air. But it was such a steep section that it looked like from the beach, and he, lofted to the sky.
Wow.
And just pulled off that magic trick. And everyone started whistling. We all stood up, we were clapping, everyone was whistling.
It's crazy. Doesn't matter who you go for, getting to see someone perform with that pressure on their shoulders in the last minute of a pretty solid event, Australian Open of surfing, lots of cash on the line.
Yeah.
You can't help but get up and clap, get up and applaud.
I was almost late to being here because I was just in shock. Had to run here.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I think also to note that he threw everything at the line for that, and it paid off for him, and now he's guaranteed at least $1,500.
Wow. Nice little payday.
Yeah, I'd be pretty happy with that. So that air bought him a ticket to at least $1,500.
That is unreal. And I know I was talking before, Jamie Tomo didn't even understand the cash prizes at all before this heat. I had to actually tell him what was going on. And he put a pep in his step on his way down. Oh, I'm in for some cash, am I? Already thinking of ways to spend it. And pretty much skipped down the beach after I had a chat with him. He's got himself out the back now. We were discussing whether or not he should go out the back.
Yeah, I was just with him right before he paddled out, and he's so funny. He's got his preheat song he listens to, which is one of the songs that one of the boys at home gave him to listen to, and he was pretty much dancing right up until he paddled out for the surf.
Like Anastasia Ashley.
Yeah, and it was like, oh, you should probably paddle out now, Jamie. And he's like, oh yeah. It was just, he's so cruisy and easygoing, but that's what works for Jamie.
That's unreal.
Yeah, he's such a character. But Cooper Davies is definitely one to talk about. He's pretty much been in form this entire event. So we have such a solid heat on our hands. I feel like the first semi-final was the 2 juniors going at it. Doesn't take anything away from them with their age, because they are both extremely talented surfers. Dane Henry has been one to watch this event too, and I just want to give a little hats off to him because he really showcased some of the best surfing we've seen in this event. So unfortunately bowing out in the semi-final. He still has one more heat to surf for the surf off for 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting in such a big comp to have a repo-charge. They're almost the 2 most beautiful words in the English language, aren't they? Repo-charge.
Repo-charge.
Lose your heat.
Repo-charge.
Get to surf another one. Absolutely frothing. I remember I surfed a local comp, knocked first round, got a repo-charge, made my whole weekend getting to surf twice, for once.
Repo-charge, because surfing is such a cutthroat sport, you know, you don't get the wave and you're out.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of money, time and training that goes into that. And sometimes that happens, you know, it's just part of the sport.
Yeah, all
but
the
when,
time.
Yeah.
If you don't win,
it happens,
you lose at some
it's
point.
one of the only sports in the world you lose more than you win.
Yeah.
However, yeah, those two, well, one word, repo charges. I was thinking repo charge.
Repo charge, yeah.
Yeah,
That's a joke I stole from The Simpsons. He says it with default.
repo charge.
Yeah.
It's music to the ears,
It's
really.
beautiful.
With pretty much 8 minutes gone by, the conditions have deteriorated slightly from this morning. However, there's still plenty of opportunity out there. A couple of ramps like Lennox Smith showcased in that last heat. And Dane Henry, he took to the sky pretty much every single round this event.
Yeah. And it was pretty epic to see Lennox go to the air on that last one, because he didn't go to the air on his wave previous. He's 5'8", and I think the judges sort of expected him to, and they held back on that score. He already had 2 nice turns. The punt at the end would have sent him excellent range, made it a bit tricky on himself. But you can do that when you are able to create distance between you and your competitor, luck into a wedge and huck to the flats.
I just don't understand how they do it. It is so impressive, and I'm pretty sure he's here with his family and his support crew down the beach. They were through the roof when he landed that. We were all in shock.
Yeah.
I was going, no way, and then everyone just erupted on the beach. It was great.
You could see him telegraphing it from the moment he took off. He widened his stance, loaded up, flew down the line, and yeah, showed what this comp is all about, really. One wave is all it takes.
Yeah, that's right. And we have Jamie Thompson up on his first wave for this heat. Goes left to goes right, does the Dane Reynolds and belts that end section. So that is a great wave. 10 minutes have pretty much slipped away. So he was the first competitor to roll the dice in this heat. He's back on his trusty Utopia DHC model. And Cooper Davies, I'm sure, is waiting for one of those better waves to come through. He has great wave selection.
So you were saying Utopia is the small wave version of the DNA?
So it's pretty much the same shape as the DNA, but has more foam under the front foot.
Yeah, and
a bit wider through the nose.
Look how on top of the water he is.
Yeah.
He's trimming.
But I was just talking to Jamie about it, actually, and he said because it's so fast and so easy to ride, that when he got back on his DNAs, all he wanted to do was get back on his Utopia.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, if that's not a sign to get one of them, I don't know what is.
Yeah. Those DNAs do have their place, though, as do all of those elite good wave boards with plenty of rocker, nice pulled in tails. I don't think those flat sort of style boards will hold in a pocket as well as those rocket out bananas.
Yeah,
I like seeing the world's best surf when it's pumping.
I'm a DNA girl.
Yeah.
But I am willing to try the Utopia. I'm not scared of trying that.
Yeah. Seemed to go alright for you yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, got a couple of fun ones yesterday afternoon.
What a little session we had, super sesh.
Yeah, everyone said no.
Yeah.
But a few of us said yes, and we got the funnest waves to ourselves, pretty much.
Unreal, that little left wedge in North Macaulay's. That is a really reliable wedge. We are on the Coffs coast. Super wave-rich area, home to heaps of young upstarting Groms. A couple of we've seen in this event. One of them still in, Rosie Smart.
Mm-hmm.
I dare say she'll have a few crew down the beach later to support her. Coming up in the final.
Yeah, the final against Rhea Campbell. So it's Rhea and Rosie final for the Open Women. And we have a Kyla and Sasha matchup for the surf-off for 3rd and 4th.
Mental. Which
is coming up right after this, so in 13 minutes' time. So 13 minutes to go, 12 minutes slipped away. Jamie Thompson locking in a 3.77 for pretty much just that one belt.
Yeah.
Really, that's where most of the points came from for that score.
One turn, 3.77. Got to be happy with that. If you can do 2 of them, let's call it a 7.54.
Yeah, why not?
Yep. Well, it's just 3.77
yeah,
double.
I know.
Sorry.
Bit of a slow heat for the men in the water.
Yeah.
Slower.
It is the low tide. tends to do that in those like bayish areas if it does drop low. Takes a little bit of sting out of the swell. Does have its benefits as well, giving us a little bit more coping to bash off.
Well, if you're in the area and you aren't down here watching the surf comp, school holidays is upon us and there is plenty to do in the Coffs Harbour region. One of my favourite things to do is go to the Big Banana Fun Park, which is Australia's original and most famous big thing. And they have one of my favourite things to do, which is toboggan rides.
Unreal.
They also have laser tag, mini golf, ice skating and water slides. But the most important thing is to make sure you get the time to get a choc-coated banana and take a selfie with the big icon.
Yeah. And you can go to the little lolly making place on the side.
Yeah.
And you watch them make the lollies. And those lollies
Yes.
they're unreal. Getting to watch how they're made is pretty cool, but getting to eat them after is just as cool because they are delicious, those little things.
We are coming down to the pointy end of the day and we have been on broadcast the whole weekend, so just a little shout out to our official Australian Open of Surfing webcast partners, Mad Mex. They are once again a proud partner of this with Surfing New South Wales across the Australian Open of Surfing to help share their passion for healthy Mexican food and support some of Australia's best surfers. I know that they actually support, I'm sure, one of your favourite surfers, Huey Vaughan.
Yep.
And Willow Hardy, a young gun from Western Australia, and those two cannot talk highly enough of the support they get from Mad Mex, and neither can we. So thank you, Mad Mex, for being on board for this event and supporting the future generation.
So our local Mad Mex is about a minute drive from Huey's house. And there is a monster photo of him on the wall.
No
in
way.
A tube. Yeah, like the biggest, almost one of the biggest billboards you've ever seen.
No way.
And one of my other mates who does a bit of stuff for Surfing New South Wales as well has put a clip together of Huey, shout out to Grimwood Media, that plays continually on the loop in Mad Mex. So Huey's like, goes to school 3 minutes away.
Huey is Mad Mex.
Yeah. He is the poster boy for Mad Mex on the Central Coast and does a fantastic job of it as well. They give out Mad Mex vouchers at our Border Riders Club, and we have an under-10s division, a really strong under-10s division. 30 plus.
30 plus in the under 10s.
Under 10s, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's massive.
And you guys have the biggest female division as well, I
Yeah.
think, in Australia.
Yeah, we're the biggest club as well.
Wow.
Yeah, 220 surfing members.
220?
Yeah. We almost have to push it out to 2 days for our
Really?
weekend comp. Yeah, we triple bank.
Triple bank?
Triple bank all the way to finals.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's a big day. It's a big, really well run comp by the exec. They do a fantastic job. But yeah, I have to do like a separate 10s comp on the day. That pretty much finishes by 12, and then they double bank for the rest of the comp.
Wow.
It is wild. Yeah, to all these kids, it is so cool, and the way he interacts with them and encourages them is really, really cool to see. He then spots something that he noticed from the morning in our under 10s comp, gives an award to the surfer of Mad Mex voucher.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it is like really, really beautiful stuff, and we're so lucky to have that Mad Mex sponsorship supporting Australian grassroots surfing. And Cooper Davies in the water pulled the trigger finally. Almost 13 minutes in. How far in are we? I can't do the maths. Way more than 13 minutes in. I don't know what I was saying there.
We're about 17 minutes
17 minutes, that's where I was going wrong. A nice little go right to go left to start, and then a vicious two-banger to finish. That second one was aggressive. And another replay looked like it was loading up. Oh, that's coming out of it, sorry. The Volkswagen replay there. We're very lucky to be able to load those up too.
Yeah, we are. And Cooper Davies locking in a 4.33. So it's been a really slow heat for the two men in the water. Jamie Thompson looking to keep the ball rolling, but doesn't like what he sees on that one. So Jamie only locking in that 3.77 for that one end turn bash. Cooper, the judges liked his left with a 4.33.
4.33, I thought. That was pretty impressive, those.
I
That two banger,
think
really quick.
Maybe the size of the wave
Yeah.
might have brought it down, but because of the lack of waves during this heat, Cooper was probably thinking, I've just got to turn waves
Yeah.
and get a score on the board. He only had a 0.3, so really anything was going to better his scoreline. And now he is in the lead with 7 minutes remaining, so probably the slowest heat we've seen today.
Yeah, it has had a couple of lulls, hasn't it?
Yeah, so hopefully within these last 7 minutes, both of the men in the water get an opportunity to showcase the phenomenal surfers that they are.
Fingers crossed on some big sections coming their way, because we know both of them are capable of destruction if they are given the opportunity. Jamie Tomo, real quick, surfs above the water, heaps of speed, and always seems to hit the most critical section available to him. Commentators curse him there, and he's off the back. Sorry, Tomo. And Cooper Davies likes to sit more in his rail, sits a little bit deeper in the water, and links turns really, really beautiful backhand. Cooper Davies, you could watch him go off the bottom and off the top
All day.
all day.
Same as Jamie Thompson too.
Yeah.
When he connects on his backhand, it's
Yeah,
raining.
it's a different connection, isn't it? It's like there's aggression and spice and power. Cooper's, you sit there in awe.
Yeah.
Jamie's, you yell and shout.
Yeah. Cooper's, it makes you speechless. Jamie's makes you want to scream.
Yeah, very, very well put. And you can see this beautiful Park Beach area. Nice little south corner, protected by a south wind. Nice rip to paddle out when it's massive.
Yeah.
They had the Grom comp here earlier in the year. Osgrom, I think it was, and it was huge. Like, I saw footage of it. These poor kids, under 10s, had to surf. It was like 8 foot off the wedge, but they were all right because they got to paddle out in the south corner.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
You know what? At least they're going out.
Yeah.
I was not going out 8 foot at under 10.
No.
I wasn't even surfing at under 10. As we saw, that was a little snippet of Kyla Whitfield. She is coming up in the first surf off of the day. She'll be coming up against Sasha Baker, who they travel together to most events. They travelled all through Indo together, those two. So
Wow.
the semi-finals in the women were made up of 4 goofy footers.
Ooh, interesting.
So the lefts paying off for our goofy footers these last couple of days.
Yep. We did see Rosie use her backhand in that last heat.
She was ripping.
Yeah, that fin blow end bash, that was crazy.
Yeah, did you watched it live?
I watched it live, yeah. Way down the beach, heaps of speed, really, really short, sharp sort of body movement, but she destroyed it. Here we go, Cooper Davies out the back, a huge section. He must have paddled way out because that wave was almost twice the size of anything else we've seen so far.
Yeah, he was paddling in, and the first thing I thought is this is a good-looking wave.
Yeah. So he's already got 2 critical turns out the back. He's going to try and hop his way through to the inside, gets a finish.
Got the Huntington hop going. And finishes it really nicely.
Yeah, he did see that he probably needs a bigger wave.
Yeah.
And it's taking himself out the back. So
I think that was a really smart call from Cooper Davies.
big, deep bottom turn and clicks. A nice little snap. You'd almost call that one a Rio.
Oh, yeah,
The
definitely.
old school Rio. Just making sure he's throwing water to the heavens. Then he swiveled this one all the way through. You can see moved both his feet way up his board to keep his board as flat as possible. And he did smash that end section, got a good finish.
That one locks in at a 5.5 for our surfer in white, Cooper. So the judges liking that first turn, I would say, and he finished it off nicely. So a well-deserved 5.5. Looks like Jamie's following Cooper's lead, and he's going to paddle out the back for one last hurrah.
It's
And
almost a rule. If your competitor goes out the back, you have to go out the back.
Yeah. I remember I surfed a Pro Junior at the start of the year at Redhead, and it was really big.
Yeah.
It was like probably a couple it was like solid 6 to 8 foot, and it was breaking way out the back. And some of the girls were surfing on the inside, and that was one of the events my dad came with me, and he
cool.
goes, "You are not surfing on the inside," and I was like, "Okay, see you out the back." And then as soon as I paddled out, all the other girls came out, and I was like, "Yay, friends!"
It is a rule. If a competitor goes out the back, you have to go out the back. There is no choice, because what they're going to do out the back is take off on a bigger wave, get a bigger section, and then your wave on the inside is going to almost be halved by the time it gets there. All Groms listening at home, it's almost the best advice I can give you. If someone in your heat surfs out the back, I'm really sorry to say it, but you just have to paddle out.
Yeah, no matter how scared you are.
Yeah.
Don't let fear hold you back.
No.
But
2 minutes remaining. Cooper's got himself a 5-5. And Jamie Thompson is sitting out the back with priority, way out the back. Knows he needs only one score. That's the beauty of this thing. You can't get yourself in combo. You can, no matter what, still be in this heat to the dying second.
I didn't think of that.
Yeah.
You can't get yourself in combo.
No. Or you can't get your competitors in combo either. So that's a bit of a tricky one.
Wow, clock is winding down. This has been a really slow heat for our competitors. Cooper Davies capitalising on that bake out the back to get himself a 5.5. And Jamie looking like he's out the back now too. Waves going a little bit quiet. There's still 1 minute. Anything can happen in a minute. We are into that Mad Mex minute. The thought of a burrito right now would be really nice.
Unreal. Always beans, always rice.
Yeah.
It's not a burrito.
Always.
It's not a burrito unless you get beans and rice.
And Cooper just looking to try and improve his scoreline. He's paddled for the last few lumps that have come his way, but they haven't eventuated. And we'll be up in his neck of the woods next weekend for stop number 2 of the Australian Open of Surfing, presented by Volkswagen up at the sunny coast.
Wonder if all his mates will be in it.
I think so.
Yeah, that'll be a pretty tricky draw if all those Sunshine Coast boys put their name in.
Yeah. You'd think so.
Yep. Imagine that rocking up in your first heat. You've got Cooper and Alistair Reginado. Oh.
Yeah, you just go home.
Thanks for having me, guys. 6 seconds on the clock. Jamie having a look at that one and not pulling the trigger, so that's going to be all she wrote for his final hopes. And that's it for semi-final number 2. Cooper Davies moving through to the final with Lennox Smith. We'll be back after this break.
This is the motivation.
I've seen it. Might not believe me, but I have. And I know it's still out there. New Amarok V6 Off-Road.
Coopers Surf Australia since 1969. Visit coopersboardstore.com.au.
We are back to the live action here at the Bonsoi Coffs Harbour Open presented by Gage Roads. The first stop of the 2022 Australian Open Surfing Tour presented by Volkswagen. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Jessie Starling. What do we have in the water now?
Well, right now we have the first, the first of two surf-offs. This is the Open Women's Surf-Off. So these two women in the lineup are battling out for third and fourth place, and there's a bit of money on the line. So third place walking away with $1,000 and fourth place walking away with $500. So I reckon we'll see a great bit of action in the lineup today. And we have Kyla Whitfield and Sasha Baker, so two goofy footers who are friends. They travel on the QS together, so they'll be looking to have a pretty good matchup for this heat.
They will. Exciting times here, a lot on the line. It could also change their qualification for that grand final event at Bondi. So this is qualifier number 1 here at Coffs. Will be followed by next weekend at the Sunshine Coast, and then surfers vying for a spot at that grand final in Bondi on the 15th of October. And the winner of that Bondi event takes home $10,000, Jessie.
Yeah, $10,000 is a nice number and one that I would like to get my hands on, that's for sure. So this is, as you said, stop 1 of 2. So you have to get in the top 10, I believe, in the women, and I'm not quite sure the numbers for the men. But we've had a great first event. We do have the final solidified for the men. It is Cooper Davies up against Lennox Smith. And in the surf-off, we'll have Dane Henry and Jamie Thompson going at it for third and fourth place.
I love that we get to see these surfers surf again. They've surfed their semi-finals. They didn't make the main final, but they've got another opportunity to finish either third or fourth. But for us, it means that we get to watch them surf again. They've been informed surfers the entire event, both on the Open Women's division and also the Open Men's. So to be able to see that, I'm excited to see these two women surf off now. Kyla Whitfield up against Sasha Baker. But then that next surf off with the men, Dane Henry and Jamie Thompson. What a matchup.
Yeah, and Jamie only just getting out of the water 5 minutes ago. So he's going to have a super quick turnaround to get ready for the heat coming up in 20 minutes. But Jamie and Dane, we haven't seen meet up in the draw yet. And both of them have been standouts. And I know Jamie and Dane will be looking to redeem themselves from their last heat. Dane losing in the dying seconds of his semi-final, and Jamie, unfortunately, it was a really slow heat for Jamie and Cooper. But yeah, I'm sure those two will be looking to make up some lost numbers there.
We don't often see this. It's a different format in itself. It's not a traditional surfing event. There is no 2-wave total, so it is the highest single wave score of each heat that'll move surfers through to the next round. They don't need a backup. They don't need that second score. It's just the one that gets locked in at the very end of the heat. So at the moment, Kyla Whitfield, she's got a 3.07. I feel like she's going to need higher than that 19.5 minutes time when the siren sounds. Sasha Baker also out there. She's from the Sunshine Coast, but it's this lady here on screen in the red, off to an girl in the draw. This being said, she is able to showcase her true talented surfing on those waves where they offer that little bit more wall. And she started off most heats the same. So she's started off most heats by just turning a few waves quickly. And then she'll sit and wait for one that has a bit more consequence for her, which has paid off in most of the rounds. Unfortunately, Ray Campbell getting the jump on her in her semi-final number 1 not too long ago. So I'm sure we'll see Kyla Whitfield looking for more substantial ways to showcase her powerful surfing with her strong and long legs. There it is, a 3.23, so she extends that lead ever so slightly. These are 25-minute heats, as mentioned. Single highest wave score will move surfers on through. Well, it won't actually move through this round because it is the surf off, so they'll finish third and fourth. But who will get the better? Will it be Kyla Whitfield or Sasha Baker? Time will tell. And it'll make a difference to their qualifying campaign into that grand final for Bondi. This is, of course, our first stop of the 2022 Australian Open Surfing Tour presented by Volkswagen. The Bonsoi Coffs Harbour Open presented by Gage Roads. This will be followed by qualifier number 2 at the Sunshine Coast next weekend, 1st of October. The grand final event at Bondi will be on the 15th of October. There's a total of $50,000 in the prize pool. So plenty on offer. Not just the bragging rights, but plenty of coin to be banked. Helping these surfers potentially on their regional qualifying campaign for 2023. Or just pocket some cash, make some savings. And here we go, Surfer in White having a look. The surfer from the Sunshine Coast. Up on her forehand, just unfortunately not much on offer on that one for Sasha Baker. They've both been in form this entire event. It is a 2-day event. Finals day today. Only a few heats left. We'll crown the winners.
Yeah, it's been a great 2 days of action so far, that's for sure. It's interesting, just another little fun fact I'd like to add is that in the women's from the semi-final round onwards, they were all goofy footers, and in the men's, they were all natural footers. So it looked like Sasha Baker paddling for a wave. There she goes. She gets a good turn off that section and finishes it, but just comes unstuck. So a little bit too much momentum coming out of that turn, too far on the inside rail.
Unfortunately, Sasha Baker unable to capitalise on that last section. Completion is crucial in competitive surfing. That high completion rate. Just over 16 minutes remaining. Still plenty of time on the clock. Make our way back out there for the Open Women's. Surf off for 3rd place. Second in this heat will finish 4th overall. Still a great result from both of these women competing in this event.
Yeah, I really like the surf-off format. You don't get to see it. You're usually so used to getting an equal 3rd or an equal 5th. And I really love the fact that, you know, both men and women get another chance to just get more practice in the jersey, as we see Kyla Whitfield tagging that last section. She has dropped down into 2nd place. Sasha Baker looking in a 4.3 for that last ride of hers. So Kyla will be looking to get a 4.31 to jump Sasha Baker to get that 3rd spot.
Keeping in mind that 4.3 for Sasha Baker was essentially off the back of that one first turn, because her 2nd turn was incomplete. Had she have landed that last turn, I feel like that score would have probably gone up maybe around an extra 2 points.
Yeah, I honestly, I completely agree with that. She has a really unique backhand style. I feel like it's very old school, almost Tom Curran-esque. She's got her feet slightly closer together, and she really pivots off her back foot, so when she connects it's really vertical and it's really quick and in the pocket, and she uses that to her advantage, as we're going to see a wave replay powered by Volkswagen. This is Kyla on her last one. She gets this end section jam and kind of lays herself into it, so we'll have to wait and see of what that score comes in at. But yeah, so then again, if you're Sasha, you're going, I'm pretty much getting a 4.3 off the back of one turn. If I was her, I'd be like, I'm going to stick to these rights and try and get 2 of those backhand turns in.
I think both of these surfers have gauged that, and they've locked into that. As you mentioned, they're all goofy footers in the back half of this draw for the women, as opposed to the natural footers in the back half of the men's. I feel like in conditions like this, they are able to get more critical on their backhand as opposed to their forehand, and the rights are actually holding up a lot longer and steeper than, say, these lefts that are just flattening out. Yeah,
Kyla opting for the lefts in this heat. She has a strong forehand, and I know the Northie lefts have been working recently, so she's probably been doing a little bit of training on them, maybe feeling a little bit more comfortable going left than right at the moment. She locked in a 3.9 for that last wave prior to this one, just that one end turn bash, so improving her scoreline marginally. She's still looking for that 4.31. This one she gets 2 calves in and waits for this one to stand up and gets that last turn in, putting her hand on the front of the board to make sure she rides out of that. And I think she'll still be looking for another wave to improve and get the jump on Sasha Baker, but there is 12, just under 13 minutes remaining, so still plenty of time.
She made the most of nothing on that wave. It didn't really look like it was going to stand up too much until that inside bank, but she did all that she could. Kyla Whitfield in the red on screen there at the moment. She's sitting in 2nd place. And a reminder that this is a surf-off for 3rd place. Both of these surfers have already surfed in the semi-final. Unfortunately, didn't qualify for the final. However, we have this surf-off to determine third and fourth place, because money does come into play, as do points. And there it is, a 4.9. Kyla Whitfield, the surfer in red, goes into first place. Sasha Baker in the white, now in second place with a 4.3. Judges would have been playing that comparison. The 4.3 of Sasha Baker's, she did that one strong backhand turn and then unable to complete the second turn. Whereas Kyla Whitfield, she was on her forehand. 2 turns were kind of just wraps into the pocket. I feel like the last turn she was able to get more critical.
Yeah, the judges were liking that one more than what I thought they were going to like that one. I thought they were going to pay Sasha Baker's one more, but I mean, she got 2 solid wraps in and then got the finish on that last one. So yeah, as you said, they were probably comparing the two and just deemed that Kyla's was better. So 4.9. This means now Sasha Baker is looking for a 4.91. So still a bit of a low scoring affair. No one's really run away with it just yet. We are past the halfway mark, only just though. Just under an 11.5 minutes remaining. It's been a really interesting event to see how each competitor takes on that one wave total. And I think the girls and the men who have progressed so far have really capitalised on wave selection and making sure you're on the best waves. So it's been a super fun event, and I'm really looking forward to the next one. And the grand final. 3.
Plenty happening here at Coffs Harbour. Up and riding, just a quick up and down that with Sasha Baker on screen in the white with just over 10.5 minutes remaining. Still plenty of opportunity out there in the lineup. Conditions have changed since this morning. Southerly wind started to puff up and the tide has changed. This bank is still working. We are at Park Beach in Coffs Harbour. Change of location from yesterday. We were at Macaulay's up in the northern corner. Predominant left-hander yesterday, whereas today it's a bit more of a beach break. Surfers able to move around in their lineup a little bit more and just search for the waves they're looking for. If you're in the Coffs region, be sure to check out one of our official webcast partners, Cooper Surf Australia, the oldest independently running surf retailer in the country. Started way back in 1969. They have 7 stores on the Coffs Coast alone, and the Jetty Board store with over 600 surfboards. Be sure to go grab yourself one. And if you're not here in the Coffs region, you're tuning in live on the broadcast, be sure to check out coopersurf.com.au. They can provide you with all the goods. Claudia in here taking selfies. Big props to Claudia from Surfing New South Wales. Would not be possible without her.
It wouldn't be possible without the team at Surfing New South Wales. They work tirelessly to put events like this on, and events all year round, the QS Regional Series, as well as any events pretty much grom to that higher tier level. Surfing New South Wales and the team there are usually behind it. We'd also like to say a big thank you to our naming rights partner, Bonsai. Bonsai. Good, better Bonsai, the original and the best, frothin' since 1983. I've actually tried their sparkling coconut waters. They are delicious. And speaking of sparkling coconut waters, Sasha Baker just absolutely tagged that wave. And seeing as they loved that tag that she had, which she got the 4.3 for, I personally like that one better. So I wonder if that'll take her up into the lead. Here we go with a Volkswagen wave replay. Just the one turn, but really connected with the pocket well.
I liked how she didn't force the bottom turn. Nothing was rushed. She could see where the lip was, and instead of coming hard off the bottom and trying to whip around the lip, she actually held that bottom turn and waited for the perfect timing to put her board up there. A great read on that from Sasha Baker in the white. Will it improve on her situation? She's already locked in a 4.3. She's looking for a 4.91, and there it is, a 5.17 for the surfer in white, Sasha Baker from the Sunshine Coast. She moves into first place Kyla Whitfield in the red, now in second, chasing a 5.18 to take that lead back with just over 7.5 minutes remaining. Reminder that these are 25-minute heats and not your traditional event where there'd be a 2-wave total. It is just one single wave that'll be locked into the scoreline for these competitors. And they are currently surfing for 3rd and 4th place. They've already surfed the semi-finals, which is a 2-person semi-final. The finalists have been determined, and now they're surfing for 3rd. Up and riding on a good-looking left. Belts that first section, carves around into the pocket. This is a better-looking wave for Sasha Baker. Wave of the heat so far.
She likes that one. You can tell she was really feeling the end of that wave. That first turn was the best turn of the heat, straight into a wrapping carb, and then she finished it off. We're going to get to see that wave again. So here's the wave replay. Look at the bowl on this wave. You knew it was going to be a good wave from the start. Belts that lip and then goes straight into a wrapping maneuver. And then she knows she has to finish this off, so make sure she gets the job done. And you can tell she likes the feeling of that one.
Looks back at the judges, looks back at the camera, little smirk. I got the score.
And there it is, a 7.5 for the last of Sasha Baker. So 3 committed turns. The judges are rewarding that with a 7.5, which I think is so deserving for that last wave. Kyla Whitfield now down into red. She has such a strong backhand and forehand. So I'd love to see her open up on one and give that 7.5 a real run.
And this is the Open Women's Surf-Off for 3rd place. It will determine 3rd and 4th. Coming up next, we have the Surf-Off for 3rd and first time in the heat draw so far that they would have matched up, so we're excited to watch that one. They unfortunately weren't able to make the main final. Main final sees Lennox Smith up against Cooper Davies. But that next
In the Surf-Off and the final, you look at those heats as well, and either one could be a final. Here goes Kyla Whitfield. We'll get back to that in a second. Great opening maneuver. Unfortunately, that wave fizzling out on her, but she is showcasing that she does have that powerful rail game in her surfing. So hopefully she'll be able to get herself back out there for 1 or at least 2 more opportunities with just under 5 minutes on the clock. And there is young Dane Henry getting ready for his surf-off against Jamie Thompson.
both of those competitors, I feel like, would be paddling out there looking for redemption. They know that they haven't made the main final. But Dane Henry in particular, he got pipped at the very end in the last 30 seconds from Lennox Smith. And on screen there, that is Jamie Thompson.
Yeah, he is down there with the Narrabeen crew. So Benny Wilson and Jasper Welsh both down there supporting him. I was lucky enough to sit with them before Jamie's previous heat, which he unfortunately got knocked in. Probably one of the slowest heats we've seen today. So hopefully we can see Dane and Jamie try and redeem themselves in this next surf-off coming up.
They've been standout performers throughout the last 2 days. We say redemption, but at the end of the day, they've surfed well the entire event. I just feel like they're probably both thinking we weren't able to quite showcase our best surfing in that last semi-final. And those two surfers know what each other are capable of. They know what they surf like. I feel like they're just going to go wave for wave, and it's going to be an extremely exciting matchup.
I also think we haven't really seen Jamie Thompson take to the air in this event yet, where that's pretty much all we've seen from young Dane Henry. But Jamie has a really solid air game, and he hasn't really tapped into it. So I'm interested to see if maybe he's inspired by young Dane, and they'll go to the air for the next heat. I'd love to see an air show. So boys, if you're listening, we want airs.
It would be interesting though if one chose to keep the board in the water, rail to rail, traditional surfing, as opposed to, say, that progressive side. It would be interesting to watch both of those competitors and who would get the better out of the scoring.
Well, yesterday we saw Dane tap into both aerial maneuvers and rail to rail surfing. I think he got a 7.5 for a 2-turn right-hander. It was an opening blast into an Ethan Ewing-esque layback rail. I don't even know what you'd call it, but Luke and I were in here absolutely frothing on it. But he's also got big scores for doing airs yesterday, so he knows he can do both, and Jamie knows he can get good scores on the wave. I'd like to see him push himself a little bit more and get good scores above the wave too. Alrighty, with only 2 minutes on the clock, it is still Sasha Baker sitting out in the lead with that 7.5. Kyla Whitfield looking at this inside left-hander, belting that section. If she had have got another opportunity, I feel like she really could have challenged that 7.5. That was a beautiful first turn. Unfortunately, wave selection has let her down a little bit in this heat so far. However, there is still 1:40 on the clock. And I'm sure now that she's caught that wave, she's been able to create a bit of space between her and Sasha, and she'll be looking to get another opportunity in before the end of the heat.
Don't rule Kyla Whitfield out. She is more than capable of locking in those excellent scores. And on screen there, just watching Sasha Baker in the white make her way over to the surfer in red, Kyla Whitfield. So we do have priority at play, and at this stage Sasha Baker would have priority over the surfer in red, Kyla, meaning that she has any right of way to a wave that comes through. So by paddling over to Kyla Whitfield, she's just going to sit nice and close and not give her too much space. As we hit the Mad Mex minute with 55 seconds on the clock, will there be another opportunity for Kyla Whitfield? Time will tell. Looks as though Sasha's going to give her some space.
Yeah, a little inside left coming through, but Sasha is taking that one off the hands of Kyla. She gets a beautiful opening wrap in, knows that she had to do that, can't give Kyla the opportunity with 30 seconds to go, now down to 20. And she's looking like she might get another rip bowl. Unfortunately, that one not eventuating for her. So with 15 seconds remaining, we'll have to see if Kyla Whitfield can get herself on one more opportunity to try and get that 7.5 she's looking for. She will get another chance on a good-looking left-hander. That first section just running away from her ever so slightly, and at the end not paying off. So it is Sasha Baker in third and Kyla Whitfield coming in fourth respectively. So those girls taking home some cash prize. Congratulations to both, and we'll be back with the men's surf-off right after this.
This is the motivation.
Coopers Surf Australia since 1969. Visit coopersboardstore.com.au.
I've seen it. Might not believe me, but I have. And I know it's still out there. New Amarok V6 Off-Road.
All right, we're back at the 2022 Australian Open of Surfing, presented by Volkswagen. Stop number 1 here at Coffs Harbour. Bonsai Open, presented by Gage Roads Brewing Co. And we are in the Open Men's Surf-Off for 3rd. So there's $500 on the line here, really. 4th gets 500. 3rd gets 1,000. These guys are surfing for a bit of extra pocket money. Probably a couple of boards, I dare say. Give one of these young 20-year-old guys $1,000. That's what I would have been dropping it on back then. And up and riding Dane Henry, not even 20, he's younger than that. Heaps of speed down the line, beautiful up and over, and hangs the fins out to dry. Beautiful way to start.
Yeah, that one locked in at a 5.6 for the first wave of the young man in red, Dane Henry, who has been one of the standout performers all event, taking to the sky, laying the rail down. We have both had our jaws on the floor multiple times from Dane.
Yeah, he is really, really impressive young surfer.
And then he's coming up against coming unstuck on that one. He has locked in a 1-point ride. We haven't seen that yet, but this is a good-looking wave from Dane Henry. Ooh.
And we know now, Dane's locked himself in at 5.6. We know now he's just going to go for it. So he won't be holding back.
I mean, if you're in a surf-off, I know that there's $500 on the line, but you could kind of look at it like this. Yes, I've made money.
Yeah.
I've made $500. I could make $1,000, but I am just going to give it my all in this, and I'm just going to absolutely take it to the next level, because you have that opportunity. You can't progress any further in this heat. So if I made a surf-off, that's the mentality I would be going in with, is I'm just going to go and absolutely launch.
Yeah, one of the cool things about surfing is it's expressive. It's almost artistic in a way.
Yeah, no, definitely.
So this is their performance. They get to put on a show for us. There's definitely that element to it. If you are in a surf-off, you just want to put a good show on for people. Really, really cool part of our sport, getting to express your read on a wave your own unique way.
Yeah, it's like your own canvas, and you get to paint your own picture,
Yep.
which is a really, I think, graceful and beautiful way to look at it.
Sure is.
And I think a lot of people forget that a lot, because we do attach a lot of aggressive vocabulary towards surfing. Belted that lip.
Bashed,
Bashed.
smashed, clicked.
So but it's nice to incorporate.
Did you see the Brad Gerlach clip?
No,
where
I
he was
didn't.
talking about the language is all wrong?
No, I didn't.
Oh, so there's a very, very similar to what you just with how the term feels.
Yeah.
So when you are smashing a lip, you're not really smashing a lip, you are precisely placing the board in the lip.
Yeah.
With your body structure being tidy and in the right spot, leverage needs to be okay. So these guys are absolute experts, and it ends up looking like a smash in the lip, looking like a crack or a click. Here we go, speaking of click.
Wow.
Up and over that little end bash there. That one's not going to give him another opportunity, so he's straight out. But he's going to get heaps of opportunity on that outside bank. I just went and sussed out what's going on out there. This is pretty much directly in front of the lookout now. So the competitors,
really?
Competitors have moved south, and they've opted the back bank. That's why it does look like it's a little bit bigger than that shorey the girls were surfing. Saw Sasha's 7, was it?
Yeah, 7.5.
Wow.
Really impressive surfing
Yeah, that
from
was
Sasha.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she has a really, I think, one of the most unique styles. I touched on it in that heat. One of the most unique styles in the female division. She
Yeah.
puts her feet that little bit closer together, and she's very much digs her rail into all of her maneuvers.
Yeah, there was definitely 3 really well put together turns on that wave. The first section looks so dreamy. There was expletives being blurted all over the shop.
So the men have opted to sit out the back.
Yeah. Yep. And I think it was Dane started paddling out there first, and as we spoke before,
Jamie, you have to.
you have to go out the back. You doesn't have a choice. If your competitor goes out the back, you have to paddle out.
Jamie locking in a 3.6 for just that one manoeuvre, which was a pretty impressive one, might I add. So much like at other heats we've seen, it locking in around that 3.54 range for one turn, you take that as a feather in your cap and you go, okay, I get a 3.6 for one turn. If I can get 2, it's going to be a 7.2.
Yep.
And I think that is...
Good way to look at it.
Yeah,
2 if you put them together.
I think it's a confidence builder too,
Yeah.
to be like, wow, I can get a 7.2 for 2 turns.
Pretty
You know,
nice.
not a lot of people can do that.
No, not at all. Probably your local board rider who doesn't make a heat of the B grade wouldn't be able to do it. Maybe
No.
maybe they'd be posting 5 points total for their best wave. These guys are exceptional talents. The best, some of the best that Australian juniors have to offer. Jamie Tomo obviously winning a Pro Junior this year over in Cruy, using that lethal backhand to his advantage on a long left point. That joint looks dreamy. It was pretty big
it
for
was,
the comp.
honestly, probably some of the biggest waves I've ever surfed in my life.
Yeah, it looks solid.
There was one day, not a lot of people went out, but some of my friends and I decided we're going to go and give it a charge.
Charge
and
it.
Matty Cattle, we put together a crew and got him over there to support us.
Oh, sick.
And he was filming it, and then about an hour into the surf, Jamie paddles out, and I'm not sure if you know, but Jamie charges.
Yep.
And he was heckling me out there. Paddle deeper. I don't want to paddle deeper. This is scary.
You can have that one, mate.
Yeah.
It's
I'm
alright.
quite happy sitting over here. And that is us on the screen. My name is Jessie, and this is Luke, and we'll be taking you through the final surf-off
Yep.
for the men.
So
And
this is for third place and $1,000. Jamie Thompson, Dane Henry hanging it over that first section. Up and over the second one. He's going to try and swing that one through to the inside. Doesn't eventuate for him. First turn was committed. Fin blow. It's pretty much a 2000 surf edit he's put together.
Oh, yeah, no, his clip is getting better and better
Yeah.
with each heat.
Those tail wasps were really, really patented by the Balinese guys over in Kuramas back in the early 2000s.
Yeah,
They
right.
would always, that first turn blow tail was like their go-to. Really, really epic stuff from Dane. Hopefully we get a replay and we can talk you through it, because that is a really, really exceptionally technical maneuver. I'd love to get to talk you guys through the intricacies. I noticed his feet when he was halfway through the blow tail were almost arms width apart, like super, super far apart. So it'd be cool to get that back up if we have it. Hopefully get that to you shortly. 5.6 was his previous score. Do you reckon it's going better?
They didn't pay Jamie's one manoeuvre. I know that his wasn't as progressive as that one, but I don't think it's going higher than a 5.6 personally. It was very impressive, and it was great surfing that Dane has been displaying all event, but I do think the judges know what he can do. And yeah,
Which is almost
I want to see his surf clip get better, so
Yeah.
I want to see more.
you expect a lot. You're a taskmaster.
But he's just showcased that he can, go to the air,
Yeah.
go to his rail.
Crazy repertoire.
Yeah, and
Such a young kid.
for someone of his age,
Yeah.
it's really exciting to see, actually, and I feel like we're going to be seeing more of the name Dane Henry in the near future and the
Definitely.
years to come.
Unreal name too. for
Yeah.
Surfing.
Yeah, we've had a few unreal names in this
Yeah.
event. Casey Lane
Yeah, Casey
was
Lane's
one
a
of them.
ripper.
That was I liked that one.
Yep. Rolls off the tongue.
It did so well.
Dane Henry, Jamie Thompson, a couple of big names in the final too. One of your favourite surfers, Cooper.
Well, I'd like to add that my 2 picks are in the final.
Are they?
Yep.
1 and 2.
1 and 2, Cooper
Wow.
Davies and Lennox Smith.
Yep. Spot on. And my 2 picks are in the surf off. So well done on that one.
Still a stacked surf off though.
Pretty impressive.
Almost halfway through this heat. A 5.6. It looks like that last wave of Dane's didn't go into his top 1 wave. Jamie's still sitting out the back. These two looking like they're having a bit of a chin wag out the back. Just talking about their last
Yeah.
couple of waves.
It'd be pretty hard to keep Jamie quiet in
Oh,
any situation,
yes.
I think. So, wonder if Dane's going to go full Kelly on him and just brush him. Like, yeah, sweet. Don't talk to me. Play mind games with him.
Start singing his least favourite song. I actually don't think Jamie doesn't have a favourite song though.
Yeah, he'd like anything and everything. Classic character that he is.
We should get him on the mic. That'd be pretty funny.
Yeah, I think he's done a couple of commentary stints at a few of the local comps. I know he did one up at Newcastle for a Grum search. That was pretty hilarious at one point.
Yeah, we'd have to get a nod of approval from the big boss in the truck before we got Jamie in. But that being said, he is such a talented surfer, and hopefully we can see him showcase his surfing a few more times with under halfway. So we're down to 12 minutes. Only 2 heats left for the day after this one. So it has been a pretty amazing event for the first stop of the 2022 Australian Open of Surfing presented by Volkswagen. So this was the Bonsoy Coffs Harbour Open presented by Gage Roads Brew Co. So thank you to all of the sponsors and presenting right sponsors that have helped us put on such an amazing event, and big thank you to the team at Surfing New South Wales.
Yep, absolutely awesome platform, as I've said a million times before this weekend. I can't believe these guys get the opportunity to showcase their surfing and get to go away with a bit of coin.
You were one of those surfers too.
I did get to surf. I was very grateful for the opportunity. Yep.
If you had a surf like yesterday afternoon, we'd probably have a different story today.
Don't want to talk about it. True.
Same though. We're in the same boat, don't worry.
I just called you True, sorry. You're Jessie.
Oh, you know what? You're not the first person.
Sorry.
And you won't be the last. It's okay. We look very similar.
How funny you do.
And we both commentate, so.
Yeah. And surf. Are you both on Roxy?
No, True's with Rip Curl and
Oh,
I'm
there
with
you
Roxy.
go.
Yeah,
There you
that's
go.
how you can tell us apart in the surf.
Ah, there you
And
go.
True has short hair and I have long hair. That's another telltale sign too.
You think she'd be watching at home?
No. She does
Probably
not want to
surfing.
listen to my voice any more than she has to. If
Probably
she is
surfing.
watching, she's probably got the subtitles on
Yeah.
and has it on mute. No, she's probably surfing. She was bummed she couldn't make it down to this event this weekend.
Ah, okay.
And unfortunately can't make it to next weekend either. So,
Spewing.
yeah.
They are good events. Try and rack up a bit of cash and a bit of confidence.
Yeah.
Yeah. Surprised Cooper's not here. He won one of these last year or 2 years ago. Cooper Chapman.
Yeah.
He's pretty busy
Freya
at the moment.
Plum won one
Yep.
a couple years ago. True, my sister had a really good run in these events
Yep.
when they first started a couple years ago. Dil Moff, Cedar Lee
Yeah.
Jones.
Yes, Cedar was ripping it.
Cedar won the whole series.
Yeah. One of them, she was just absolutely dominating.
Yeah, she won 2 back-to-back.
Wow.
She won at Port Macquarie and then she won at Keir, I think, Coffs Harbour.
Cool.
Yeah.
Unreal. So it's pretty cool things. Been going for a few years now, the Australian Open of Surfing, just with the pure intention of getting our junior competitors ready and raring for the big stage.
That's all we want. It's all we want is just backing and more time in the jersey, and having opportunities like this event just makes you feel really grateful. And yeah, I think it's so important. I don't think we give enough credit into how hard surfing is. And I think events like this make it fun and make it achievable, and you just get more experience in the jersey because surfing is such a cutthroat sport. You could surf 10 events but get knocked out in round 1 10 times, so you're only surfing 10 heats a year, which isn't really a lot in the scheme of things. So to have events like this, it just helps you progress your competitive surfing as well as your actual surfing.
Yeah, very, very true there. Jessie, thank you. 8 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. The ocean has just gone super quiet on us. Looks like...
This happened to Jamie in his last heat as well.
Yeah, poor guy got a bit skunked in that one. I think he's got priority from memory.
Yeah, Dane definitely got the last wave.
Yeah.
But that one
So-
didn't improve his scoreline.
What are you telling Jamie?
Right now,
8 minutes on the clock.
8 minutes. I'd probably wait until 5 minutes out there. And if
Yep.
no waves have come at 5 minutes, then I would move to the inside
Ooh.
and
Not a
try
bad
and
little tactic.
manufacture a 5.61 on the inside,
Yep.
which he's more than capable of doing. And I think to be able to do that on the inside, it means you have to go there.
Yep. And what are you telling Dane?
Dane, go and sit on Jamie. Put that $500 in your pocket and go and sit on Jamie. That's what I'd be saying.
Yep. You are very, very ruthless. I hate to have a heat against you, Jesse. I would just be telling him, do your own thing, wait for a bomb. Don't worry about your competitor.
Yeah, well, that's the difference between North Narrabeen and North Shelley.
That is pretty much spot on.
North Narrabeen tell you to go and sit on people.
Yep.
No, I'm kidding. North Shelley are very, very talented competitors, and we are very lucky to be able to compete against you guys.
Yeah. As are we. Such a cool little combination that we have going in the Border Riders competition. Lots of teams pretty close to one another, obviously taking out top spots in the Border Riders battle for a few years in a row. It's crazy that there's that many good surfers in such a small area.
Yeah.
North Shelley could pretty much put two teams, you guys could pretty much put two teams in the ABB that'd do pretty well. There's plenty of other clubs that are in the same situation. Snapper always are in the final.
And I think tag team surfing as well is such a different type of surfing.
It is, isn't it?
It's, my sister is really good at blocking out the head noise.
Yeah.
For tag team surfing, which I think is such a talent to have.
Yeah.
And some of the best surfers in the world can't surf a tag team.
Yeah.
So I hats off to people.
You see some proper melt.
Yeah.
Proper. I'm not going to name any names.
She's going to hate me for saying this, but the last tag team event we did 2 weekends ago for the women's Australian tag team titles.
Yep.
True for the final was sprinting out, and I was like, how awkward if she face planted, and she legit face planted the second half time.
I think everyone has to do it once.
Oh my goodness, I was in stitches. I couldn't control myself.
It's perfect as a little sister.
Oh,
Seeing your
yeah.
big sister do that, yeah.
Oh, it made my day. It's interesting to see that a wave hasn't broken for 10 minutes.
Wow. So really, really quiet here.
Looks like there might be a few lines approaching. And it looks like that southerly wind has backed down a little bit. I feel like it puffed up a bit for the female semis. And I feel like it's backed off a little bit.
Yeah.
No?
No, definitely. I can see there's like a real ruffle on the wave. So maybe it's just changed direction to
Yeah.
maybe giving you a little bit of coping now.
Yeah.
Which is nice. These guys are very, very comfortable above the coping. Such a tricky thing surfing, isn't it? Like, we never ever get the same section twice. So it's pretty hard to really dial in certain maneuvers.
And with situations like this as well, when the ocean has gone so quiet, it makes your decision-making process so much harder. And it's why that you have to have not just a strong body, good equipment, but you have to have a strong mind as well, because you have to be able to have confidence in your decision, because 10 minutes has gone by, you haven't caught a wave, and it's a lot of people at this time can start to melt. I know I've had moments where I'm like, oh my gosh, I need another wave, and there's no waves coming, and I've been like, okay, what do I do now?
The cool thing about the ocean is it's a body of energy.
Yeah.
If you will it your way, 9 times out of 10, for some reason, something will come your way.
Something, and you just have to make something out of it.
Yeah.
But
I like to think of it, surfing gives you like all these different opportunities. You just have to be able to make the right call, do the right body movements with the right amount of aggression to come out on top.
Yeah.
So it's the ocean provides, you need to almost give back.
Yeah.
Bit of yin and yang.
Wow. Are you Gandhi?
Bit of yin and yang.
That is a really, really beautiful way of looking at that.
Yeah. I'm not Gandhi. I just love surfing. All my heart.
Same. It's my favourite thing in the world.
Unreal, isn't it? And we're super blessed to be here today, working, they call it, talking about surfing, watching some of Australia's best surfers. 3 minutes on the clock now, and you can see they're probably going to make their way to that inside bank. They are moving north.
You can see that Dane is hot on Jamie's heels, even though I don't think he has priority. He's just not giving him any space, any room to move, because he knows how talented Jamie is and that he can get a 5.61 easily, and has in every round before. So Dane would not want to be giving Jamie too much rope.
Probably learning from last heat too.
Yeah,
With
definitely.
Lennox giving him
Definitely.
just a tiny bit of space with priority. Gave Lennox a tiny bit of space and unfortunately paid the price Lennox made him pay.
Yeah.
Took off on a bit of whitewash. It looked like a left, went right, hammered down the line, and soared is the only way to put it. Soared before he came flopping down onto the pretty hard flats. 2 minutes, 24 seconds on the clock, and we're still waiting for the Ocean to show up for these last 2 minutes of the heat. Looks like there's a bit of energy out there. You can see the buoy out the back. Up and down, the base of it disappearing under a couple of what looks like could be sets.
This is when surfing gets so interesting because really they haven't made a mistake. But sometimes Mother Nature is that third competitor.
Yeah.
And it's not up to you. Like, I'm sure both of these men in the water would have loved to catch so many waves in the last 15 minutes, but unfortunately none have come through, which is what I personally think makes surfing so unique.
He's unreal, isn't it?
Yeah, to watch, probably not to be.
But it is just
if I was
like
Jamie or Dane, I probably wouldn't be that happy. But no, it's why we love our sport so much. It's the not knowing, you know, the element of surprise.
Yes. Provides for really, really entertaining last couple of minutes of heat sometimes when you do get a flurry. Fingers crossed these guys get the opportunity to show off what they can do. We saw Dane with a 5.6 pretty much on the hooter as soon as we came back from our break. So, as he has done all weekend, putting a pretty solid number up, then trying to build house on top of that by sending it to the moon. We're into our Mad next minute. Fingers crossed, a couple of bombs head their way. A couple of big burritos. A couple of burrito ground days head their way and they can...
Cali burritos.
Ooh.
Put some fries in it.
Yeah, beautiful.
And it looks like maybe something might be coming. Only 30 seconds to go. This has been... We thought Cooper and Jamie's heat was the quietest heat. This has topped that.
Yep. Ocean has gone still for this heat here. Last heat, there was a couple of doozy little lefts on that wedge. Perhaps making the move there a little bit earlier could have been helpful, but almost pulling the trigger on that one. We saw Jamie with the paddle. Now there's only 5 seconds remaining. Looks like a little lump behind it. Will it eventuate for him in time? You can see a big paddle up and riding Wazzy before the hooter. We can't hear the hooter in the booth here, so we're going on what we can see on the screen. He's going to swing this way, one all the way through to the inside. Body language showing he's not that happy with it, not that impressed with it. And he's out of there. Can't be too upset. $500 in a 4th place finish. That's all she wrote for the surf off. We'll be back after this break.
This is the motivation.
I've seen it. Might not believe me, but I have. And I know it's still out there. New Amarok V6 Off-Road.
Coopers Surf Australia since 1969. Visit coopersboardstore.com.au.
Welcome back to the live action of the Bonsai Coffs Harbour Open presented by Gage Roads. The first stop of the 2022 Australian Opener Surfing Tour presented by Volkswagen. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Luke Bonfield. What have we got in the water now, Luke?
We have the final. We're here. The whole weekend's culminated in these next two heats. These girls have surfed through plenty of heats on pretty much surfing one wave per heat, locking in a solid total to get you through. Pretty interesting format, and it has seen the level being pushed a little bit because they know they only get that one opportunity to put up a score. You can't safety surf, you can't get through with fives anymore. So we had a wave from red in the break, and white is up and riding now. Beautiful slashing carve down to start, and a second cutty all the way back to the wash. She's going to stay with this, hanging with the power source, swiveling away through the inside. That is surfer in white, Rosie Smart, and she's a local girl, showing the local knowledge there to get herself all the way through the inside and click off a nice end turn. Great way to start her heat. We'll see the direct comparison shortly with Reds, how she started off her heat.
This is the Open Women's Final. We also have the Open Men coming up next. Our final two heats of today. This is the first stop of the 2022 Australian Opener Surfing Tour presented by Volkswagen. We are in Coffs Harbour. This is the first of two qualifier events. The second qualifying event will be next weekend on the Sunshine Coast, 1st of October. The surfers looking to qualify for the grand final event to be held at the famous Bondi Beach on the 15th of October. We have a surfer having a look, up and riding in the red. Great first turn into the pocket. Carves around for a second. If this one stands up on this inside section, this is going to be a good number for the surfer in red. Linking this one all the way through. Hey, is it possible to get the names of that on the...
So pretty solid start there from red. Couple of nice slashes out the back and finished strong. Trying to think back to Rosie's first. So Rosie's locked in a 6.07 for her first wave. Raya has already locked in a 5.17 for her first wave, pretty much coming off the back of one turn on the inside. And Raya's bettered. Definitely bettered that score. So this will end up being really close between Rosie and Raya. 20 minutes on the clock, so 5 minutes down, both with a pretty solid number already. Red still yet to lock in that one. She just caught. And these two girls have been on fire all weekend. Rosie Smart started off with her campaign with a 9.53. Two crazy frontside fin blasts on what was pretty much a 4-footer. Super committed surfing. Really, really electric. Love watching Rosie surf. Very talented young local. Sure she's got plenty of people down there supporting her. And Raya, almost could call her Railer, because she puts it on rail all the time. Surf's really, really strong. And has a really solid base foundation of surfing.
With the comments that you make with people's names, I'm surprised you haven't made one yet about Rosie Smart. Smart play, smart surfing.
I feel like it's too easy. It's given. It's already given. Here she is up and riding. That was pretty smart of her to get out the back of that one. Obviously nothing happening on that wave. So, and she has that local knowledge, knows what wave is going to eventuate for her. Ray Campbell, really, really solid base. Needs a bit more of a wall to work with. Does love a bit of power in the water. Beautiful, beautiful surfing when she does get a nice bowl. And we're going to see that replay of White. So beautiful slash down. Nice cutty to just link up that little section. You can see bashes off the foam. And going to keep that board speed up to finish here. Gets a really solid finish. Ditching the fins over a little whitewash there. So that was her 6. Ray Campbell's a 5.33, so I'm guessing that's her second wave with a couple of slashes out the back.
The wave rolling on through the lineup now. Current heat leader having a look at this one. That is Rosie Smart on her backhand. Comes hard off the bottom, straight up into the lip. A little hung up, but she manages to hold on to it. Can she get this inside connection? She's already locked in a 6.07. With the single wave format, she needs to improve on that 6.07 to extend that lead as she links this one all the way through. Her local knowledge paying off here, Luke.
Wow. She gets so much extension through her top turn on her backhand. She's able to push super hard on her inside rail, extend all the way out, makes what would normally be a pretty dismal section for most people really, really exciting. Love to see that one again so I can talk you through a couple of those extensions where she's just placing the board exactly where it needs to be. Timing, technique, and flow are impeccable from Rosie Smart. I've actually been like on the off heats with Raya all weekend. This is the second time I think I've seen her surf. Obviously seen it down the beach, but yeah, I haven't been in the booth commentating and stuff before.
Our roster rotations becoming a factor in that.
Yeah, how funny is that?
Just under 16 minutes remaining. We'll wait for that score to be locked in. Whether or not that will improve on the lead for Rosie Smart in the white, we'll wait and see. But Raya Campbell, she's locked in a 5.33. And we've been talking about it all event. This is not your traditional surfing event. We do not have 2 waves making the total. It is a single wave format. Surfers can take off on numerous waves, but it will be their highest single wave that will go into their scoreline, who will take the win here at Park Beach in Coffs Harbour.
And 2K.
And $2,000.
And a year's worth of Mad Max.
If that isn't an incentive in itself, I don't know what is. Look at this thing here for Raya Campbell. She takes off on the section. Unfortunately, just doesn't continue to hold up for her.
Yeah, that was like all the energy of that wave was just focused on that one little bit of sand out the back. Nothing giving afterwards. You almost want, on that little outside bit, you almost want to be chipping in, just scratching in behind the power source. That way, you know you're going to get some opportunity down the line. If you're taking off on that big, meaty section, a lot of the time you're not going to get a turn down the line or opportunity to present for you down the line, because all that energy is focused in that one spot.
We did have a 6.23 drop for the surfer on screen there, making her way back out. That is Rosie Smart. She did have a 6.07 before that, so she has extended that lead ever so slightly. Raya Campbell in the red now in second place, looking for at least a 6.24 to take the win. This is, of course, the Open Women's Final. Up and riding, surfer in red on her backhand.
Wow, beautiful down calf to start. This wave looking like it's going to give her a really good opportunity on the inside to crack off one big turn. Not getting the board speed to get up into the lip there, unfortunately. So she kicked out. Not going to better her situation. Now needs a 6.24. So it's interesting they went a little bit above Rosie's last one. Probably almost 0.2 above her 6. I think it was what she did with those what she did with the downtime on the wave, how she was extending through the pocket instead of cutting back and pumping. I think that was the difference. Beautiful surfing all the same. But yeah, keeping the rail in the water and engaged and keeping the flow in the wave is really important, especially when conditions do drop off like we've seen here. We've had pumping waves all weekend. Final time comes around. Poor Jamie Thompson had 2 heats where he got a little bit dudded. These girls have had a few opportunities already though, luckily. And hopefully Coffs Harbour Park Beach presents a couple of opportunities in the last 12 minutes of this final. $2,000 on the line and a year's worth of Mad Mex. You'd be taking your whole group of mates to Mad Mex, wouldn't you?
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Yeah, it's on
courtesy
me,
of
guys.
Mad Mex. You could eat it every single day for 12 months.
That is unbelievable.
You probably wouldn't even get sick of it either because it's that delicious.
Yeah, and there's such a variety. Like you don't have to just go cheddar cheese all the time. You can go the American cheese, or sometimes you might want the medium or the spicy. I'm a bit of a wuss, I only go medium. I could go some Mad Mex right now again. I keep doing this to myself at lunchtime, talking about Mad Mex. It is delicious. Wonder who's going to take the burrito grande. Rosie or Rhea?
Mad Mex is proud to partner with Surfing New South Wales once again across the Australian Open of Surfing to help share their passion for healthy Mexican food and support some of Australia's best surfers. Well, here's one up and riding now. That is Rhea Campbell. Just unfortunately not able to ride out of that last turn. A surfer in red. 11 and a half minutes remaining. Still plenty of time to make her way back into the lineup. Reset. And this is where it gets tricky, Luke. Your traditional event, it's 2 waves, right? You've got 2 waves in your total.
Yep.
You can kind of chip away at it, create that foundation, and even if you've got an average wave in your scoreline, you can have a really good one, and maybe the other 2 persons got 2 average scores, and you get the better of that.
Yep.
Whereas this, it's a single wave format, so your highest single wave is the only one that's going to count. You have to do better than the other competitor, just on that one wave. If they've got an 8, well, you've got to get an 8.01.
Yep. Pretty straightforward.
No backup, no other opportunity. You just have to do better than that other competitor.
Seems straightforward. Much easier said than done.
25 minutes, 1 single wave score.
Wow.
It sounds easy, but it's certainly not.
Yep. Adds pressure. Makes you push a little harder on all those little turns. As we saw there, Rhea pushing pretty hard and coming unstuck. Probably, if she was just surfing for a 5, probably doesn't come unstuck there. Probably lip lines, rides through to the shorey. But knowing she needs 1 score above a 6.23, she attacked it just like she did that section there. Nice little slash to start. Again, you can see her, she's pushing hard. First section was really nice. Second section stood up again, and she went to swing a backside sort of windscreen wiper. Just coming unstuck, a little bobble off the bottom. She'll get back out the back though. 9 minutes 50 seconds remaining. As I say to a couple of groms at home, I'd way rather see you fall off trying something massive out the back than see you swerve one through to the inside.
In a contest though?
Ooh. Yeah, good point. Over this contest, I would.
Free surfing, by all means go for it. You're going to fall. You're learning. You're learning things if you're falling. However, in an event, you want a high completion rate.
Yeah.
So that's where your free surfing comes into play. You practice until you've got that completion under your belt. Head out there for an event, and it all just comes into play because you're so used to doing it. You've got it dialed in. You don't even have to think about that turn anymore.
Yeah. Do you surf at 70%, 80% in a heat?
Maybe
surf your hardest.
I mean, you're always trying your hardest, right?
Yep.
You're not out there to lose.
No.
Every competitor enters because they want to win the event at the end of the day. As much as we may hear that I'm just here I just want to have fun. I just want to go heat by heat.
Yeah, sure.
But at the end of the day, they're all here for the same thing. They're here to get points. They're here for money. They're here for the win. No one's here to lose.
So everyone's really here for the year's worth of Mad Mex.
Maybe, exactly. They want those burritos. But, I mean, you might start your heat at, say, 70% and lock in one of those scoring waves and then build from there. build that momentum, really work your way up to 100%. I think it just comes down to the individual.
Yeah. Some people are in that flow state, aren't they? They don't really have to think about it and it happens. Some people get to surf 80% and still blow up on every wave because they are that talented, like our 2 finalists. We've got in the water now, Rosie and Raya. They're both really, really talented young surfers. Raya with a crazy backhand, really powerful, solid base of surfing. She gets to put that on show right there with a beautiful looking cutback. She's going to stick with this one all the way through to the inside. You can see it doubling up, tripling up underneath her. Plenty of speed down the line. Nice big section and clicks a finish. That one would have felt nice. 6-2-3. Oh, I wouldn't like to be a judge right now.
That is why they're under the tent judging and we are in the commentary booth.
Talking about it. Not making any huge decisions, just talking subjectively about something we absolutely love. Here's the replay. So she was able to take off behind the section, comes out, wraps back to the pocket, stays with this one through to the inside, even managed to throw a bit of water while she was swiveling back there. This little turn was just to keep some speed and pumps down the line, bashes that little end turn. Probably thought she was going to get another one. Hindsight, which is such a pain in surfing, she probably should have kitchen sinked that turn on the inside. We'll see. I dare say the board didn't really go past, like her nose didn't come back to the wash on that end turn. So judges will keep that in mind when they're deliberating if it is the 6-2-3 or not. Solid turn out the back, couple of swerves, couple of swivels, and an end bash. Thinking of Rosie, she had 3 or 4 turns that like linked together as well really nicely. And an end bash. Could be similar. Or 5-5-3 just locked in there. Very, very close. This is tight. Ray's thinking to herself, alright, I need 0.7 more than that.
And that's the difference. You know how you talked about that end section?
Yeah.
Had she have thrown everything at it, that's where we might have been talking about, say, your 60 to 70% effort to then ramping it up to 100%. Had she have gone everything into that last turn, it could have been that minor difference, which is a massive difference at the end of the event.
Yep. There's the difference between eating burritos for a year or not. Unfortunately.
Here we go.
She gets another opportunity. Here she goes.
Ray Campbell up and riding on her forehand. So she's opting for the left-handers. Great first turn. She's looking for the second. Really puts everything into that second turn. We were just talking about it. Can she get a third? She's looking for a 6.24.
Ooh.
Will she get the score required with just under 5.5 minutes remaining? Rosie Smart up and riding on her backhand. Puts it up there nice and vertical.
Not afraid to bash a little lip climb at the start on your backhand. It is a scary thing. Foam is not your friend. The whitewash out in the water is definitely not your friend. It is trying to buck you off your board at all times. So seeing someone throw a foam climb up on their first maneuver doesn't look that hard. Is one of the hardest things you'll do. And shows a lot of commitment. Put it up and over. Puts you in the flow of the wave a lot if you do get a foam climb at the start of your wave.
Just under 5 minutes remaining. We have the Volkswagen Wave replay of Raya Campbell on her forehand. She took off behind the section. Great first turn, really pushing with that back foot, adding the extra flair. She does it again here on the second turn and finishes off strong on this inside section for a lip line. She looks confident, and Rosie Smart straight up and at him, answering back. She may have been thinking, I might need a score here, depending on what Raya did.
Looking at these two, Raya definitely got the better of that exchange. Trying to think if it's going to better the 6.23. Is it close to a 5.33? Sorry, 5.53. I'm thinking 3 turns. 2 of them were a slash. End turn was nice. And they were a little bit closer together. There wasn't as much downtime in that wave. She was moving faster through the whole thing. It's going to go close. It's going to be really, really close between Rosie and Raya coming into the last 4 minutes. It's there. It's right there. It's the 6. I'm going to call right in that 6 range.
This is what we want in the Open Women's Final. 2 competitors going wave for wave. Who will take the win? Will it be the local surfer, Rosie Smart, in the white, or Raya Campbell in the red? She's been trailing behind pretty much the entire final, but can she get another opportunity with just over 3 minutes on the clock? We're still waiting for that score. I feel like it's going to be very close.
Yeah.
It's already really close, but I feel like, personally, I liked that wave of Raya's over her 5.53.
Yep.
It's going to be tight.
Yeah, I know. I'm a little bit perplexed by it because the first turn wasn't as nice. Second turn was better. First turn we know, though, is a critical part of your wave. You want to open strong.
I liked it.
You did. You like the slash. There you go. That's the beautiful thing about surfing.
She could have pushed everything into it. It might have just been like a flat section, but she still made the most of that section.
Definitely. Same way that Rosie was doing, wasn't it? But a little bit different. She was like slashing and attacking rather than extending and being precise. Raya getting another opportunity now. 2 minutes on the clock. Knows she needs a big score and is hanging with this one to the inside. So I reckon she's going to go for broke in here. Nice little slash back to the pocket. Probably just getting close to the judges now, thinking I can hear my score in here a little bit easier. Swiveling that one all the way through the inside. Excellent way to finish off her campaign here at the Australian Open of Surfing, Coffs Harbour, Mad Mex. Still waiting on that score to drop. Unless it has come in under the 5.53.
If you're watching, you can tune into live heats. On screen, we have the Volkswagen Wave replay. Rosie Smart on her backhand. Straight up over the foam. Comes hard off the bottom. Straight into that second one. Just a bit of an awkward wave here. She waits for it to link up. This section here, really putting everything into it.
Wow. Right on the Mad Max minute, us getting that replay of Rosie Smart's final wave in this final. Could that be the burrito there for her? There was some pretty impressive surfing. Mad Max for a whole year, $2,000, and the points going into the Sunshine Coast. Pretty good reason to book your ticket up there. Beautiful part of the world. Really exciting series of comps, and Raya just swinging that one through the inside in a free surf. You're stoked to finish like that. Absolutely pumped. All the way to the beach. You've clicked a couple of turns on your way in, and Rosie locking in a 7.33. So with Raya on the beach, you'd have to say congratulations to Rosie Smart. 14 seconds on the clock. And she is our Australian Open of Surfing, Coffs Harbour, presented by Gage Roads Brewing Co. winner. Very, very well done to Rosie Smart, the young local girl. Commiserations for Raya. Great surfing all comp. Rosie, she did put up a couple of really nice scores. Rosie, unfortunately, stealing it with that 7.33 right at the end. Great job. We'll get back with the men's final after this break.
This is the motivation.
Coopers Surf Australia since 1969. Visit coopersboardstore.com.au.
I've seen it. Might not believe me, but I have. And I know it's still out there. New Amarok V6 Off-Road.
Welcome back to all the live action. The Bonsoi Coffs Harbour Open presented by Gage Roads. The first stop of the 2022 Australian Opener Surfing Tour presented by Volkswagen. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Luke Bonfield. And what have we got here, Luke?
Huge final. Been a massive weekend of excellent surfing. You can see Rosie and Raya giving each other a little competitors high five. Showing some sportsmanship there. Really, really cool. Big smile from Rosie. She has locked in the burrito for a whole year.
12 months of Mad Max burritos for that lady there.
Unreal. And 2K. And she's winning the Volkswagen Australian Open Surfing for 2022.
What more could you want? She is a local competitor as well. On screen, chaired up the beach. And there it is. That is your Open Women's Champion of the Bonsoi Coffs Harbour Open presented by Gage Roads. Rosie Smart, look at the smile on her face.
That is unreal. Congratulations, Rosie. And straight into some surfing out the back. Lennox with a huge up and over. Nice little foam bash. And this is a solid set compared to what we'd seen in the last couple of heats. Swerving his way all the way through to the inside. Does really well to stick with this one. Cooper Davies up out the back behind him. Must have found a lobster, and Lennox finishing this one off right in on the shorey. Beautiful way to start his campaign. We have Cooper's first wave as well. Oh, sorry, that was the same wave that he fell off in. Found a lobster, obviously. Two beautiful turns out the back. 5.67, and Lennox locked in a 6.5 for the up and over to foam bash, then swinging through to the inside. Cooper might have even bettered his situation. 7.17. There's another wave we may have not caught up with yet.
These are 25-minute heats. We're into the Open Men's final of this event. It is finals day. The Bonsoi Coffs Harbour Open presented by Gage Roads. Go, you're right.
Sorry, absolute flurry to begin with.
It is. The boys have been busy.
That is unreal.
I feel like they might have watched the women in that last heat and just thought, you know what, there's a few little inconsistencies in the lineup right now. We're going to make the most of those opportunities when they come through, because if we miss it, we may end up losing this final.
Yep, might not get the opportunity again, because the ocean has gone flat on us for a couple of heats. Luckily, the girls had some really contestable conditions. Both of them got to showcase what they're made of. Boys already teeing off out the back. That up and over from Lennox was incredible. The weightlessness. He had so much projection and float and loft. Looks like he could have been up there for years if it would have allowed him.
So fast, so smooth. It just glides.
Yeah. He was almost up there for that long, that weightless, that he might have had some sort of time dilation. Come home like everyone's 30 years older.
I was waiting to see where you were going to go with that then. 18 and a half minutes remaining. Just a single wave will win this final. Who will it be? Cooper Davies or Lennox Smith? So no two-wave total like your usual surfing event. It is just that highest single wave score. It'll count for these surfers. Our final heat of today here at Park Beach in Coffs Harbour.
And these two really have been the best surfers all weekend, posting huge numbers. Cooper with a 9.67 highest wave score of the event. I had a chat to head judge about it. I said, why wasn't it a 10? And he said, well, in this format, it's a little bit different. You can't just throw out a 10 because what if someone does something better? So the 9.67 is really his nod to a 10. We haven't seen anything go greater.
In a normal event, he would have got a 10.
Yeah. But they have to leave some room in the scale because it is surfing. There is always a possibility we can see something better. He could have clicked his last section instead of really destroying it. He could have clicked his last section, bottom turned at the next section and hucked a huge rotor. Then what do you give it? So there's all these possibilities in our sport. We have to leave some room in the scale. You'd hate to box yourself in and have to finish on a tie, 2 10s, and then it's a count back. I wonder if that's how it works.
Well, we had a surf off for third and fourth.
Yeah.
I wonder if you'd go a surf off again for first and second.
That'd be cool.
Be interesting.
Best of 3, World Tour style. Or maybe they have to verse like a final boss. So they have to call Ethan Ewing down and they get a heat with him.
16 and a half minutes remaining. Cooper Davies in the lead at this stage with that 7.17. Great way to open up the Open Men's Final. Closely followed by Lennox Smith in the red, a 6.5. He's having a look at this one. Surfer in red up and riding on his backhand.
First crack in the pocket was beautiful. A nice wrap, a little backside wrap through a fan of spray. Wow. Cooper Davies out behind him. So first turn was really nice, a big up and over. Second turn, just a nice cutty, sticking with this one to the inside. Obviously happy with how he surfed out the back because he wants the finish really bad. A little bit of body language there telling us he's frustrated that wave didn't give him a finish. Love to see the damage he did out the back if there was a turn before that one we came in on. He was moving really quick when we got to him. Brilliant camera work. We've been pretty lucky. These guys on the camera are spot on. Here's a replay. The Volkswagen wave replay of Lennox Smith. So yeah, first turn is a backside snap in the pocket. Second one is a backside wrap. Difference is snap. Oh, I'll get back to you shortly with that. First section was beautiful. That's why I wanted to finish. That first snap was money. Up and over. Fins went out the back. Heaps of projection down the line. Swung him into the next one. You can see he's just saying, give me something. Pulls off a little bit frustrated, and as he would be because that start was fire. But yeah, Lennox had those 2 turns, snap and a wrap. Difference being the snap is like aggression, a little bit drifty, really quick movement. The wrap is your back foot push, a little bit drawn out where you get to really extend. You can see that like in between the turn, halfway through the turn, with the wrap you're really extended. With the snap, you're fully compressed. That's the difference. Snap is the backside snap's almost one of the premier surfing moves we've seen all weekend, especially that little left wedge off Macaulay's. That's a dream little nugget up there, isn't it?
This whole Coffs Coast is a dreamy location.
Sure is.
We are blessed to be here. Thanks to Coffs Harbour Council, the beautiful Eco Coffs Coast. There's plenty of fun activities to keep the family entertained, and there are loads of things to see and do, not necessarily just in the water. One of those things being the Big Banana Fun Park, Australia's original and most famous big thing with toboggan rides, laser tag, mini golf, ice skating and water slides. Make sure you make time for a selfie in front of that big banana, and you can grab yourself a choc coat of banana while you're there. I know it's one of the things that it's just always a Coffs Harbour icon. You drive through here every time, you're like, I want to go to the Big Banana.
Yeah, it's such a necessity. You almost feel bad driving past. You might as well just stop in, because the FOMO you'll have if you drive past isn't worth it.
You always drive past and there's always someone there taking a selfie.
Yeah, pretty cool. Or line up for the lolly shop. Have you copped the lollies?
They've got everything there.
Yeah.
Coffs Harbour, a beautiful part of the world. We are in New South Wales for finals day of this event. Our first stop on that 2022 Australian Open of Surfing Tour presented by Volkswagen. This is, of course, the Bonsoy Coffs Harbour Open presented by Gage Roads. This event would not be possible without our partners. Series presenting rights partner is, of course, Volkswagen. Volkswagen Commercial Vehicles is proud to sponsor the Coffs Harbour Open. If you're wanting to find the perfect vehicle for your next surf trip, visit Volkswagen team at Jeff King Volkswagen or head to the website volkswagen.com.au. They've got something for everybody. In the water, surfer in white, having a look at this one, opting not to take off. Smart choice there for Cooper Davies. That was definitely not going to improve on that 7.17.
I wonder if he had priority or if he's in second. I'd say he'd be in second priority because he was on the wave behind Lennox. So really not relinquishing anything there. He's free to have a look. Lennox doing well to hold on to priority. He does need a score. He needs a 7.18. Don't poke the bear. I would be really worried if I was Cooper right now because of what we saw Lennox do in the semi-final.
I want to poke the bear. I want to see it.
Yeah, me too. I would love to see it.
Cooper might not, though.
Yeah, I'm thinking for Cooper here. For the rest of us, surf fans, Australia-wide, worldwide, we want to see the bear poked. We want to see the bear really aggravate. I want to see the beehive thrown at the bear. Not only the bear poked, the beehive thrown at the bear. He's that angry and fired up. He's going to go nuts.
The honey pot is that $2,000 for the winner. And, of course, a year's worth of Mad Mex burritos. Thanks to Mad Mex. They're stoked to be offering the overall winners of each event with that free Mad Mex burritos for 12 months. And here we go. He's wanting those burritos. Surfer in white, but he doesn't have priority. So red has right away. Lennox Smith carves into the pocket, and look at that wrap. Flawless there from the surfer in red. He got a little caught behind the section, but this one's going to link all the way through. Can he get a critical turn on the inside here?
Wow, great use of priority. Pulling the trigger, making the decision completely worth it, and he's going to get a finish. Blows the fins out to reverse. Wow, he is a really talented surfer. So he's just got every single maneuver in the book for every single section. Let's watch the Volkswagen wave replay here. So he takes the wave off Cooper. Beautiful first carve, holding that rail all the way back to the wash, releasing the fins at the right time, and then a nice little snap over the foam. Cuddy to stay with the whitewash here, and he gets another one coiling up, exploding back at the wash, and now it's all about the finish. Started strong, needs to finish just as strong. Blows a little pop reverse. Solid surfing there. You can watch him surf all day. Everything's where it's supposed to be, and then he's got this crazy ability to flare when he needs to. We just saw the perfect blend of on-rail surfing and a pop reverse. What can't he do?
I loved that very first wrap. He focused on that one section. He didn't try rush it. He wasn't looking down the line. He just had 100% commitment into that turn as it was happening.
Yeah, that's heads-up footy, they call it in football. I don't know what we call it in surfing. Heads-up surfing. I might have just coined a term there. Does that frustrate you when they say that in footy? Heads-up footy? Haven't noticed it before.
I haven't really taken much note on that one. I'm sure now that you've said it, I'll hear it.
They say it all the time, and I think, isn't all footy heads up? Like, they're always looking up.
You don't want to look at your feet.
But there is a difference between surfing to the section and surfing to the wave. And he definitely made the right call there. Surfing to that one section. He knew he was going to get the link up anyway. Committed fully to that one turn. Brilliant stuff.
A 6.73 for the surfer in red, Lennox Smith. He's still chasing a bare minimum of a 7.18 to take the lead here in the Open Men's Final. So at the moment, it is that man there sitting out at sea, waiting patiently. That is Cooper Davies in the white. He was a top seed coming into this event, and he is showing us why that was the case. He's looking for the win. He's looking to qualify for that grand final at the famous Bondi Beach on the 15th of October. He's here. He's at Coffs Harbour. This is our first qualifier on the Australian Opener Surfing Tour presented by Volkswagen. The second qualifier will be on the Sunshine Coast, the 1st of October, next weekend. And that will determine those surfers that will be competing at Bondi for a share in a $50,000 prize pool.
Wow, that's a lot of cash.
That is a lot of cash. The winner of the Bondi event takes home $10,000, and it is equal prize money across men's and women's divisions.
That is unreal. And the Mad Max for a year, more importantly.
I wonder what happens if you win this event and if you won the next event and then you won Bondi. Like, is that how do the burritos add up there?
I don't want to get Mad Max in trouble and suggest anything here.
I'm intrigued.
I plead the chipotle sauce.
Chicken burrito, thank you. I like nachos too.
Yeah, yummo.
Just under 7 minutes remaining. Lennox Smith on screen, looking back at the beach. They would be listening intently to that beach announcer reading out the scores. They can look back at the beach and see the priority discs as to where they're sitting in the priority lineup. And if they've got a watch, they can check in with their time, see how long they've got left. But the scoring is definitely reliant on that beach announcer with their clear and effective communication. The surfers are their main priority, relaying that information. And Cooper Davies in the white in first place, Lennox Smith in second.
Just having a look out on the horizon in our screen there. Looks like there's heaps of energy out on the horizon. Lines of swell. Looks to be moving the complete opposite way than the swell's coming in. Looks south out there. But we're getting a little north push on the beach. How interesting.
It does seem to be that way. It might be a little deceiving on the screen. If we stepped outside, it might be a bit different, but it does seem that way. There is a lot of water moving out there.
Yeah.
I'm sure there'd be a few right-hand point breaks cooking right now.
Yeah, in this region. I'm not going to name any. I don't want to be booed out of the lineup when I go surf them after this. But I'm pretty excited to go do a couple of cutties. 5 cutties on one wave. That's unheard of at home. We have one little wave. I'm not mentioning it, but you can do 5 cutties on it. Sometimes. Very rarely. But that's about it. Unlike this wave-rich region, home to about 6 point breaks that allows you to do at least 5 cutties on the one wave. Get your reps in. That's why we see so many awesome surfers from this zone.
There is 5 minutes. 5 minutes remaining of our final heat of this event. If you're looking to replenish those taste buds, be sure to pick up a brew, whether it be a Bonsoi sparkling coconut water, no added sugar or nasties, or one of their milks. You can add it to your coffee. Absolutely delicious. On the other end of the spectrum, we've also got another brew, Gage Road's Brew Co. Try one of their single fin summer ales if you're looking for a nice refreshing alcoholic beverage.
This afternoon, nice Sunday afternoon.
Sunday sesh.
Single fin. Sounds alright to me. Their summer ale is beautiful. It's one of those ones you could drink for a whole session.
Australia's leading indie brewer and home of the single fin summer ale. You can find it at your local today, thanks to Gage Road's Brew Co. 4 minutes on the clock. Will there be another opportunity for that surfer on the screen, Lennox Smith? Both of these surfers well deserving of a win here, but only one person can walk away as a champion. And here we go, trying to scratch into this one. Must have right away. Surfer in white, up and riding. Buckles under pressure.
Not really needing the score though, more defensive play. Would have loved to better his situation there. Had a really nice click to begin with, burying the nose, and his hopes of bettering the score on that first section. But leaving Lennox Smith with 3 minutes and 20 seconds out the back, needing a 7.18. Bear is officially poked. And there is a little lump heading his way. It looked like he was going to pull the trigger. It'll be interesting to see what the priority judge does with that. He took 2 paddles at it. I think the limit is 3. If you take 3 paddles at a wave, you have made an effort to catch it, and you'll lose priority. I think he only took 2. Pretty clever. Pretty dialed in. What do you think?
I think a committed paddle's a committed paddle.
There you go.
That's my personal opinion. I feel like it shouldn't matter whether there's 2 or 3 strokes.
Yep.
2 strokes, like if you committed, right?
Yep. Did you see that one? Did you get it?
Had
Yeah.
Claudia in.
Yeah, you were discussing things for the Prezzo, but yeah, pretty interesting little paddle there. It was like one of those ones he was hanging on his board, took 2 tiny paddles at it. I don't know if he would have lost priority for it. I hope he didn't, for our sake and everyone at home watching, because the bear is poked, and I'm currently taking the beehive off the tree right now, ready to throw it, because we are going to get him fired up for these last 2 minutes. Hopefully he gets to show what he's capable of, like he has done all weekend. One of Australia's fresh young talents, Lennox Smith, and he's going to show us why.
He's spotted something. There's urgency in the lineup right now. Both surfers having a look at this one. Just doesn't eventuate with just over 1.5 minutes on the clock. Surfers looking back at the tent. It's double checking where they sit on that priority board. Open men's final. We did have the open women's final before this heat. It was a local surfer, Rosie Smart, taking the win over Ray Campbell. We're looking good leading into the second qualifier event next week on the Sunshine Coast. Wanting to solidify their spot in the grand final at Bondi. Great
3
opportunity
comps.
for
Yeah,
surfers.
so cool. Not only do you get money, get your stage to perform on, but you get 3 goes at surfing a complete comp, especially these guys who are making it to the final.
Which would normally be an off-season for these competitors leading into their 2023 season.
It's unreal. 45 seconds on the clock. Let's hope something comes Lennox's way. You can see he had a look at a little bump then. There's one behind it. Looks like it might be standing up on the bank. And here we go. He's going to pull the trigger on this big paddle. Knows he needs a 7.18. First turn is a finner. Nice release off the top. Second turn is a searing cutback. Third, swiveling through that one to stay with the power source. Knows he needs a huge finish. He's definitely capable. Hucks the fins. Rides out cleanly, leaving no stone left unturned. And still going on this one. How is he still moving? Swiveling his way through the inside. Cooper out the back. Lennox on the beach. That would be a really cool way to take the win. On the buzzer. Holding on to priority for all that time. Pulling the trigger. And coming away with it in a clutch moment again. We'll leave it with the judges to decide. So this first, let's have another look at it. That first turn was really nice. Critical, fins went out the back. Second turn was a wrapping cutty that he was able to release the fins on. Third one was just a nice little roundhouse, put him back to the power source, and the finish was money. That finish was really clutch. One big section to solidify himself as the winner of this Australian Open of Surfing, Coffs Harbour, presented by Bonsoy and Mad Mex. Still waiting on scores. I am freaking. I don't know what's going on. High fives on the beach for Lennox. His body language shows that he might be a little bit unsure as to what happened.
I'm going to slip on out and
We still don't
get
know
ready
who-
for that presentation down the beach. I'm going to leave you to deliver this news.
Awesome. Thanks. Sitting in the booth and talking about this awesome surfing with me all weekend, Britt. It's been fantastic. You guys will see her soon on in the presentation. Still unsure as to whether she's presenting the winner's trophy to Lennox or Cooper. You probably want to keep that Rashi on for a little bit longer just in case he does get the win. Cooper, still unsure if he knows the situation yet either. We'll have you guys updated as soon as we know. Yeah. And he's making his way through to the inside. Still unsure as to who has taken the bickies, or who's taken the burritos, I should say. And it's been an epic day of surfing, culminating in a really exciting final. It came down to the last 10 seconds where Lennox pulled the trigger, needing a 7.18. Hung his fins out the back on the first turn. Wrapped a fin blow on the second. Nice little cutty to stay with the power source. And a tail blow reverse on the inside. Did he get the score? Cooper looking elated. And his support team there looking really excited for him, I dare say. We have our Australian Open of Surfing winner, Cooper Davies. Takes the $2,000 and the year's worth of Mad Max. That is an unreal price, and he is completely stoked. Well done. There you go, the age-old tradition of cheering the winner up the beach. Cooper Davies, your Australian Open of Surfing Coffs Harbour winner for 2022. $2,000 richer and a whole lot of burritos coming his way. He's going to be really popular on the Sunshine Coast when he goes back there. I dare say he'll be in for Taco Tuesdays every week. Lennox was pretty close, but Cooper said to him, mate, the burritos are mine, they are nachos. That's all she wrote for the final. We'll get back to you with the presentation shortly. Thanks for watching.
This is the motivation.
Coopers Surf Australia since 1969. Visit coopersboardstore.com.au.
I've seen it. Might not believe me, but I have. And I know it's still out there. New Amarok V6 Off-Road. I've seen it. Might not believe me, but I have. And I know it's still out there. New Amarok V6 Off-Road.
Coopers Surf Australia, taking you from the street to the surf for over 50 years. Carrying Australia's largest range from all your favourite surf, skate and fashion brands. With over 1,000 boards in stock and shipping Australia-wide daily. Visit us online or drop into one of our stores. coopersurf.com.au.
This is the motivation.
I've seen it. Might not believe me, but I have. And I know it's still out there. New Amarok V6 Off-Road.
Coopers Surf Australia since 1969. Visit coopersboardstore.com.au.
We are live. Let's start this presentation. First of all, Surfing New South Wales would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land in which we meet today, the Gumbaynggirr people, the older, past, present and emerging. We're extremely grateful to be here today at Coffs Harbour. Congratulations to all competitors who competed in the Australian Open of Surfing presented by Volkswagen. This first qualifier event is the Bonsoi Coffs Harbour Open, presented by Gage Road Brew Co. Thank you to our partners, Coffs Harbour City Council, Volkswagen, Bonsoi, Gage Roads Brew Co, Cooper's Surf Australia, Mad Mex, Surfing New South Wales, and our event staff, judges, commentators, and a Fresh Air broadcast. The Australian Open of Surfing, presented by Volkswagen, Bonsoi Coffs Harbour Open, presented by Gage Roads Brew Co, has been a huge few days of competition, providing professional and aspiring surfers with the opportunity to win major prize money and gain momentum going into 2023. The winners today will walk away with a huge share in $10,000. And thanks to Mad Mex, the winners will walk away with a year's supply of Mad Mex burritos. If that's not an incentive to win, I don't really know what is. We do also have equal prize money for the men and the women. First place of this event will take home $2,000. Second place, $1,500. Third place, $1,000. And fourth place, $500. I'd just like to call up our councillor, Jonathan Castle from Coffs Harbour City Council, to say a few words and present our trophies.
Thanks, Britt. Look, thank you everybody for coming down here to the Coffs Coast. I'd like to also take this opportunity on behalf of the Coffs Council to acknowledge the Gumbaynggirr community. This always was and always will be Aboriginal land. Wonderful to have Surfing New South Wales here. We really are glad that you guys keep coming back, and we hope you will keep returning into the future. Taking this opportunity also to acknowledge the winners today, and particularly Rosie, our local. So well done everybody, and thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Jonathan. And at Coffs Harbour City Council, we want to say a huge thank you to Zach Bennett Brooks from Saltwater Dreamtime for creating the beautiful pieces of art for all our winners to take home. They are our trophy creations for this event. We'll now move on through to our finalists and present the trophies, starting with the Open Women's Division. In fourth place, Kyla Whitfield. In third place, Sasha Baker. In second place, Raya Campbell. And taking the win, we have the champion of this event for the Open Women, Bonsoi Coffs Harbour Open, presented by Gage Roads Brew Co. It is the local Rosie Smart. Congratulations, Rosie. And also taking home that Mad Mex burrito check for 12 months of burritos. And I'll just get you to say a few words.
Thanks Surfing New South Wales for putting on the event, and thanks to all my friends and family for coming down and supporting me.
We're happy to see you take the win, Rosie. The hometown support must have been pretty special here. If you just want to make your way to the wall, and we'll just grab a photo also with Jonathan if you want to jump in with the winners. And a massive congratulations to all those Open Women competitors. We now have the Open Men's Division results. In 4th place, Jamie Thompson. In 3rd place, Dane Henry. In a hotly contested final, finishing in 2nd, it was Lennox Smith. And the champion of this event, Cooper Davies. Give him a round of applause. He came into this event as the top seed. He leaves this event as the top seed. And he also takes the $2,000 and the Mad Max burrito check. Cooper, would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, frothing on a free supply of burritos for a year. Big thank you to Surfing New South Wales and all the sponsors that jumped on board for this year. Good to be back down in Coffs Harbour and love this place and don't really get here a whole lot. So thanks to Arnie Elaine and John for letting me stay. And thanks to my sponsors, Thomas and Ruka. And see you next time at Coolum. Thanks.
Congratulations to our Open Men winners. And look at those smiles. And that concludes our first qualifier event. We hope to see you all at the next qualifier event of the Australian Open of Surfing presented by Volkswagen, the Sunshine Coast Open at Coolum Beach on the 1st of October. Thank you for tuning in and thank you for your support.